The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse. The impostor Necromancer, with inferior forces, is hunted and rejected by others. The genuine Necromancer, with countless skeletons, becomes a ruling sovereign. After obtaining the double doors, Wu Heng discovered that his world was overrun with zombies. Plan A failed, and thus began the implementation of Plan B for survival. Wu Heng chose to become a Necromancer. Summoning undead is forbidden in this alien world? The post-apocalyptic planet is full of potential soldiers. Impossible to survive in a zombie-filled world? Then let me live and learn skills in this alien realm. Hence, an undead army armed with modern weaponry made its debut in this world. A calamity engulfs the world, a million skeletons rise. The Dead Bone Dragon, Undead King. Chapter 1, The Necromancer Has No Future. Blackstone Town, Town Hall. Wu Heng. Behind the desk stacked with documents, a serious middle-aged woman glanced at the information, then at the young man across from her. Wu Heng nodded, yes. Occupation, Necromancer. The woman's eyebrows knitted slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Without waiting for his answer, she continued, the kingdom may permit the existence of necromancers, but no city would welcome one within its limits. With these words, the originally noisy hall instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their eyes in their direction, their gazes filled with curiosity and surprise. They seemed to have no idea why anyone would choose necromancer as a profession in this period. Wu Heng, however, calmly replied, I appreciate Lady Moira's reminder. I will abide by the laws and order of the kingdom and Blackstone Town. The middle-aged woman examined his expression carefully. She said nothing further but took several documents from her drawer, handed them over, and said, read these carefully and then sign your name. Undead Restriction Bill. Undead Dependent Reporting Procedure. Corpse and Skeletal Protection Bill. Black Magic Experiment Application Notice. Human Experimentation. Receiving the documents and seeing the titles and content, Wu Heng's eyes widened somewhat. While the Echo Kingdom allowed necromancers, it has increased restrictions and legislation against them year by year. These include the prohibition of the private transformation of skeletons, carrion, and other undead creatures, and disallowing corpse experimentation and necromancy experiments. Theft and experimentation of corpses were considered severe crimes here. The future of a necromancer, unable to create undead troops and not permitted to research magic, was predictable. Whether it was academically or combat, his future had been basically destroyed. That's why, everyone in the room showed such surprise upon hearing necromancer. Wu Heng had anticipated some of this, but he didn't expect the regulations to be stricter than he had imagined. He carefully read them, signed his name in each space and handed the documents back. After the middle-aged woman checked thoroughly, she said, all right. Make sure to remember the contents of these legislations. I don't want to see you being executed next time. I will remember your instructions. Wu Heng stood up and saluted, then left. As he exited the hall, he could still hear discussions about himself. Everyone was puzzled by a black-haired, black-eyed young man who had chosen to be a necromancer. Leaving the hall without paying attention to the discussions behind him. He didn't know what terrible things the necromancers had done to be treated like this. So many restrictive clauses had been set against a single profession. The development of the profession had basically been cut off. Just as Lady Moira said, choosing to be a necromancer was like taking on shackles. Unable to summon undead creatures, unable to test magic, there was basically no future. Yet, Wu Heng still chose this profession. Not only because it was the only magical profession he could access, more importantly, he believed that as a necromancer, he could develop in a better direction. After leaving the town hall, with a thought, an invisible panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 1, 10/300. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 12, Intelligence 14, Perception 10, Charm 12. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill. After his change of profession, this panel appeared for Wu Heng. With occupation, attributes, skills, it's just like the menu in an online game. It allowed him to have an intuitive understanding of his own body. He left the central area altogether and entered the smithy in the commercial street. Stepping through the door, he was hit by a smell of linseed oil. Boss, I came to pick up the weapons I ordered in the morning, Wu Heng said to the counter. The middle-aged boss put down the iron sword he was wiping and looked up. "Oh, it's you. They're all on that side." A total of 7 silver coins. Wu Heng checked the weapons he had bought. An iron sword and a short spear. All were picked out in the morning. He counted out 7 silver coins and put them on the counter in front of the boss. "What happened this morning?" The boss collected the silver coins and casually asked. "This morning, Wu Heng came to buy weapons. Just after picking them out, he was taken away by the city guards. The boss thought he was in trouble, didn't expect him to come back before noon with no apparent changes. I just arrived in Blackstone Town and was asked to register at the town hall. I didn't understand the procedure since I just arrived." "Registry? That needs registry too." The boss frowned, he had never heard of this. There were not a few outsiders in Blackstone Town. If all needed to register, the town hall would be busier than the market. "They just asked for my name, told me to behave, and made me quite nervous." Wu Heng laughed and scratched his head. "Haha. Those guys just have too much free time. They manage everything, useful or not. It's good that nothing happened." The boss also laughed while comforting him. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. He packed the weapons and bid farewell to the boss before leaving the shop. Without further idling, he left the commercial district and the crowd behind and went to the residential area in the north of the city. After traversing a dark alley, he reached the place he rented. The house wasn't big, it had a guest room and a bedroom. Aside from tables, chairs, and a wooden bed, there was no other decoration. The layout was quite primitive. He put his backpack and weapons to a side before seizing a piece of bread from the table to soothe his hunger. While eating, he thought about Blackstone Town's attitude towards necromancers in his mind. It felt like he was a criminal who had been released on probation, his every move would be scrutinized. While in the city, I should try to keep a low profile and slowly improve myself. He rolled the remaining bread into a ball and shoved it into his mouth. Then he picked up the sword and spear in one hand, and used the other to take out the bronze key around his neck. He came to the bedroom door and turned it gently. As the door opened, a light curtain appeared inside the door. On the other side, it wasn't the familiar bedroom, but a scene like a reflection in a mirror. Wu Heng took a deep breath and walked directly into the scene, appearing on the other side. As his senses returned, a strong smell of rotting decay filled the air. His familiar desk, bed, monitor, and speaker. Ferocious roars of beasts came from outside the window. He's back, in the familiar yet strange modern world. He went to the window and looked outside. Zombies were teeming downstairs. Under their torn clothes, one could see protruding bones and open innards. They were pushing and colliding with each other, wandering around aimlessly. Among them, he could recognize several familiar figures. It still looks the same, indeed. Chapter 2, Home is Gone. About half a month ago, Wu Heng received an ancient-looking bronze key. Whenever he inserted the key into any door and opened it, it would become a portal to another world. This reminded Wu Heng of the novels he had read in the past, where the protagonist could travel between different worlds with just a thought. However, he was a bit behind. He needed a key to physically open the door. But it didn't matter, as long as he could get through, the method didn't matter. The initial location in this other world was a remote village. The village was poor and underdeveloped, and the villagers were quite exclusionary. Wu Heng hitched a ride with a passing caravan and, after half a month of travel, arrived at the nearest town, Blackstone Town. Just when he was about to use the key to trade items from both worlds and achieve his dream of financial freedom, the world as he knew it changed completely. The familiar modern world vanished, replaced by hordes of wandering zombies. The hallways echoed with the thudding sounds of zombies trying to break into rooms. Wu Heng was stunned. He had just been on the road for half a month, barely making preparations for amassing wealth. And now his home was gone. Seeing the city he once lived in reduced to this state brought a deep sense of melancholy. He didn't know why any of this was happening. However, he could imagine that if he hadn't been on the road in that other world when the zombie outbreak occurred, he might have become one of the undead. They say that electricity can be stored for a few months even if power generation stops, but the electricity here was gone and he didn't dare to drink the water. Luckily, Blackstone Town was able to provide him with food and drink. In his bedroom, Wu Heng gathered his weapons and ventured out. There wasn't much left in his living room, most of his belongings were sold for money in Blackstone Town. And under the current circumstances, they were essentially useless. Standing in a corner was a terrifying skeleton warrior. This was one of the zombies that had lingered outside his window from his previous trip, which Wu Heng had killed and attempted to summon. He had gained an undead minion since then. Skeleton Warrior. Level 1, 0/100. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 12, Agility 8. Trait: Hollow Skeleton. Bone manipulation had two forms of summoning. One was summoning from the original corpse, where the form and attributes of the summoned entity were largely influenced by the body itself. Meaning, the stronger the body was in life, the stronger the summoned skeleton would be. The other form was summoning based on the amount of collected bones. Once a certain quantity of bones was gathered, a skeleton warrior could be summoned. Take it. Wu Heng tossed the iron sword to him. Clatter. The noise of grinding bones sounded as the standby skeleton warrior reached up stiffly and grabbed the incoming iron sword. It maintained the sword-wielding pose, waiting for the next command. Wu Heng also picked up another short spear and tested it with a few swings. Thoughtfully, he got a pot lid from the kitchen and wrapped it around his arm, using it as a makeshift shield. He finished his last preparations. He went to the front door and pressed his ear against it. Faint footsteps could be heard, along with the sound of shuffling on the floor. It seemed like there weren't many zombies in the stairwell. If there were only one or two, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with. As long as one was killed, the number of skeleton warriors would increase. Even if there was danger, as long as he didn't get infected, he could retreat. The advantage was his, there shouldn't be a big problem. Having decided, he didn't hesitate any further. He instructed the skeleton warrior to approach the door, took a deep breath and opened it directly. As the door was slowly opened, a thick, foul stench rushed towards him. His throat started to itch, and he was about to cough but forced it back, fearing it would attract zombies. As he fully opened the door, he could see the hallway's walls stained with blood and scratches, the dark, bloody, muddy floor, a scene as horrifying as a horror movie. Luckily, there were no zombies waiting for him as soon as he opened the door. Go! Wu Heng said in a low voice. The skeleton warrior, holding its iron sword, followed the instruction and walked out. Wu Heng carefully closed the door behind them and followed. Just as they stepped out, they saw a zombie at the turn of the staircase below, turning its head upward at the sound. Its hair was matted with blood, skin grayish-white crisscrossed with black veins, mouth wide open with black, serrated teeth. It was the old lady who lived on the second floor. Wu Heng recognized her. He remembered that she had offered to set him up with someone before. That seemed unlikely now. The sudden appearance of a man and a skeleton warrior startled the zombie slightly. Then it let out an angry snarl and charged up the stairs. Kill it! Wu Heng commanded the skeleton warrior nervously. He had to face the zombies. This was the first step towards surviving. The skeleton warrior immediately engaged and rushed towards the attacking zombie. The zombie's charge was fierce, but the skeleton warrior had an advantage being at the top of the stairs. It swung its iron sword down effortlessly. Psh! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the iron sword heavily hacked into the shoulder of the zombie. The zombie, seemingly unfazed by pain, stumbled, tripped over the stair, and dived right between the skeleton's legs. Showing its gruesome fangs and claws, it lunged toward Wu Heng's crotch. This terrifying attack meant to nullify his lineage scared him into a quick retreat. He backed off, took a glance at his lower body to ensure it was not assaulted, then breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie stuck under the skeleton continued screaming. Psh! The skeleton warrior's second thrusting sword sunk into the zombie, with the iron blade piercing through its body. Wu Heng held his short spear, aiming to stab the zombie at its eye holes. Tack! The zombie waved its arms about, causing the spear's thrust to veer and strike its forehead instead. The skin cracked and flesh split apart, but the spear failed to penetrate the skull. The zombie started thrashing about even more violently, managing to stand up and almost topple the skeleton. Amidst the struggle, both the skeleton and the zombie tumbled down the stairs. With his fast clenched iron spear, Wu Heng intended to cooperate with the skeleton to kill the zombie when. Suddenly, the sound of frantic running came from above. Yet another zombie covered in rotting flesh rushed down at breakneck speed. Having spotted Wu Heng, it leaped off the stairs, charging at him from several steps away. Shit! A sudden surge of fear hit him like a wave. Wu Heng acted without considering any strategy. He raised the shield on his left arm and crashed it head-on into the zombie. With a thud, the zombie was knocked down mid-air as dark, bloody liquid splashed around. Wu Heng was also knocked backward against the wall behind him. As the zombie rolled down the stairs, Wu Heng got up gritting his teeth, and thrust his iron spear into its decaying body. Even in its deteriorating condition, its body showed remarkable resilience. Stabbing it felt as though he was piercing soft leather. A few stabs later, but none of the attacks appeared deadly enough to the zombie. The zombie quickly rose and attacked again, with Wu Heng fending it off with the shield and stabbing at its chest and abdomen with the short spear. This is difficult. If he gets scratched or bitten, he's done for. He swiftly glanced at a slightly ajar door behind him, contemplating a retreat when an alert sounded in his ear. Experience gained +10. Summoned entity skeleton warrior experience +5. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced down. The fight around the corner had already ended. The skeleton warrior, with its weapon advantage, had smashed the zombie's head and killed it. Come up here and help kill this one. The skeleton warrior quickly paced up and blocked in front of Wu Heng. Its iron sword, once more, lunged at the zombie. The fighting styles of the skeleton and the zombie were remarkably similar, with barely any defensive moves. They just kept attacking. All-out offense. With the zombie no longer tagging along, Wu Heng quickly retreated down the corner below the stairs, casting bone manipulation skill on the recently killed zombie. Sheathed in necromancy, the zombie's flesh started to dissolve like hot wax, revealing a human skeleton that stood up using both its hands for support. Go, attack there! Wu Heng pointed at the upstairs fight location. The just-risen skeleton warrior responded to the command and rushed upstairs empty-handed. Wu Heng, in the meantime, shook his arm to alleviate the lingering pain from the earlier collision. The saucepan lid shield in his hand was already distorted from the impact. But it was this makeshift shield that had saved him from the zombies' charge. Zombies were not necessarily formidable because of their attack strength. The most troublesome part was the toxins in their bodies. If bitten or scratched, he might die unjustly. The battle upstairs was still in full swing. Two skeletons had cornered the zombie. One was using its sword, the other its fist, and a hail of attacks rained down on their target. Black blood and bits of flesh scattered everywhere. Eventually, amid an angry roar and thrashing from the zombie, a sword thrust speared through its neck. The zombie stopped resisting and slouched down lifelessly. Experience gained +10. Summoned entity skeleton warrior experience +5. The experience was once again topped up. This was just like the games he used to play. And that was why he chose to become a necromancer. Blackstone Town did not allow him to experiment with magic or summon undead creatures. But he had this world to himself. He can rely on the zombies of this world to level up and accumulate strength. As long as he had power, the restrictions set by Blackstone Town on necromancers would naturally be resolved. He cast the bone manipulation skill. Wham! Blood and flesh fell off, and the third skeleton warrior rose again. Before it could do anything, two more zombies ambled up the stairs from below. Simultaneously, they raised their heads and looked upward. Attack! Chapter 3, Accumulate Military Force. Three skeletons turned their skulls stiffly, their hollow eye sockets looking at the target. Upon spotting the zombies, they immediately rushed down the stairs to attack. Two unarmed skeletons each tangled with one, while the sword-wielding skeleton stood on the side, its iron sword continuously slashing at the zombies. Wu Heng also stepped forward, his shield blocking the extended claws and the splattering grime and blood. The short spear in his hands pierced through the hollow skeleton, stabbing aimlessly at the zombies' bodies. Over and over again, he repeated the stabbing motion. His choice of the short spear was the only option after some experimentation. A bow was very difficult to draw, and achieving accuracy with an arrow needed a long time of practice. Maintaining accuracy while frequently shooting is not something an ordinary person can do. A sword is the most common weapon in Blackstone Town. But during his trial, he almost managed to slit his own neck, so he followed the suggestion of the blacksmith's shop owner and chose a short spear instead. Stabbing and thrusting also had lethal force, which was quite good. As a beginner, it was easier to handle and wouldn't hurt himself. Soon, the two zombies that were lured up were killed in combined effort, their fleshly bodies falling to the ground, looking miserable. Wu Heng actually knew these zombies. They were neighbors who lived in the same building. But now, they had become enemies. He unleashed the bone manipulation skill and 2 skeleton warriors stood up again. Seeing no zombies charging up, he thought for a bit, then gave an order. "Follow me back." Leading the skeletons, he turned around and went back to his room. Closing the security door, Wu Heng sat in his chair to recover his strength. Even though the main battles were fought by the skeleton warriors, the high tension consumed his energy, making him feel exhausted. Speaking of attributes, his strength wasn't physical power or strength. But for now, his only option was normal close combat attack. After a brief rest, Wu Heng went into the kitchen, found a kitchen knife, a fruit knife and a hammer, handed them to 3 of the skeletons. For the last one, he couldn't find anything useful, so he temporarily used a mop as a weapon. In fact, a kitchen knife was a good choice. It could completely replace the skeleton warrior's main weapon. Once he has money later, he'll consider purchasing iron swords from Blackstone Town for the skeletons to equip. He rested quite a bit. Wu Heng stood up again, ready for the next battle. Returning to the cold corridor, there was a sticky sensation of flesh and blood under his feet. 3 of you, walk in front of me," Wu Heng pointed to 3 skeletons. 3 in front, 2 behind, who protected him in the middle as they walked down the stairs. A door on the 2nd floor was open. He entered with the skeletons and found no zombies. The homeowner was the zombie that had just been killed. He went to the kitchen and found 2 more kitchen knives, replacing the mop and fruit knife. They continued down to the 1st floor. He cautiously peeked around the corners. The green stairwell door was in a pitiful state but still tightly shut, blocking the outside and the inside of the stairwell. He could faintly hear the sound of clawing at the door panel. Luckily this door was closed. If the zombies outside rushed in, it would be tough to fight. He ordered the skeleton warriors to pile up some debris at the door and completely block the stairwell door. He probably wouldn't need it much in the future anyway. Once everything was sealed off, Wu Heng began his next plan. He came to the door of the first household, took out the bronze key and gently turned it. A small crack opened in the door. A thin white curtain of light seeped out of the crack. As he unlocked the door, Wu Heng pulled out the key, waited a few seconds, and the light curtain from another world disappeared. What appeared next was the living room of the 1st floor flat. The living room was somewhat dark, but there were no zombies to be seen. Bang! Bang bang! As soon as he stepped into the living room, there was a violent pounding sound from the bedroom door. In just a few seconds, the fragile door shattered. 2 zombies in pajamas stumbled out. "Attack!" Wu Heng ordered again. Scattered zombies no longer posed much of a threat. On the contrary, they had become an experience bundle. They can increase experience and increase the number of skeleton warriors. Swoosh! The skeleton warriors surged forward, surrounding the zombies in the center. They repeatedly raised and dropped their kitchen knives. The scene was somewhat brutal but also somewhat decompressing. The zombies didn't even get to show any attack before they were chopped to death in the living room. Wu Heng walked over, released the bone manipulation skill, and 2 more skeleton warriors stood up. After confirming that there was no danger here, Wu Heng first headed to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, he found 2 more kitchen knives. Handing them out to the newly risen skeleton warriors. Then, he started ransacking every corner, looking for items that would be useful to him. It couldn't be helped, living in Blackstone Town also required money. If it wasn't for the world turning out like this, he could have gotten rich more easily. There were reserves of rice and flour, and well-preserved marinated goods in the fridge. But with Blackstone Town, food wasn't that important. He closed the fridge and continued rummaging around in the bedroom closet. He took out several pieces of clothing that appeared to be high class. Then he found cash, bank cards, housing documents, and some paper deposit receipts. In the dressing table, he found a few pieces of women's gold jewelry. Cash and bank cards were now useless, but gold jewelry still had value. Just before leaving, his gaze fell on an ornament placed at the entrance. On a shoe cabinet at the entrance, a jade cabbage was displayed. The base was made of wood, above, a see-through cabbage statuette. It was almost 30 centimeters in length, not small at all. Wu Heng examined it, then took it with him as he left. After that, he led the skeleton warriors to the next room. He lived in an old apartment block, 6 floors high, with 3 units on each floor. Wu Heng led the skeletons, systematically opening each door, killing the zombies inside, and scavenging useful items. 5 o'clock in the evening. Wu Heng had, along with his skeletons, cleared the entire apartment building. The living room, which was not particularly spacious, was now filled with skeleton warriors holding kitchen and fruit knives. They were arranged neatly, giving the entire living room a gloomy atmosphere. Taking account, there were 17 skeleton warriors in total. The number was less than he expected, but it was still satisfactory, especially considering today's operation went smoothly. The skeleton with the highest experience was the sword-wielding one. Yielding the advantage of its weapon, it had reached 55 points, a little less than half the way to leveling up. If the progress tomorrow is as smooth as today, leveling up would not be a problem. From today's battles, he had figured out the pattern of the skeletons gaining experience. Other than being able to share the experience of all his skeletons, the rest of the experience distribution was calculated based on who delivered the final blow. Meaning, whichever skeleton landed the last hit, that skeleton received the experience. It was not evenly divided among all the skeletons. His own experience had also reached half. With a bit of luck, he could level up as well. Everything was moving in a good direction. After organizing the spoils and ordering all the skeletons to stay put, he put on his backpack and returned to Blackstone Town through the boundary door. Deer Antler Shop. A well-known chain store in Blackstone Town. The logo was possibly deer antler patterned. It was said that their stores could be found in all human cities. They had a certain impact and their reputation was quite admirable. Beautiful, very beautiful. The plump shopkeeper behind the counter exclaimed as he held the jade cabbage, examining it closely. After reflexively complimenting it, he carefully put it on the counter and continued, "What material is this? It's not jade, and there are no carving marks, it doesn't seem natural." Wu Heng was amazed by the sharpness of the man's eyes. Even though it was called a jade cabbage, it wasn't actually made of jade. It was an ornament made from resin. It had nothing to do with jade at all. It's fat jade. You probably wouldn't see it here. It's notable for its lightness, toughness, and vibrant color. Wu Heng made up a quick lie. This world wasn't the medieval period of Earth. The level of development wasn't backward at all. They had glass, all sorts of exquisite crafts, and there was no shortage of food or salt. However, resin and plastic, synthetic materials, had never been seen here. So, it had become a novelty here. The shopkeeper examined it again and said straight away, "The Deer Antler Business Association never lowballs. Your item is pretty good. Although it's clear that it was molded, its beauty lies in the exquisite shape and the unique material. If you're willing to sell it, we can offer you 30 silver coins." There were 4 universal currencies: copper pennies, copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Although gold coins were the highest denomination, they were rarely seen among common people. Silver coins could buy almost anything. So, the purchasing power of a silver coin was quite high. In Wu Heng's understanding of the currency here, a silver coin was equivalent to a 100 yuan bill. Too low. Wu Heng feigned dissatisfaction, shaking his head. "Then what's your expected price?" 100. A price that seemed to come from a dream. If the shopkeeper didn't agree, Wu Heng could still lower it. If he'd said less and the shopkeeper had immediately agreed, he'd probably feel cheated. Of course, he couldn't be too extravagant with the price. It just had to be right. "I'm afraid that price would be difficult to accept. Let's compromise, 40 silver coins would be the highest I can go." The shopkeeper gave a flat price. Wu Heng thought for a moment. The jade cabbage was of no use to him and there was nowhere else to sell these useless things anyway. So, he nodded his agreement. Okay. Chapter 4, The door is not closed. Stepping out of the shop, a heavy bag of money has been added to his backpack. If the apocalypse hadn't come, Wu Heng could have just gone to the gold shop to exchange gold and silver, and spent it directly in this world. Even if he didn't have enough to match the wealth of a country, he would have no trouble buying a few maids from other worlds. He had heard about the profession of druid in the tavern. This allowed transformation into various forms to meet the freshness needs of a partner. But alas, it's too late to talk about it now. He didn't sell gold jewelry in the shop. It's not that the shop didn't buy it, but that they fear it would cause trouble. Having enough money to use is fine. Pulling out a bag of gold jewelry would only attract some special attention. Without power, you are just a fat sheep in the eyes of others. What he needed to do now was still upgrading and gathering military strength. He walked towards the blacksmith shop area. Blackstone Town did not restrict weapons, but swords should not be drawn in the city, and crossbows should not be exposed. "Coming over, what are you buying today?" said the weapon shop owner in greeting. "Do you have a smaller shield?" "Over here." The boss took down a small silver round shield and put it on the counter. Wu Heng held it in his hand. The heavy feeling was not light. If used for a long time or in high-intensity combat, it would be a burden to him. "Do you have anything lighter?" The boss glanced at him, and took out another shield from below. "This is for children's training, the surface is iron, and the inside is treated hardwood. The outside was silver iron skin, and the inside was dark wooden boards." He weighed it in his hand. This was not bad, and the zombies' attacked methods were mainly scratching, pulling, and biting. This was pretty much enough to handle such. "Wait until his attributes are higher, then try a heavier shield." "I'll take this one." 75 coppers. This price was not cheap. A layer of iron sheet wrapping a piece of wood is actually so expensive. However, in this weapon store, it was actually the cheapest. He counted out 75 coppers, picked up the shield and walked out of the shop. He bought a set of leather armor at the armor shop along the way. All of them were hard leather protectors, simple workmanship, with a sour smell of leather. He did not choose to buy armor for the skeleton warriors. Firstly, the number of skeletons would continue to increase, and if all were to wear such equipment, he could not afford it with the current situation. The second point was to try to keep a low profile. People here are not friendly towards necromancers. It was not a bad thing to avoid attracting any attention. As long as he was alive and had a bronze key, then the source of troops and levels were not a problem. After buying the armor, he glanced at the wooden human-shaped rack in the corner as he left. It is used to display armor. The one in front appears to be a bit worn out, obviously discarded. "Boss, is this wooden rack discarded?" Wu Heng asked. The boss looked up and said, "It's replaced, if you need it, 2 coppers." He originally wanted to help the boss throw it away, then take it away. But the boss obviously saw his intentions and quoted the price directly. Wu Heng didn't say much. He pulled out 2 copper coins, picked up the human-shaped wooden rack and left. This kind of thing was not valuable. The characteristic was that it was human-sized, which could distinguish the positions of the head and body. After having a meal outside, Wu Heng returned to his residence. He didn't go back to the modern world, but stayed in this world. The apocalyptic environment was no longer suitable for living. At least he didn't have to breathe the foul air here. Standing in the not-so-spacious living room, picking up the short spear and shield, he began to practice stabbing movements against the human-shaped wooden target. He aimed at the skull and repeated it over and over again. Although he had not received orthodox training, it would definitely not be a bad thing to familiarize himself with these movements. The next day, he quickly finished breakfast. Putting on armor, he opened the boundary door and came to the zombie world. The air was still filled with the rotten smell, and the howls of zombies were heard outside the window from time to time. He tucked the bronze key away carefully, and then came to the living room directly. 17 skeleton warriors stood upright in the living room, holding kitchen knives and daggers in their hands. With everything ready, Wu Heng gave the order directly, "Follow me out." The zombies in the corridor have been cleaned up, but the smell remained strong. Wu Heng led the skeletons, first went down the stairs to check the staircase door again, confirmed that it was still tightly closed, then went upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, the 6th, they were faced with the iron door leading to the rooftop platform. His idea was simple. To go from the rooftop platform to the adjacent unit corridor to continue cleaning up the zombies, and keep accumulating the number of skeleton warriors. Rushing out and confronting the wandering zombies outside head-on was obviously unrealistic and unreasonable. Choosing the roof was the safest method. He used the bronze key to open the iron door and led the skeletons onto the rooftop terrace. The rooftop ground was piled with many sundries. The most conspicuous one was a cage made of iron mesh. In the rusty cage, he could see the body of a dead pigeon. The previous community was coordinating the matter of building pigeon cages privately. It seems that it didn't have much effect. There were still iron nets, rebars, and cement prepared on the side. They seemed to be planning to continue expanding. Roar! Suddenly, the howl of the zombies came from behind the pigeon cage. 3 zombies, each from both sides, encircled the iron cage, their teeth gnashing as they rushed towards them. There were zombies on the roof? It didn't matter, the skeleton warriors were about to level up. Watching the zombies rushing over, he ordered directly, "Attack!" Rattle! The 17 skeleton warriors, gripping their kitchen knives, directly ran up to meet them, knocking the 3 zombies down immediately. Kitchen knives fell like raindrops. The thumping noise of chopping flesh echoed across the rooftop. Surrounded by several skeleton warriors, the 3 zombies had no chance to fight back. They were like live fish on a cutting board, trying to struggle back onto their feet only to be chopped down again. Wu Heng stood back, not intending to get involved. He was just waiting for the battle to end so he could summon more skeletons. Suddenly, there was the sound of dragging across the floor behind him. Turning to look, he saw another zombie with a limp foot, dragging its leg while approaching him. Upon noticing Wu Heng turning back to watch, the zombie roared and advanced towards him more quickly despite its limp. Damn! There was yet another zombie trying to sneak attack him. He glanced at the skeletons nearby. Assured that he could beckon the skeletons if needed, he decided to face the incoming zombie head-on. Gripping tightly onto his iron spear, he advanced step by step, calculating the distance between them. When they were about 2 meters apart, he lunged forward with his spear thrusting upward. Thud! His spearhead pierced through the zombie's collarbone, emerging from its back. Misfire! He aimed at the mouth, but the zombie's wobbling caused his spear to deviate off course. Although he still hit his target, the hit was not fatal. The zombie's charge pushed Wu Heng back several steps. The decaying corpse slid down the spear shaft. It extended its desiccated, grey arm, reaching towards Wu Heng's face. He blocked with his round shield and withdrew his spear, swiftly kicking the zombie's leg in passing. Collapse crack! The sound of breaking bones followed as the zombie's other leg snapped. The zombie lost its balance and tumbled to the side. Heng executed a smooth series of movements with evident results. With the zombie down and unbalanced, Heng pinned it down with his foot and repeatedly stabbed with his iron spear. Every strike aimed at the back of the zombie's head. But due to the zombie's violent struggle, hitting it was much harder than stationary targets. The zombie managed to stand up amidst the struggle while Wu Heng stepped back, ensuring his own safety while circling the zombie. By then, the battle next to him had ended. The 3 zombies have been transformed into minced meat under the brutal beating of the skeleton warriors. Without needing to give orders, the skeleton soldiers hurried to surround the zombie chasing Wu Heng. The chopping of knives was relentless. Its constant attack did not allow the zombie to lift its head. Wu Heng stood aside, flicking his iron spear lightly. Zombies are powerful, fearless, not just elders, but even the majority of young people these days lack physical training. Facing a zombie directly proves to be quite challenging. Experience gained +10. Summoned creature skeleton warrior experience +5. The experience prompt appeared as the last zombie was killed. Using the zombie's clothes, he wiped the blood off the iron spear and consecutively released bone manipulation skill. 4 skeletons rose one after another, joining the ranks of the skeleton warriors. With those, he now had 21 skeletons. He found 4 iron bars on the spot and handed them to the 4 new skeletons. Reflecting upon the recent events, Wu Heng led the skeleton soldiers to inspect the rooftop platform again. Only after confirming that there were no zombies in any corner did he proceed to the iron door leading to the staircase to the 2nd floor. The area before the door was piled with bricks and assorted items, probably stacked by the previously killed zombies. But he wondered how those who had already escaped to the rooftop ended up turning into zombies. Distributing orders to the skeleton warriors, he cleared all the items blocking the door. Opening the iron door, he was met with the same strong rotting smell. There were traces of blood on the floor, but no zombies in sight. They must be downstairs. Wu Heng spoke softly, "Let's go, down." Clatter. The skeleton warriors entered the hallway, Wu Heng following closely behind. The one and only level 2 skeleton was left beside him for his own protection. The objectives were clear. First, check if the front door on the 1st floor was shut tight, then search each room for supplies. Thump, thump, thump. The skeletons were stepping in the hallway, creating a cluster of footstep sounds. The sound was not loud, but it was unmistakably clear in the silent hallway. Roar! Roar, Roar, roar. Angry roars of zombies sounded from downstairs, followed by the rush of running. The steps got closer and closer. 6 zombies showed up from around the corner. Upon seeing the descending horde of skeletons, they simultaneously let out fierce and excited roars. Kill them! Wu Heng ordered. Clatter! Several kitchen knives were raised, rushing headlong towards the zombies beneath. The dozens of skeletons in front packed a powerful charge, forcing the lunging zombies back and tumbling them down the staircase. Endless strokes of kitchen knives fell after that. Thump, thump, thump. However, before these zombies could be killed, several more had charged up. There were about a dozen, going back and forth, pushing and shoving. Beneath, yet more footsteps could be heard. Wu Heng's heart tightened. It's over. The stairwell door wasn't shut. Chapter 5, Upgraded. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of countless footsteps echoed throughout the hallway. Given the number of residents in the complex, it was impossible for there to be this many zombies. Unless all residents were living in the hallways. But clearly, this was not the case. The only explanation was that the external doors were left open, allowing zombies from outside to swarm into the building. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed his luck, he actually ran into this kind of situation. He immediately turned around, planning to withdraw with his skeleton warriors to the rooftop. But as he was turning, his steps halted. The corridor was narrow, his skeleton warriors could actually have the upper hand here. Besides, he would have to clear this area sooner or later. The next hallway might not be safe either. If worse comes to worst, he could retreat to the rooftop and blockade the metal door. After quickly assessing the situation, he felt that they could give it a shot. More pallid, grotesque zombies pushed and shoved as they surged forward. Wu Heng wasted no more time in hesitation and decisively ordered, attack. The skeleton warriors began their charge. Crunch! A kitchen knife pierced through a skull, and a zombie immediately dropped to the floor. But more zombies were also surging forward. They clawed, pulled, and bit, using all their available methods to tear their target to shreds. The skeleton warriors kept swinging their weapons, hacking at the incoming zombies. The hallway was narrow, only allowing a few zombies to attack side by side. In the chaos, some zombies fell off the railing or were trampled underfoot, struggling to rise. The roars of the zombies, the sounds of tearing and hacking, and the ashen bones snapping echoed continuously in the hallway. I must learn some long-range skills when I have the chance. Wu Heng stood behind the skeletons, thrusting his short spear and muttering to himself. This close combat was too exhausting. Many zombies fell during the fight, trampled to death by the zombies behind them. The chaos was escalating. Meanwhile, the number of skeleton warriors was rapidly diminishing. Wu Heng felt a pang in his heart. After all, he had to watch as his skeletons were continuously torn apart, their bones scattered everywhere. Wu Heng stopped the energy-consuming act of thrusting his spear and started using his bone manipulation skill. New skeletons began to rise amidst the ongoing battle. No commands were needed. They automatically threw their punches and plunged towards the zombies. The battle intensified, with the combatants surging and receding like two clashing ant swarms. Both sides pushed and pulled, relentlessly attacking each other. Wu Heng, positioned behind his troops, began to break out in a sweat. In previous battles, he could find time to rest and recover. But this time was different. Using the bone manipulation skill continuously and intensively was pushing him to his limits. Sweat soaked his body as if he was suffering from kidney deficiency, and a throbbing pain coursed through his brain. The matter had once been discussed in the tavern in Blackstone Town. The frequent spell casting of mages can particularly drain their spiritual power. Overexertion physically only leads to muscle injury, which can be healed over time. However, mental exhaustion can result in severe consequences, such as dementia, or even a vegetative state. Your level has increased to level 2, intelligence +1, constitution +1, spiritual power slightly increased. The notification rang out in his ear. Leveled up. Just when Wu Heng felt he was reaching his limit, the alert suddenly sounded. The stabbing pain in his brain eased slightly for a moment. Time to go all out. At this point, the skeleton warriors have reached the 3rd floor. All they need to do is reach the 1st floor, close the door, and they would be safe. He continued giving orders, attack with everything you've got. Crash! The skeleton warriors crazily charged toward the fight. Their kitchen knives sliced and bare skeletons forcefully pushed the zombies back. As for Wu Heng, he quickly returned to the rooftop with a few skeleton warriors by his side. His eyes quickly scanned the construction materials, then pointed to a blue iron sheet and ordered, "Pick this up." One of the skeleton warriors obeyed, holding the iron sheet onto the rooftop's edge. Under Wu Heng's command, they threw it off the roof. Bang crash! The iron sheet hit the ground, creating a loud noise. Like a signal flare, all the zombies nearby ran towards it in a frenzy. They trampled and scrambled over the blue iron sheet. Wu Heng quickly returned to the hallway. As expected, there were considerably fewer zombies below. "Quick, move forward!" The skeleton warriors continued to charge down the stairs, the battle escalating rapidly. They advanced and finally reached the door. Several skeletons rushed outside to distract the horde while the others closed the building entrance. Bang, bang, bang! Zombies were furiously beating against the iron door, creating a loud hammering noise. After killing the remaining zombies in the corridor, the skeletons moved in more debris to barricade the staircase door once again. Luckily, the zombies clearly lacked intelligence. After pounding on the iron door for a while and noticing no movement from within, they gradually dispersed, lured away by other sounds. They stopped their merciless assault on the poor green door. Wu Heng sat inside a room, leaning forward and gasping for air. The situation had been quite dangerous just now. Thinking back, it was a close call. Thankfully, the staircase door was still blocked, otherwise, things could have become difficult. After resting for a while, he felt slightly better. The corridor was filled with corpses and fragments of bones. He had no intention of using his bone manipulation skill right now. After all, the door was already blocked. There would be time the next day, when he felt better, to come back and summon the skeletons. He stepped over the corpses and started clearing out the remaining zombies in the houses one by one with the remaining skeleton warriors, while also scavenging for supplies. Inside a room on the third floor, Wu Heng held a black motorcycle helmet, inspecting it meticulously. The room's owner must have been a motorcycle enthusiast. There were many things related to motorcycles, along with various outdoor equipment. Climbing rope, portable lights, and more essentials were also present. The object that captured his interest the most was the solid helmet in his hands. It had a full-face design, complete with a transparent plastic windscreen that could protect his eyes and mouth from blood splatter during battles with zombies. The material seemed to be composite, very robust, and the helmet's weight was still tolerable. He took off his leather hat and replaced it with the helmet to test it out. The helmet felt good. Although it was a bit stuffy, he could tolerate it for the sake of safety. He put his leather hat on the sword-wielding skeleton. After packing up anything he could use, he left the room to continue scavenging in the next one. Dusk. After returning to Blackstone Town and having a quick meal, he went to bed. He had exhausted too much spiritual power today and decided to rest instead of practicing with the spear. The next day, around noon. Zombie World. Wu Heng had spent the entire morning converting all the bodies in the building's staircase into skeleton warriors. It took several hours to transform and rest intermittently. At this moment, the rooftop was filled with skeletons. Armed with kitchen knives and hammers, they presented an imposing sight. He counted 52 skeleton warriors in total. There were fewer than expected, considering the number of zombies they had killed. The transformation had only yielded this many. The sword-wielding skeleton had leveled up to 2 attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 8. Strength had increased by 1 point, with no other changes. The increase seemed to make no difference. But a small increase was better than no increase at all. He hoped the attributes would add up with more leveling up. Normally, more should have reached level 2, but the skeletons kept dying in battles. The rest of the skeletons, mostly a new batch summoned from the ground in the morning, had 0 experiences. Leveling up these skeletons was proving to be a challenging task. He needed to carefully plan things out. He should prioritize developing a few higher-level ones first. After distributing a kitchen knife to each new skeleton, Wu Heng opened his own attribute Wo panel. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 2, 550/900. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 15, Perception 10, Charm 12. Skills, Bone manipulation skill. He had also leveled up to 2. His constitution and intelligence had increased. It was a little better than the skeletons, but not by much. Indeed, there was an improvement, but it felt as though there was none. The effect was almost imperceptible. After resting and mostly recovering his spiritual power and energy, he stood up again. He put on the motorcycle helmet, pulled down the face shield, and gave the dull command, "Follow me." Clattering. A group of over 50 skeletons followed him, forming an eerily impressive entourage. He approached the iron door of the third building. Using the bronze key, he quietly unlocked the door. A cold, rotten smell seeped through his face shield and into his nostrils. The interior of the staircase was eerily quiet, with a few broken corpses on the ground. Seeing the corpses on the floor, Wu Heng frowned. Dead zombies? Could zombies be killed? Were there survivors? Chapter 6, Habit in Life Survivors? The sight of the mutilated zombie bodies in the staircase flashed the idea by his mind. However, after observing carefully, he quickly dismissed the notion. The ghastly state of the zombies didn't look like the work of humans, but rather seemed as though some beast had torn it apart. Scratch marks exposing the underlying material were visible on one of the entrance doors. As though there was still a beast or monster lingering in the hallway. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed once more. The hallway door was left ajar yesterday, and an unknown beast had shown up today. Turns out, his own apartment was the safest. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, a violent shaking resonance surged from the staircase handrails. The sound quickly spread across the entire hallway. As though something was non-stop pounding on the staircase handrails below. A sense of tension rose again in Wu Heng's heart. Gripping his weapon tightly, he whispered, "Let's go, downstairs." Wu Heng walked in the middle, leading the way downstairs. Leading the way downstairs. The sound of the skeleton's feet hitting the ground is drowned by the violent collision against the railings. It didn't attract any enemies. Continuing onwards, there were several more destroyed zombies with ripped limbs are scattered everywhere. Wu Heng did not release his bone manipulation skill, choosing instead to see what was happening downstairs. By the time they reached the 4th floor platform, the source of the noise banging against the railings was apparent to be below them. He rearranged the position of the skeletons, came to the step, and peeped down at the 3rd floor. There was a mottled golden lion zombie, its front limbs clutching onto the railing, shaking its waist violently. Just like a beast in heat, venting its excess energy on the railings. What's going on? Even animals can get infected. Moreover, how would there be a lion in the staircase? As Wu Heng looked at it in amazement, it seemed to sense something too. The frantically shaking lion zombie suddenly stopped, turned its head to look in this direction. The shriveled lips revealed sharp tusks, shredded flesh hung from the corner of its mouth. This isn't some lion. It's that teddy owned by one of the building's occupants. The only difference was that its size had increased several folds, and with its yellow fur coat, there wasn't much difference from a lion. Even after becoming a zombie, it can't break the habit of wagging its waist everywhere. Woo roar! The teddy zombie let out a roar, and charged upwards directly. After recognizing it as Teddy, the tension in his heart eased considerably. Seeing the zombie Teddy about to charge, Wu Heng took 2 steps back, ordering, "Kill it!" Swish! The skeleton warriors charged forward, weapons raised. The zombie Teddy bounded forward, suddenly sprung its legs, used the wall to gain momentum and directly leaped over the oncoming skeletons. In one step, it landed on the turn platform. Waving its dog-like paws, the skeletons in front were flung away, it bit the skull of one, shaking it furiously. The powerfully built body rampaged through the platform, toppling the skeleton warriors and rolling down the stairs. Next, Teddy lifted its head, looking towards Wu Heng at the back. It leaped again, charging straight at Wu Heng. Wu Heng's face turned, he held up his round shield at an angle, the next second a massive force slammed into the shield, his body uncontrollably flew backwards. He rammed into the wall behind, then rolled down the stairs, his helmet clanking on the steps. The zombie Teddy intended to attack again, a sword swung towards its head, thwarting its move. Simultaneously, the surrounding skeletons also responded promptly, a few clung onto Teddy's back, holding its body tightly, while more wielded kitchen knives chopping randomly at it ignoring what part they were hitting, fur and flesh kept falling. Like a lion, Teddy began to struggle with all his strength, thrashing about like a sticky rice ball covered in white bones. Wu Heng quickly stood up and straightened his helmet. With a wave of his hand, several skeletons appeared to shield him once more. Bang crash! Zombie Teddy suddenly slammed into a nearby wall. The intense collision caused the skeleton attached to his body to scatter. Immediately, he sprang up again, his target still Wu Heng. Damn it! Swearing, Wu Heng quickly dodged to the side. Simultaneously, he bent low with a crouching step, accumulated strength, and jabbed the spear forward. The spear training had yielded some benefits. The spear hit Teddy in the chest from the side, sinking into the putrefied body. At the same time, a force transferred to his wrist and the spear slipped out of his grasp. Teddy landed elegantly, the spear still lodged in his chest. The spear stuck into the ground, pierced right through his chest and left forelimb with a thudding sound. Deep red, viscous blood flowed from the wound. Wu Heng leapt down a whole set of steps backward, continuing, "Don't stop, go kill it." The skeleton warriors surged forward once again. A damaged body couldn't deal a fatal blow to Zombie Teddy, but the spear piercing through his chest and forelimb did affect his movements. Unable to support his body with his left forelimb, his movements were uneven. Teddy slowed down, but the assault from the skeleton warriors became fiercer. Relentlessly hemming and assaulting him, his body was covered in wounds. When his entire body was submerged by skeletons and the sound of chopping meat rang continuously, the system notification quickly followed. Experience gained plus 42. Summon Entity Skeleton Warrior, experience plus 20. Wu Heng lifted his face shield, disregarding the stench in the air and breathing deeply. He never would have imagined that a teddy bear could mutate into such a form. Genetic mutation, or some sort of devolution. That's how it was written in the novels, but whether it was one of these two, he wasn't sure. Regardless, Teddy had become a lion. He was trapped in the hallway, otherwise, with such a massive body, it would have wreaked havoc everywhere, bringing disaster to many species. Zombie Teddy's combat ability far outstripped that of a regular zombie. To be able to charge and crash amidst a crowd of skeletons, his strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. The most terrifying aspect was that he seemed to possess some intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep repeatedly trying to attack Wu Heng. If all zombies possessed intelligence, could they still be called zombies or would they be a new sentient species? He couldn't figure it out. But that sort of outcome would not be good news for him. This fight served as a reminder for him. In addition to increasing the number of skeletons, he also needed to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, if he were killed, having many skeletons wouldn't be of any use. After catching his breath, he stepped forward to pull the spear out of Teddy. He activated the bone manipulation skill. Summoning a large beast-like skeleton was something he was quite looking forward to. The summoned entity exceeds the summoner's capacity, instability factor increases. As the bone manipulation skill was released, a notification appeared. Before Wu Heng had a chance to react, he could feel his spiritual power being rapidly drained. This made Wu Heng's complexion change. Ordinary corpses usually stood up instantly. The corpse of Zombie Teddy in front of him, however, required a lot more spiritual power. Plus the instability factor mentioned in the notification made him worried. He couldn't afford to summon something that would attack himself. That would indeed be a catastrophe. Soon, the corpse of Teddy began to change. Flesh and blood melted like hot wax, and a canine skeleton slowly stood up. The ghastly white bones were even more thick-set, and within the empty eye sockets, a strange pale blue ghostly flame flickered. Skeleton Hunting Dog, Level 5. Chapter 7, Skeleton Dog. Skeleton Hunting Dog. Level, 5, 0/1500. Attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charm 4. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul Fire. Basic Soul Fire, this undead unit possesses the basic soul fire and can understand and execute simple commands. Being only a skeleton, one could hardly tell that it used to be a teddy, especially given its size being closer to a lion's. The skeleton dog's attributes are considerably higher in terms of strength and agility. On the other hand, its constitution appears to be somewhat lower. On the traits front, a new element, basic soul fire, has been added. The description clarifies that the skeleton now possesses a soul fire, enabling it to understand and execute simple commands. This is, in fact, quite beneficial. Although the skeleton warriors are useful, they are rather rigid. Supervision is necessary for them to execute commands, and they find it particularly hard to comprehend more complex commands. Now with the soul fire in place, they can comprehend a wider range of commands. However, it's unclear how this soul fire came about. Is it a special type of undead? Or is it something that comes with ascending to a certain level? Baffling as it is, this question must be shelved for now. After reviewing the attributes, just when something scattered across the ground caught his eye as he prepared to scour the room with the skeleton soldiers. Brain matter. In the spot where the body's head used to be, there remained a milky white fleshy substance. It was easily spotted against the scattered remains because it stood out significantly. Under the influence of the bone manipulation skill, the flesh and blood of the summoned creatures had melted on the ground like hot wax, whether it was skin or internal organs. Yet this particular piece of meat still retained its texture very well and was instantly noticeable. Did Teddy have a tumor? He used his iron spear to pick out this piece of meat, picked it up and examined it in his hand. About the size of a bead, it had some elasticity, felt like he was holding a chunk of jelly. What could it be? Clang clang clang. As Wu Heng was examining the piece of meat, the iron railing began shaking again, startling him into a slight shiver. He looked up to see the skeleton Teddy hugging the stair railing with its front limbs, crazily shaking its hips. The pelvis banging against the railing caused a clanging noise. The echoing noise through the whole corridor attracted zombies outside to start banging on the door. Damn it! Wu Heng was left speechless. Without that part anymore, why would it still act like that? Stop it! Wu Heng immediately ordered. The skeleton Teddy instinctively shook its hips a couple more times before looking up at him. In the hollow eye sockets, the flicker of soul fire could be seen. Stay in place! Wu Heng ordered again. The skeleton Teddy sat on the spot, refraining from further peculiar movements. This slight interruption depleted his enthusiasm for further investigation. He put the piece of meat into a plastic bag, then set off downstairs with the skeletons. After confirming the front door was tightly shut with no risk of opening, he started turning the zombies killed by the zombie Teddy in the hallway into skeletons. Then began the task of house-by-house looting. Everything that could be of use to him or sold in Blackstone Town was packed into his backpack and taken out. Only after wrapping up did he leave the building and head back to Blackstone Town. Upon returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Heng went straight to the deer antler shop. The shop owner seemed quite enthusiastic. Apparently, the resin he sold last time had earned him a handsome profit. Mr. Wu Heng, do you have something else to sell today? The shop owner asked, his face beaming with expectation. I'm here to buy something. The shop owner's smile didn't wane as he continued to ask, what do you need? Do you have any medicine for injuries? Asked Wu Heng. He didn't feel much during the fight, but after it ended, his whole body was aching. Though there were no obvious wounds, there were signs of bruising on his shoulder and arm. Yes, the shop owner said, bending down to take 2 glass vials from the counter. Depending on the type of injury, different potions are needed. Wu Heng rolled up his sleeves, giving the other party a glance. This. I tripped. In that case, a small dose of the potion should help, the shopkeeper continued. All right, how much does it cost? 1 silver, and 30 copper pieces. Potion knowledge in this world is well developed, even if you have not used them you would have heard of some of their effects. Wu Heng paid for the potion and picked it up. Small healing potion. Description, a potion with healing properties. Without further hesitation, he tossed his head back and drank it. As the potion went down his throat, he could feel a warm sensation spreading through his body. The pain in his body was evidently alleviated. Its effects were astonishingly quick. He bought a few more healing potions and spirit potions from the shopkeeper after. He suddenly thought of the chunks of flesh that dropped from the zombies he killed. He opened his pack to take a look and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Mutated corpse core. Description, the crystallized energy of a mutated creature, it can enhance one's physical constitution but has a chance of being contaminated by toxins. It now has properties displayed. There was no change in the zombie world, but here it showed its properties. His system prompts seem to be linked with this alternate world, the related prompts only show up when there is a connection made with this world. Just like how his and the skeleton's properties only became visible after he became a necromancer. Although it was just a guess, it is probably accurate. Is there a problem? The potion bottles are quite sturdy and won't shatter easily, said the shopkeeper as he noticed Wu Heng looking into his pack. Wu Heng looked up and asked, "Boss, I have a friend who obtained some meat from a creature. It felt like the meat had the ability to alter one's constitution, but he's worried it might be poisonous. What should he do?" "What you're talking about should be a creature material. These materials detached from creatures are one type of alchemical potion ingredient. I don't recommend your friend experimenting with it themselves. It would be best to send it to an alchemist for identification. If you're not comfortable with that, you can also post a request at the Adventurers Association. Although it will cost some money, the main point here is safety," the shopkeeper said as he tidied up the desk. "One type of alchemical material? Post a request." Wu Heng pondered for a bit and felt that the suggestion was sound. Seeing that more customers were entering the shop, Wu Heng didn't linger any longer. After greeting the shopkeeper, he left. Standing at the entrance, he decided to head towards the central area. The Adventurers Association, established about 500 years ago. At first, it was just a group of closely knit adventurers who set up a base for cooperative adventures and for the exchange of information. However, as time passed, the adventurer base's fame and influence spread across the world, covering all races and kingdoms. As the number of members and influence grew, the adventure base officially renamed itself Adventurers Association. Branches were set up everywhere to help adventurers while also serving as a monitoring entity. Wu Heng's Necromancer profession skill book was obtained from the association. The Adventurers' Hall was grand and spacious. It was filled with adventurers of all kinds. There were muscular men whose skin shone with oil, warriors clad in silver armor with great swords on their backs, and female archers with slender figures, clad in form-fitting leather armor. It was like walking into a grand cosplay event. The only pity was that the female adventurers' armor were highly protective. There were no bikini-style armors. "Not sexy at all," Wu Heng muttered under his breath. The reception desk was at the front, with receptionists handling the adventurers' various inquiries. There was also a display board to one side with various bounty and mission postings like capturing wanted criminals, hunting magical beasts, collecting information, and so on. Completing the posted tasks would earn currency and item rewards. Money was the common reward, but item rewards could be anything from items to skill books, notes from predeceased explorers, magical items, or weapons and armor. The Adventurers Association spans all races and holds a terrifying amount of materials and resources. Whatever you need, they are likely to have it. Wu Heng merely glanced at the board, none of it piqued his interest. Capturing wanted criminals, hunting magical creatures, none of them were safe jobs. Being a novice who had just changed professions, he couldn't participate in any of them. Upon reaching the reception desk, the receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you? I would like to post a request." Chapter 8, Does anyone testify for you? After completing the identity verification. The guild is, after all, an organization formed by adventurers. Checking your identity is also to verify if you are a registered member to avoid losing track of you after an undertaking has been completed. After the confirmation, the attendant continued to ask, "Sir, what kind of task would you like to assign?" "I have a kind of materia that I need an alchemist to analyze, moreover, a detoxifying potion needs to be made if it's poisonous," Wu Heng stated directly. "Very well, sir. Have you brought the materia?" "Yes." Wu Heng opened his bag and took out a piece of a sliced corpse core. The attendant took out a glass container and packed it in. "Your task involves potion making and will not be made public. It will be handled by an alchemist appointed by the guild, who will also ensure the safety of the potion." "All right." The guild's supervision would certainly make things safer. It would be hard to say whether the antidote made by a random alchemist outside would work or not. A deposit of 5 silver coins is needed. The balance will be calculated according to the potion's difficulty and the material's value when you come to collect the potion. The 5 coins were only a deposit. Earning money as a potion maker seems pretty good. When can I expect the result? Within 5 days, it shall be delivered to you. Wu Heng nodded, took out the money, and finished the commission registration. If the guild can complete the analysis and concoct the potion, it would be the most ideal. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to use this material himself, and it might even decay if left for too long. Having issued the commission, Wu Heng exited the Adventurers Guild and headed towards the crowded district. The crowded district. This was the civilian area where Wu Heng lived, located in the north of Blackstone Town. Houses with stone brick pointed rooftops filled the entire block, with oval wooden windows opened, clothes and quilts were hung on ropes to dry. The houses were densely packed, and the architecture was incredibly crowded. The main road paved with rubble was only 3 or 4 meters wide. The residents had piled up things at their doors, making the road even narrower. A large number of civilians lived here, supporting most of the town's basic operations. Back at his place, he made himself a bowl of noodles with 2 sausages. These were all scavenged today, the owner hadn't had time to consume them before they'd become a zombie. He figured he might as well take everything back with him. Putting aside whether they were safe to eat, they were quite tasty. After finishing his dinner, he checked his body. The purple parts on his body had basically faded away, and there was no painful feeling anymore. The potions in this world are amazing. After ensuring that he was all right, he began his usual before-bed exercises. He didn't stop until he was soaked in sweat, then he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng went straight to the zombie world. As soon as he got to the rooftop, he heard a clattering sound. Among the 63 skeleton warriors on standby, the skeleton hunting dog was using its front limbs to hold one of them and vigorously wagging its hip bone. The ordinary skeleton soldiers didn't have wisdom, the one being shaken lost its balance yet still managed to maintain its standby status. Its body was about to be rattled apart. Damn, why did I get stuck with this thing? Wu Heng was a bit speechless. Skeleton dog, stop. If they continued to collide, one of them would definitely break a bone. Upon hearing the command, the skeleton dog immediately stopped and squatted beside him. In the future. No. Hip wagging with other skeletons, understand? The skeleton dog tilted its head in confusion, looking as though it didn't understand. Fed up with explaining, he checked the condition of the skeleton soldiers once more and then ordered, "Follow me." With the sound of bones rubbing against each other, all the skeleton soldiers that were on standby began to move, following him as he walked to one side. The building where Wu Heng lived was near the edge of the residential area, with a total of 5 units. The first 3 units had been thoroughly cleaned up, only 2 units left to clear. He opened the iron door leading to the corridor, the cold and foul smell hit him in the face. Looking down the corridor, there was no trace of any zombies on the 6th floor. Forward! Wu Heng ordered directly. Clatter clatter! The skeleton soldiers stepped into the corridor. The sound of bone feet stepping on the ground was crisp and frequent. Roar! Zombie cries echoed from downstairs. Immediately followed by running noises, a female zombie clad only in purple lace lingerie rushed up. It opened its monstrous mouth, letting out an ear-piercing roar. The female zombie was quite well endowed, with a broad chest and a very appealing waist and hip curve. However, her grey skin was veined with black, and a drooping eyeball spoiled her original beauty. She looked extraordinarily grotesque and terrifying. Wu Heng didn't have time to observe her more closely. The skeleton hunting dog immediately leaped over the skeleton in front of it and tackled the female zombie to the ground. The fabric that had been barely hanging off her shoulders fell off, revealing more skin. The skeleton hunting dog instantly broke the zombie's neck and began tearing it apart frenziedly. Blood and flesh splattered all over. The female zombie writhed desperately on the ground, continuously attempting to tear at the skeleton hunting dog with her hands. But she was considerably weaker. However much she resisted, she couldn't break free. Although the skeleton hunting dog's attributes weren't particularly exceptional, it still demonstrated combat capabilities exceeding that of a standard zombie. At least in a 1v1 situation, it had an overwhelming advantage. Soon enough, the female zombie stopped struggling, and the system notification immediately followed. You've gained +8 experience. Summoned creature skeleton hunting dog gained +1 experience. The target was killed, and the system notification immediately followed. Wu Heng was currently at level 2, so the experience gained from killing a zombie decreased from 10 points to 8 points. This was easy to understand. After all, with a higher level, the experience gained from the same enemy would decrease. But while this was understandable, it wasn't exactly good news. Due to the reduced experience, he needed to kill more zombies to level up. The other experience point was added to the skeleton hunting dog, which was at level 5 and gained 1 point. Which was even less reward than he received. Thump thump thump. Just as the skeleton hunting dog got used to clutching the corpse's waist, the sound of rapid footsteps followed from downstairs. Another 3 zombies rushed up, running. Seeing the army of skeletons, the zombies let out an angry, monstrous roar. Wu Heng pointed his hand and commanded, "Skeleton warriors, attack and exterminate all targets." The standby skeleton warriors immediately sprang into action. Wielding cleavers, they charged at the incoming zombies. Several of the skeleton warriors in the front row were knocked over by the zombies, while many more cleavers landed directly on the zombies. Falling like raindrops, they chopped the zombies till they couldn't get up again, until they turned into a pile of mush. After the battle, both Wu Heng and the skeleton warriors gained experience. He used the bone manipulation skill to transform the 3 bodies into skeletons, then continued directing the skeleton warriors to move downstairs. The descent was smooth, and they did not encounter any additional zombies. Hammering and scratching noises occasionally sounded from the doors on both sides of the corridor, indicating that there were still zombies inside. They went straight down to the first floor and confirmed that the main door was securely closed. Then he took out the bronze key and started going house to house, clearing out zombies and scavenging for loot. For the current team of skeletons, the zombies inside the rooms posed no threat. The work of clearing the rooms went without a hitch. They were all regular zombies, everything went smoothly. This type of battle was precisely what he wanted to see. No pressure, and under safe circumstances, he could increase both his experience and the number of skeleton warriors. When they returned to the roof, he tallied the number of skeletons. The total number was 77 skeleton warriors, 2 of which were level 2 sword-wielding skeletons, the rest remained at level 1, and there was a level 5 skeleton hunting dog. After counting the numbers and distributing cleavers to the newcomers, he returned to Blackstone Town. Eat, train, sleep. The next day, after Wu Heng had finished his ablutions and was about to head out for breakfast, the moment he stepped out of his room, he saw several patrol guards in uniform armor questioning the neighbors. The patrol guards, in other words, the enforcers of Blackstone Town. They wore leather armor and carried iron swords around their waists. Seeing Wu Heng stepping out, 2 of them walked over with stern expressions. "Wu Heng." Wu Heng frowned slightly and nodded. "Where were you last night?" "I was in my room for the entire night, I didn't go out." "Do you have anyone to vouch for you?" Chapter 9, Survivor. "Do you have someone who can vouch for you?" "A witness?" He was clueless about what was going on. Did he actually need a witness? Upon thinking, he finally said, "The owner of this house should be able to vouch for me." So he brought the landlord into it. After all, he didn't know many people here and couldn't think of anyone else besides the landlord. "What were you doing before nightfall?" The guard continued his inquiry. "I was exercising in the room." "Have you noticed any suspicious people recently?" "No." The guard leaned in, peeked inside the room, and said, "We need to search your residence." Wu Heng glanced back into his room, not seeing much of anything, so he stepped aside. "Go ahead." The leading guard motioned and another guard stepped in to begin the search. The room was small and didn't contain much. The special things he had were hidden away in the zombie world, and Wu Heng was not worried about anything being discovered. Turning his gaze back to the guard standing outside the door, he asked, "What exactly happened?" The guard maintained a blank expression, answering casually, "A brutally dismembered body was discovered in the crowded district last night." "Oh. So someone had died, no wonder." The way crimes were handled in the crowded district was relatively simple. Physical evidence, suspects' statements, and testimonies from nearby residents could all serve as evidence. However, if the crime was well hidden, it would still be very difficult to solve. Similarly, if there was any evidence pointing at you, even if you were innocent, it would be difficult to prove it. You could simply be arrested and executed, without a chance to be heard. As for Wu Heng, being a necromancer, he was already a major suspect in town. Whenever such incidents occurred nearby, he would naturally be subjected to strict questioning. While others only faced questioning, they were about to search his house. Any leads? Wu Heng kept on probing. Aside from some potential threats, we're not ruling out the possibility that a wanted criminal has infiltrated the town. The guard glanced at him. The way he said it. By then, the guard searching the room came out, shaking his head slightly to indicate he had discovered nothing suspicious. The guard at the door didn't linger either, reminding, "If you have any information, you can provide it to us, there will be rewards." "Fine." He replied affirmatively but didn't concern himself too much about it. Given his minimal skill level, even battling zombies was too much for him to handle, let alone confronting a murderer. In this world, he couldn't even beat a woman in a fight. The guard didn't say anything else and continued his door-to-door questioning and safety reminders. Wu Heng locked his door and went to a nearby tavern for food. After dinner, he headed directly to the zombie world. Wu Heng, leading his squad of skeleton warriors, approached the last iron gate of the unit. As the iron gate was opened, a strong, appallingly putrid smell enveloped the air. As soon as his foot stepped over the threshold, the sound of hissing and running echoed from the lower floor. 3 zombies, stumbling and hurtling, made their way up. Upon seeing the skeleton army, they let out an ecstatic roar. "Attack!" Wu Heng ordered, pointing his iron spear forward. Clang clang clang! The skeleton warriors charged the zombies, brandishing their machetes. The sound of hacked flesh filled the air. Soon, the zombies lay slain under the machetes. Gained +8 EXP. Summoned creature skeleton warrior gains +5 EXP. Your level has increased to 3, intelligence +1, charm +1, and spiritual power has slightly increased. The moment the third zombie fell, Wu Heng leveled up to level 3. The attributes that increased were intelligence and charm. It seemed that the increases weren't random, otherwise, intelligence wouldn't always be one of them. However, he had not yet figured out the logic behind these increases. He moved to the bodies, unleashed the bone manipulation skill, and 3 skeletons rose to join his team. Forward! Wu Heng commanded again, leading his skeletal troops downwards. The number of zombies in the hallway was not large, posing no significant pressure on his skeleton warriors. They cleared the way to the first floor, confirmed that the building entrance was secured, then began going door to door, eliminating zombies and looting items of value. Cleaning up the last unit was easier than the previous ones. There were no mutant zombie dogs, and the doors of the units were all closed. They spent only half of the day clearing the entire building. A single zombie could be easily killed by a skeleton dog. When there were more zombies, the skeleton warriors attacked as a team and it was not too difficult. Wu Heng felt a trace of confidence in his heart. It seemed that zombies were not as difficult to deal with as he had thought. However, they had cleared the entire building and found no survivors. This made him question whether the zombie outbreak could be spread through the air or some special method. It seemed that he was the only one left in this world. Teddy, who perhaps retained his love for life, seemed to be his only companion. Exiting the hallway, his skeleton warriors began to transport the loot. Wu Heng stood on the rooftop, casually giving commands while contemplating his next plan. They had cleared all the zombies in this building completely. If he wanted to continue killing zombies to gain experience, he would have to venture outside. There were about 50 to 60 zombies gathered downstairs. The number seemed small. However, once a fight broke out and zombies from all directions were attracted, the difficulty of the fight would increase proportionally. If things went wrong, he could lose all his skeletons and put himself in danger. Aside from charging out directly, there was another method. From the side of the rooftop, he could build a ladder connecting the 2 buildings, move to the neighboring rooftop, and continue the cleaning process unit by unit. This would be safer. He looked at the gap between the buildings from the edge. It was about 5 to 6 meters. With a long enough plank or a ladder that he could order from Blackstone Town, he could make it across. Though the height posed some threat, it was still more reliable than taking on the zombies directly. The only thing he was uncertain about was whether his stiff skeleton warriors could cross successfully. The fall from the 6th floor would be enough to shatter them. With these thoughts in mind, he went downstairs to find a climbing rope, planning to throw it across to measure the distance between the buildings. Just as he was swinging the rope, about to throw it across. Thud bang 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 bang! The noise of intense collisions came from the road on the west. He looked up in the direction of the sound. A bus, styled with a post-apocalyptic vibe, was violently plowing through the zombies and wrecked vehicles in its path, continuing to drive forward. Sturdy iron plates were affixed to both sides of the bus, the windows were covered with thick iron rods. Through the gaps in the iron rods, he could see iron pipes sticking out to impale climbing zombies. Behind the bus was a mass of zombies. More and more zombies, attracted by the collision sound, rushed out from the neighborhoods on both sides to join the crowd chasing the bus. The numbers continued to increase, looking like a devastating wave in a zombie movie. It was a horrifying sea of zombies. Even from a distance, he could still feel the terror and suffocation the horde of corpses brought. Damn it! Wu Heng immediately ordered his skeletons to stop all activities and move away from the edge. He kept his eyes fixed on the bus that was breaking through everything. Survivors. There were still survivors, trying to break out. Chapter 10, Equipping the Bomb. Survivors. Absolutely survivors. This world didn't turn everyone into zombies, there were still survivors. The bus in the distance, like a Hollywood blockbuster, dashed down the road, knocking zombies flying or grinding them into mincemeat. Obstructing vehicles and obstacles were violently smashed out of the way, and it kept moving forward. The number of zombies chasing the bus was increasing, yet they couldn't catch up just on their legs, lagging behind. At this pace, unless something unexpected happens, the bus might actually make it out. If it makes it to the main road, that's more than half the battle. The roads there were much wider, and the zombie population wasn't as dense as in the residential area. Wu Heng watched the situation on the street intently, his gaze following the bus. Just as the bus arrived at the intersection and began to slow down to turn. Suddenly, with a crash sound, the floor-to-ceiling glass of a roadside shop broke, accompanied by flying shards. A large figure with dark red skin charged towards the slowing bus. Boom! The enormous zombie hit the side of the bus, causing it to rock violently. Out of control, with a bang, it crashed into a utility pole on the roadside. The bus came to a halt, emitting a cloud of black smoke. Before anyone inside could react, zombies from all directions drowned the bus. Between the gaps of the crowded zombies, one could see a frantic pipe stabbing outwards. The survivors inside were still trying to resist. But they had attracted too many zombies along the way, flooding in like a tide. Based on the current situation, it's unlikely they can escape even if the bus could restart. Wu Heng watched from the rooftop. Anxious inside, but realizing he could do nothing to save them in this situation. Rushing over would only serve as another meal for the zombies. With a slight sigh, his attention turned to the enormous monster that had toppled the bus. A humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and exaggeratedly strong arms and torso. Its muscles bulging like malignant tumors, filled with explosive power. What the hell is that thing? Zombie Teddy had morphed from an ordinary size to almost the size of a lion, and the zombie in front of him had clearly undergone a similar transformation. Moreover, its combat power had reached a terrifying level. To collide with a bus using its physical body, that strength was simply terrifying. The enormous, slightly dizzy zombie tottered towards the bus. Swing away the zombies in its way, it reared back its fist and slammed into the bus. Bang, bang, bang. With each heavy blow, the bumper dented, the vehicle rebar fell off. As the gap grew larger, the zombies flooded into the compartment and began to wildly grab for flesh. The chaos didn't last very long. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the bus stopped shaking. The zombies, like wild beasts that have lost their target, calmed down and dispersed in all directions. The bus at the center was now bent out of shape, with dismembered body parts hanging off it. From start to finish, Wu Heng never got to know how many survivors there were, or what they looked like. The mutant giant zombie walked to the side and disappeared back into the roadside shop. Watching this, Wu Heng felt an increased sense of danger in his situation. Whether it was the zombie tide that just came or the mutated giant zombie, both put tremendous pressure on him. With his current number of skeletons, encountering either would be a one-way street to death. Better maintain a low profile, and once I get a certain number of skeletons, I won't have to fear. Mumbling to himself, he watched the zombies gradually disperse. Hi! Suddenly, a wandering zombie attracted his attention. Another zombie wearing a blue shirt, nothing special, except for his belt. A black belt, attached to a black cord, attached to a black handgun, hanging from his calf. A zombie delivering weapons. In fights with zombies, he could rely on his skeleton warriors, and he would be fine as long as he didn't take chances. But in the world where every man is a warrior in Blackstone Town, in case of an emergency, he lacks the ability to defend himself. If he could get that weapon, it would avail him a sense of security. Pulling a trigger is much simpler than shooting a bow and arrow. I have to get it. Muttering to himself, Wu Heng began to figure out how to get it. Rushing out directly is obviously unrealistic. The best way is to find a way to get him here alone. After thinking about it, Wu Heng glanced at the climbing rope in his hand. It's worth a try. On the road, a rope fell from the sky. After lassoing the zombie, it tightened and dragged to one side. The sudden pulling force freaked out the zombie, who looked around in panic and roared. It seemed to be confused as to why it was moving without its own control. During the chaotic struggle, the zombie was pulled up along the outer wall of the building. Standing on the roof, Wu Heng instructed the skeleton warriors to change the direction of the dragging to avoid balconies and outer railings in case of an accident midway. Next to him were two skeleton pigeons with white skeletal bodies, but their wings had a layer of flesh membrane, preserving their flight capability. The lasso on the target zombie was also accomplished by these two skeleton pigeons. He doesn't have the ability to lasso the target from such a distance. Even with the skeleton pigeons dropping the lasso from the sky, it took more than 20 attempts to succeed this once. That's why he was very cautious during the dragging process, fearing it might fall midway. Finally, the struggling zombie was pulled onto the rooftop. Before it could get up and attack, it was hacked into a corpse by countless vegetable cleavers. Wu Heng crouched down and stripped off the corpse's pants, taking what he wanted into his hands. He wasn't unfamiliar with guns. They were common in films and television. Moreover, he had played a game called Firearm Simulator before, where he researched assembly and operation. He is rather like a cloud archer. So, although it was his first time holding a handgun, he wasn't unfamiliar with its operation. Upon removing the magazine, there were still 9 bullets inside. He meticulously searched the corpse but didn't find any extra bullets. He wasn't sure if the body only carried 1 magazine or if others were lost. The handgun was in good shape, without severe wear and tear. Wu Heng held the gun, trying to load and aim, but did not wish to waste a bullet by firing. After practicing the action of drawing and aiming several times, he put the gun away. Today's find was unexpectedly good. After converting the corpse into a skeleton warrior, he tidied up and prepared to return to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng went to the blacksmith shop to inquire about ordering an iron ladder. But in fact, his idea was a little naive. Not to mention whether the ladder could be installed across, even the production alone would require half a month. The blacksmith proposed another suggestion. To replace the iron ladder with sturdy wood, or even simpler, to use a rope to connect both sides and clamber across. Wu Heng listened, merely nodding in agreement without saying anything extra. If used with wood, it would be hard to acquire such a long wooden board. Even if it was available, it could easily collapse under too much weight due to the long distance. The idea of using a rope might work for humans, but not for the skeleton warriors. Therefore, both methods were unfeasible. After leaving the blacksmith shop, he headed to the tavern for dinner. After watching a few strong men arm wrestling, it was somewhat dark by the time he returned. There weren't many pedestrians on the road. As he entered the alleyway leading to his lodgings, 2 figures entered behind him. The moment they entered, they saw Wu Heng standing there waiting. The kid is quite vigilant, one of them said. Neither of them seemed particularly nervous upon being discovered by Wu Heng. What can I do for both of you? Asked Wu Heng. He had felt someone following him since he left the tavern. He had thought it was a guard watching him, but the 2 men in front of him clearly weren't guards. Kid, we're strapped for cash. We need to borrow a few things from you. Without wasting further time, the man at the front charged at Wu Heng like a cheetah. In the process, he drew 2 short blades from his waist. The blades reflected the silvery moonlight, cold and piercing. Wu Heng swiftly glanced at the second man. The other man remained standing by the entrance of the alley, leaning against the wall and looking carefully in all directions. A lookout. These 2 were experienced robbers. They were quite confident that 1 man would be enough to deal with him. As the rushing enemy was nearly upon him, Wu Heng stood his ground, eyes glued on the target. When the distance was only 3 or 4 meters. Bang! An ear-splitting gunshot rang out, and the bullet immediately hit the man in the waist. The sudden surge of excruciating pain caused him to sway slightly. What the hell was that? You! He had only managed to utter the first word when... Bang! 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 3 more gunshots followed. His chest, abdomen, and shoulders were successively hit. With the impact of the bullets, his body recoiled backward, and he fell to the ground, too painful to make any further moves. He had thought Wu Heng would be easy prey, but unexpectedly, he had kicked an iron plate. Help! The man turned to his partner, who was serving as a lookout. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through an eye socket. Experience gained, plus 64. The system prompt appeared, indicating the man had died. Then, Wu Heng lifted the gun and aimed it at the other man who was rushing towards him. The man at the entrance of the alley immediately halted, wary of the weapon in Wu Heng's hand. He glanced at his lifeless partner on the ground, slowly backing away until he reached the entrance of the alley. He cast a malicious look at Wu Heng, then turned around and fled. All around, noises started to rise as the neighborhood was disturbed by the gunshots. Wu Heng glanced down at the body at his feet, all wrapped up in thick leather armor and a cape, with very little blood seeping out. He picked up the fallen weapons, wrapped the body in the cape, and dragged it into his room. Not long after. Bang! 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 There was a knock at the door. The landlord's voice came, "Wu Heng, are you in your room? Did you hear that loud noise just now?" Wu Heng opened the door and said, "I heard it. I wonder whose idea it was to make such a racket at night." The landlord gave him a displeased look, then peeked inside the room. He said, "As long as you're okay. It's not safe lately. Lock your door at night." "Okay." After the landlord left, Wu Heng went on with his spear practice as if nothing had happened, the sound of the weapon striking a wooden target ringing out. Outside, the commotion and discussion continued, and guards came over to inquire. The next day, as the sky was beginning to brighten, Wu Heng headed towards the zombie world. It seemed to have rained slightly last night. The skeleton warriors were all covered in sparkling raindrops. These drops had washed away the filth from the skeletons. Wu Heng instructed the skeletons to carry the corpse brought last night to the rooftop. Then he began to strip off the man's equipment. Chapter 11, Fugitive. The body was stripped bare, and the loot was laid out one by one. Leather armor, leather boots, 2 short blades, 2 hand grenades, 2 bottles of healing potions, a paper bearing a ferocious snake head, and a purse filled with silver and copper coins. Upon seeing the hand grenades, Wu Heng's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Wu Heng's gaze first landed on the hand grenades. Poison smoke thunder. Description: upon release, it can produce a large amount of poisonous smoke. Damn, smoke bombs! Luckily, I fired decisively, otherwise he would have used this thing. Even if it's not explosive damage, the consequences would still be troublesome. Carefully setting the grenade aside, he looked again at the leather armor and boots. The leather armor was brown, with exquisite patterns of vines and scroll leaves on the surface, and the chest and waist areas were double thickened. Both the style and the workmanship were excellent, much higher in quality than the one Wu Heng had bought. The only drawback was the few holes punched by bullets. Even the leather armor of the magical world couldn't stop bullets. Wu Heng picked it up, measured it against his own size, and found it quite fitting, just right for him. Having bullet holes isn't a big deal. I can go to the leather shop to fix it. Even if I don't fix it, I mainly deal with zombies. As long as it can resist scratching and biting, a few bullet holes won't affect anything. He set aside the leather armor and picked up the 2 short blades. The sheath was black leather, the blade was silvery, and the handle was wrapped with strips of leather. Nice craftsmanship. Wu Heng played with it in his hand. These 2 weapons are very good. If they were in a weapon shop, they'd be considered above average quality and could easily be priced at dozens of silver coins. Are robbers this rich now? Well, it seems like ordinary people are the only poor ones. Besides the potions and the coins, there was still that slip of paper with a snake's head on it. It was referred to as a slip because it had a number and something like an anti-counterfeit pattern on it. I guess it was either robbed or stolen from somewhere. After putting away all the loot, he was quite satisfied. At least he didn't suffer a loss. After inspecting the loot, he planned to release the bone manipulation skill to turn the corpse into a skeleton. Just as he was about to do so, he noticed something upon looking at the corpse's face. Under the man's wet beard, there was a bulging scar as if from a centipede. This man seemed familiar. Especially this scar. Why does he look so familiar? He hadn't met many people in Blackstone Town, and even fewer left an impression. The neighbors around, the shopkeepers he often visited. Where had he seen him before? Unable to figure it out, he decided to command the skeletons to pack up all the loot first. After checking the surroundings, he headed downstairs. Profession Hall. Looking at the bounty on the bulletin board, Wu Heng's eyes widened a bit. Wanted criminal basin, bounty 120 silver coins, 1 lower tier item. The portrait resembled the man he had killed. Especially that centipede-like scar on his lower lip. The location and style were basically the same. Without the full beard, one could easily tell that he was the wanted criminal on the board. He just couldn't understand. Why would a wanted criminal set his sights on an honest necromancer like him? If he hadn't had a handgun, he might have been the one lying on the ground. What's worse, one of them had run away. He scanned the list of wanted criminals again, but didn't find anyone who resembled his escaped target. Either they weren't in there, or they too were disguised. They aren't after me, are they? Today, I killed this man. The escaped criminal might think of taking revenge on me. If it were in the zombie world, I wouldn't have feared these fugitives. With so many skeleton warriors of my own, I could have scared them to death. But in this world, it's hard to say. I should report this incident and have Blackstone Town search the crowded areas. At first, I thought of hiding the body right away because I was afraid of being misunderstood. Being a necromancer, it's hard for me to prove that it was either they who robbed me, or I who wanted to harm them without any valid evidence. Now that the other party is a wanted fugitive, anyone can kill him without taking any responsibility. Handing over the body and completing the task is the best choice. Having made up my mind, Wu Heng directly went to the counter. "Sir, how may I help you?" the staff asked with a smile. Wu Heng took out the freshly obtained bounty and said, "I killed this criminal yesterday, what should I do next?" "Sir, are you saying that you killed this fugitive, not just providing clues?" the young female counter clerk asked back skeptically. Fugitives who make it on the Professionals Association's bounty list aren't easy for ordinary people to deal with. When cities receive news or information, they organize patrols for arrests. It's rare for an individual to kill, especially a young man like Wu Heng, who looks sparkling clean. Wu Heng nodded, "Yes, what's the next step?" "Please wait a moment, we need to arrange for someone to verify the corpse. After confirming the identity, you will be given the bounty reward," said the counter clerk instantaneously. "That's fine, I'll take you over." Soon, a 5-man team with the association's emblem arrived. They didn't exchange any words, but just followed him to his residence. Wu Heng had moved the corpse over to this world in advance. He had dressed it in a linen cloak, slightly better than being naked. Members of the Professionals Association confirmed the identity of the corpse. After they confirmed the identity, they wrapped up the corpse and left. They then returned straight to the Professionals Association. Returning to the Professionals Hall, Wu Heng, under the guidance of the staff, filled in the record of the event. This included whether he initiated the investigation of the target, or countered passively. The process wasn't complicated, and it was optional to fill in. If he wanted to write something down, he could. If he didn't want to write or didn't have the details, he could leave it blank. There weren't too many complicated steps. "Sir, the bounty reward includes a lower-level item reward, what do you need?" the staff continued to ask. "What does it include?" "Weapon equipment, or rarely seen materials, notebooks, depending on what you need." Items were just a general term. Apart from the monetary reward, all other prizes were classified as items. They were only divided into levels, and the lower level obviously was not a high-level reward. "Do you have a skill book?" "For a mage." "Let me check for you." The staff took out a record book and started flipping through it. Soon they said, "Yes, sir, there are 2 types of skill books corresponding to the lower level reward, Dancing Light Skill and Acid Splash. Can I see them before making a choice?" "Just a moment, I'll go fetch them for you." With that, the clerk headed for the corridor. Wu Heng still sat there, waiting in silence. About 5 or 6 minutes elapsed. It was not the staff member who returned, but a patrol from Blackstone Town heading towards him. Seeing their stormy expressions, a feeling of dread suddenly welled up in his heart. The heavy boots tread on the floor, marching directly towards Wu Heng. After a brisk scan with serious eyes, they said, "Wu Heng, Necromancer, you killed a bounty fugitive last night. Yes, Wu Heng responded. Then come with us. With that, 2 guards stepped forward from behind, ready to grab his arm and forcefully take him away. Chapter 12, Professional Diaconate. Wu Heng's brows furrowed as he stepped back and asked, "May I know the reason?" "Special occupation, a life was taken, and suspicions of your intimate relationship with a wanted criminal." The guard answered, listing several dubious reasons. "So according to you, I can't fight back when a wanted criminal is trying to kill me?" Wu Heng retorted. The guard captain's gaze turned icy, and the men behind him rested their hands on the hilts of their swords. Wu Heng's face also turned grim. Does this place have no sense of reason? Yet, he didn't plan to fight back. If he attacked the guards now, his guilt would be confirmed. At that point, even if it's fine to kill the wanted criminal, attacking the guards would be a new piece of evidence against him. Just as the guards were about to take him away, the worker who had just left quickly returned. Frowning at the threatening guards, she said to Wu Heng, "Mr. Wu Heng, the administrator wishes to see you." "The administrator? An administrator from the guild?" Wu Heng didn't respond, but eyed the guards before him. The worker continued, "Gentlemen, can you wait for a moment? This guild isn't as simple as it seemed." An ordinary receptionist could speak confidently to the guards. The guards frowned but made way nonetheless. Wu Heng followed the worker along the corridor she had come from, up a staircase to the 2nd floor, and stopped in front of a room. She spoke softly, "Administrator, Mr. Wu Heng is here. Let him in." Upon entering the room filled with bookshelves and documents, a man dressed in formal wear with white hair was sitting there. His age didn't seem too old, but he gave off vibes of someone recovering from a severe illness. The worker leading Wu Heng whispered something to the man, before exiting the room. The man's gaze fell on Wu Heng. "My name is Yuzd, the resident administrator of Blackstone Town. I'm honored to meet you, Administrator Yuzd. No need to be formal. Sit down and let's talk. This is your bounty reward, but you can only choose one skill book." The man carried himself with elegance, like a nobleman. On the table, there lay a leather coin pouch and 2 ancient books with frayed edges. Once he settled down, Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the books. Dancing light skill. Description: you can create hovering sources of light. A lighting spell? What use is that? In a zombie world, he'd already found several flashlights with leftover batteries. He doesn't need this at the moment. Acid splash. Description: release an acid ball, causing strong acid damage to the target. Spewing acid? Why are these spells so different from what he imagined? Where are the fireballs and lightning? I'll choose this one. Wu Heng chose the coin pouch and acid splash and packed them away. The man nodded, and speaking in an easygoing manner, said, "I heard you ran into some trouble before I called you here." "Yes, the guards want to take me for an investigation, on the grounds of unauthorized combat." "Haha, it's normal for most places to dislike necromancers." The man laughed and poured 2 cups of tea, passing one to Wu Heng. Wu Heng wasn't in the mood to share his tea and chit-chat, so he asked directly, "Why did Administrator Yuzd ask for me?" The man took a sip from his teacup and slowly said, "Do you want to change your current situation?" "What do you mean?" Wu Heng looked at him curiously. "I can give you a suggestion, so you don't need to worry about others causing trouble for you, and also gain some special privileges." These words stirred something in Wu Heng. Necromancers are helpful in a zombie world, but in Blackstone Town, they're a burden. If there's a solution, he'd be willing to listen. "What's your suggestion?" The man smiled and said, "The guild welcomes any professional with a clean record, promising to be a strong supporter." "To join the guild? I've already registered as a member of the guild." Based on the information he had, the guild seemed more like a mercenary registration office. They maintained their regular operations by issuing tasks and bounties. "I'm referring to becoming a permanent member of the guild, not just a registered one. You could consider it as being officially employed by the guild, giving you a legal status and special privileges within most forces and cities worldwide." Upon hearing those words, Wu Heng's eyes lit up. If that were the case, becoming a member of the guild would be a good choice. But immediately, he suppressed his excitement and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Complete some tasks issued by the guild's headquarters. They might be to explore certain locations or gather intelligence." The man patiently explained. Wu Heng hesitated, I'm not fond of taking risks, and also, I managed to kill the fugitive by sheer luck. I don't really have any particular skills. Don't worry, most of the guild's tasks are to assist local guards. We don't encourage risky behavior like what you did, taking down a fugitive alone. The man looked up at him and continued, of course, the guild can offer many benefits. Information, knowledge, magical items, or even money and connections. Not everyone can obtain this position. The way he put it, the benefits of the guild actually seemed pretty good. Most importantly, he could escape his uncomfortable position as a necromancer, and no longer be treated like a criminal. Why choose me? He didn't believe he was some chosen one. If he were that lucky, he wouldn't have experienced the end of the world before bartering his items. The man continued to explain, each guild branch can recruit talent themselves, not just regular fighters, but also those with special abilities or rare occupations. Of course, they must have a clean record and no criminal history. So I was recruited because I'm a necromancer. A necromancer fits the definition of rare quite perfectly here, and even more so one without a criminal record. The guild is really strange. While Blackstone Town had such disdain for him, they wanted to recruit him. Thinking quickly in his head. It seemed that joining the guild wouldn't impact him much, but would instead bring many advantages. There was no reason to refuse. Having normal status would allow him to better use Blackstone Town to improve himself, and he wouldn't need to worry as much. After understanding this, Wu Heng smiled, thank you for your trust, Mr. Yuzd. Can I join the guild here? The man chuckled, nodded, and opened the drawer to remove a form. Fill in your details here. We'll give you a response in about 3 or 4 days. Wu Heng nodded, thoroughly reading through the content of the form. After filling in his details, he handed it back. The man took the form, glanced over it, put it back in the drawer, and rose from his seat saying, let's go, I'll take you to see the corpse. Corpse? Chapter 13, Level 7 Skeleton. A corpse. The steward picked up a dark cane next to the table and spoke as he walked, the wanted criminal you killed has caused quite a bit of trouble in several towns. He came to Blackstone Town and died at your hands. The appointment letter from headquarters will take some time, but we can give you some benefits in advance, such as a legal skeleton. Wu Heng's heart stirred upon hearing this. Can I now have an undead summon? Not now, but we can allow you to summon it first. After all, in this weather, it is not easy to store bodies. To take it out, you'll have to wait for the official appointment. They were asking him to summon it first, and only after the official appointment would come down could he take possession of the skeleton. It appeared that the Professionals Guild wielded significant influence everywhere. They seemed confident that his application would be approved, and that he would eventually own a skeleton. Wu Heng nodded, then continued. Last night, one of his accomplices got away. The guards of Blackstone Town will search the crowded areas, but you should also be careful. Okay. The two walked out together, descending a staircase to enter an underground space. Inside the chilly room, a few iron beds were placed, with one of them being occupied by the corpse of the criminal he killed. They must have reconfirmed its identity, its clothes had been stripped off, and it lay there, naked. Do the transformation. The steward, propping himself on a cane, stood at the door. Without further ado, Wu Heng stepped forward to cast his bone manipulation skill. The abilities of your summons exceed yours, instability factor increasing. A system prompt appeared, and his spiritual power began to rapidly drain. Simultaneously, the corpse's flesh started to peel off, revealing the white bones beneath. The transformation finished quickly, and a broad skeleton slowly sat up. A pair of hollow eye sockets flickered with a ghostly blue soul fire. Skeleton Thief, Level 7. A Level 7 skeleton, and its name had changed. It was no longer a general skeleton warrior but a skeleton thief. This should be related to its previous profession. The presence of soul fire also indicated a basic soul, just like the transformed Teddy. The skeleton got off the iron bed, its empty eye sockets scanned the two in the room, and then it moved next to Wu Heng. Indeed, you are extremely talented. You can't take this skeleton away now, in case it causes unnecessary trouble, the steward advised from the side. I understand. Wu Heng immediately directed the skeleton thief. Stay here and follow Mr. Yuzd's orders. The blue soul fire in its eye sockets flickered, the skeleton slightly nodded its head, retreated to a corner, and stood still like a statue. "Let's go, it's not good to stay here for long because of the low temperature," the steward suggested with a smile. Wu Heng nodded and left the cellar. "All right, we'll leave things here for today. Once the appointment letter arrives, I will notify you. Those guards at the hall have left, and I will make arrangements to explain the situation to the municipal hall." The steward paused before continuing. "Thank you," Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. Returning to the hall, the guards had indeed left. All of this felt somewhat surreal. Killing a wanted criminal led to a cascade of events. But it seemed that the professionals' guild was helpful to him. If things could really go as the steward had said, it could indeed change his current circumstances. As for whether becoming a professional was good or bad, it was difficult to say. He would take things one step at a time. By the time he returned to the crowded area, it was already afternoon. After enjoying a proper meal at a tavern, he headed towards his dwelling. After returning to his dwelling, he took out the skill book he had exchanged. Acid Splash. Description: releases an acid ball, inflicting strong acid damage on the target. Although it deviated slightly from his expectations of a mage skill, it was not a big problem. Throwing sulfuric acid seemed to inflict significant damage, and it carried a certain level of humiliation. He began to read the book. The book wasn't thick, but it was full of content, densely packed with words, and some explanatory diagrams. In fact, upon studying them, the principles of spells were not as complicated as they seemed. A spell can be understood as an independent effect transformation. The caster can reshape the energy around them and manifest it in a specific way. Once this step is complete, the corresponding spell can be released. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that all these processes are completed in an instant. Real battlefield situations won't allow one the luxury to chant for a good 3 to 5 minutes to prepare. Wu Heng read attentively from beginning to end. When he turned to the last page, an alert appeared. Skill unlocked, Acid Splash. As soon as the alert appeared, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It was like reading a profession book. Reading it from cover to cover would unlock the corresponding abilities. If he had to learn and analyze it on his own, it would require too much time and effort to learn each skill. Name: Wu Heng. Profession: Necromancer. Level: 3, 94/2700. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charm 13. Skills: Bone Manipulation Skill, Acid Splash. After checking his attribute panel, Acid Splash had indeed been added to his list of skills. In addition, his level had reached level 3, and his attributes had improved significantly as well. He closed the book and went straight to the zombie world. Zombie world. The squad of skeletons stood straight on the roof, like terracotta warriors lined up in formation. They all had bare bones. If they all wore armor and helmets and carried formal weapons, they would look just like terracotta warriors. At least in this state of standing straight, they looked exactly the same. The skeleton dog ran over from the back of the skeleton team, sat down and looked up at him, its tail wagging against the ground. Wu Heng petted its skull, then walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. Probably because of the survivors yesterday, the zombies in the community were attracted by the bus and went chasing after it. Only 5 or 6 zombies were left wandering aimlessly downstairs. Looking at the zombies, he planned to test the effect of his skill. He activated Acid Splash and launched it at one of them. A spherical acid ball flew down from the roof and landed next to the zombie's feet with a sound. Although it didn't hit directly, he could still see a corrosive effect where the acid covered. However, the effect only lasted for a few brief seconds before disappearing. Roar! The zombie was startled by the sudden attack. It bent its back and roared around. But it couldn't spot Wu Heng and the skeleton dog peeking from the rooftop. The effect is just ordinary, Wu Heng muttered. But he no longer intended to keep testing his skill. He put on the armor of the wanted criminal and put the slightly inferior one on the sword-wielding skeleton. Follow me! He waved his hand, and the skeletons behind him immediately moved and followed him into the stairwell. Squeak! The tightly closed door to the stairwell opened, making a teeth-grinding sound. The wandering zombies immediately turned to look at the stairwell. As they roared, they rushed towards it. Just as they had entered the stairwell, countless kitchen knives came down. They were hacked to the ground instantly. Chapter 14, letter of appointment. 5 or 6 zombies stormed into the staircase in a swarm. But what met them was a downpour of kitchen knives. The fiery zombies were instantly hacked down, never to rise again. The door to the staircase was shut again, isolating it from the outside world. Wu Heng descended from behind the skeletons, started conjuring bone manipulation skill, and 6 skeletons got up. He furnished the skeletons with kitchen knives, looked at the sky, and it was already dusk. Joining the professionals and learning skills took up most of his daytime. Killing zombies would be a bit risky now. Better wait until tomorrow. He went back to Blackstone Town, ate, practiced spear, and went to sleep. The next day, Wu Heng got up early. Life without video games made him energetic. After breakfast, he headed straight to the occupation hall. In the morning, there weren't many people here. Wu Heng approached the counter, asking, "Could you check for me, is my commission done?" "Sir, please show me the ticket for commission." Passed the ticket over, the staff started to look up the progress according to the number on it. "The commission is done, and you need to pay another 15 silvers and 32 coppers. Finally, it's over. But the price is ridiculously high. 15 silvers, enough to buy 3 regular iron swords." But without any hesitation, he immediately paid the balance, and the antidote along with a test report was handed over. Customized antidote potion. Description: potion aimed for fixed toxins. Packed away the antidote potion and quickly returned home. Zombie world. Reached the rooftop, took out the potion and report to check them out. Wu Heng didn't know about this world's alchemy. But the effect of alchemy potion had many magical aspects. Even in the technologically advanced modern world, the effect of immediate relief was hard to attain for drugs. If not for the fact that the modern world turned into this, setting up a potion company would surely have been quite lucrative. Aside from the potion, there was also a paper slip. The slip recorded the test result for the corpse core and ingredients for potion preparation. Both were requested by Wu Heng in the commission. The test showed nerve toxin, corpse poison, and several other toxic substances, and the suggested use for corpse core was as alchemy materials. It did not mention ingestion directly. As for the antidote materials, the names were complicated and he didn't recognize any of them. After roughly glancing over it, he put it away directly. Took out the remaining corpse core, placed the antidote on the side. He had held this corpse core in his hand for several days. Luckily, it didn't smell foul. Otherwise, the money he had spent would have gone in vain. After sterilizing it with white wine, without any hesitation, he swallowed it down directly. Initially, he didn't feel anything. Physique +2, strength +1, agility +2. The system notice appeared instantly. Even before Wu Heng could rejoice, a burning sensation started spreading from his abdomen to his entire body. His veins started turning greenish-purple and appeared on his arm and neck, while the burning sensation turned into agonizing pain. Shit! As expected, it's poisonous. Pop! Opened the antidote and directly gulped it down. After gulping down the potion, the pain immediately lessened, the spreading greenish-purple veins also gradually began to disappear. Lastly, they vanished completely. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Wu Heng was lying on the ground, gasping for breaths. Woo! Fortunately, I had this customized antidote, otherwise I might have killed myself. When the pain was completely gone, and his mind was clear, a sense of joy surfaced in his heart. Boosted by 5 attribute points. According to the upgrade, it was equivalent to a 2.5 level up. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 13, Physique 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charm 13. Although the attribute points were added to Physique, Strength, and Agility, but attributes directly reflect the physical state, having any high attribute would be beneficial. And it's not only the intelligence that is beneficial for a mage. After being elated for a while, he calmed down a bit. Took out the potion recipe and examined it again. Is it possible that I can continue to absorb corpse cores and keep increasing my attributes? If this speculation was correct, then his attributes would increase unlimitedly. Even if the level upgrade doesn't increase his attributes a lot, he can enhance his attributes through absorbing corpse cores. Both can compensate each other. After resting for a while and finding no abnormal feelings in his body, he got up again and started today's leveling under the command of skeletons. The whole night passed, clean downstairs, 3 more wandering zombies appeared out of nowhere. He opened the staircase door, and gave a direct order, attack. The next second, the skeletons surged out of the staircase like a long dragon. Pounced onto the zombies outside. Zombies were knocked down by the crowd of skeletons. Before they could get up, they were crushed into a mush by countless kitchen knives. The fight here also attracted the attention of nearby zombies. They rushed over from the opened staircase and the back of the building. Attack! Wu Heng also stepped out of the corridor and shouted the order. The skeleton warriors all raised their cleavers in unison, rushing toward the attacking zombies. There was continuous loud roaring and chopping. Thud thud thud, clatter clatter. One after another, the glass of the building in front shattered, and zombies fell from the windows above. The higher ones fell to a mush, the slightly lower ones broke their lower limbs and crawled forward. So many zombies rushed out from all directions and then attacked the skeleton camp. Although still within the ability of the skeletons, it was significantly more compared to the number estimated from the rooftop. The skeleton dog would sporadically leap out of the skeleton camp, knock down one or two zombies, bite their necks, and violently shake its head. When the zombies gathered, it promptly jumped back to the back of the skeletons, not forgetting to wag its waist towards the skeletons. The mocking and provoking connotation was extremely strong. Wu Heng stood at the back of the skeletons, observing the situation on the scene while releasing the bone manipulation skill. To supplement the lost number of skeletons. They were getting less and less, and finally, only a few scattered and zombies that jumped from the building and broke their legs were still crawling towards this side. Go, kill those paralyzed ones. Wu Heng ordered the skeleton dog. The skeleton dog wagged its tail, directly leapt out of the skeleton group, and killed the crawling zombies one by one. Soon, the ground below was piled up with about 40 zombie bodies. The skeletons collected all the bodies, stacked them up into a small hill. Wu Heng began to release the bone manipulation skill. Summon a few, rest for a while, to avoid excessive spiritual exhaustion. He didn't want to experience that stir-crazy feeling again. The sky gradually dimmed again. He looked at the remaining bodies that weren't transformed, and finally gave up the idea of transforming them overnight. You can't drift, you have to develop carefully. After returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Heng had dinner in the tavern. On the way, he also heard some information discussed by the other tavern guests. What discounts which brothel is offering, the blacksmith shop is raising prices due to a lack of ores, and so on. This was the most effective way for him to understand this world. Asking others might draw attention, but listening to others brag could also provide a lot of useful information. After eating and drinking enough, he began to walk towards his place. He was quite satisfied in his heart. What a turnaround! Good things have been happening one after another in these 2 days, feels like he hit a lucky streak. Everything becomes smoother, and the future is promising. Got to hang in there, improve attributes, increase the number of skeletons. Wu Heng emphasized. He hurriedly walked towards his residence. However, as soon as he turned into the alley where he lived, he stomped his footsteps abruptly. He quickly retreated outside the alley and opened the gun case. There were 3 figures standing at his doorstep. A man and a woman, plus another person wrapped in a black cloak, who couldn't be recognized as a man or woman. A wanted criminal coming for revenge? It's not even night yet. Wu Heng was alert. The 3 people in the alley also noticed the noise here. One of them said, "Wu Heng." "Yes, how can I help?" "The nomination from the headquarters has come, the steward asked to bring it to you, along with your skeleton." As he said this, one of them pulled the hood off the figure behind him, revealing a skeleton warrior with a soul fire glowing in its eye sockets. A slight mark on the lower jawbone proved it was the wanted criminal that Wu Heng killed. "I apologize, please come in." Wu Heng apologized, stepped forward to open the door, and invited the 2 in. In addition to his skeleton, 2 people came. A man and a woman. The man was probably in his 40s, with brown hair combed back, a stern and resolute face, dressed in silver armor and a long sword hanging around his waist. The right chest position of the armor bore the emblem of the professional association. The other person was a young woman, with blonde hair, a sharp and exquisite facial feature, tall, wearing a brown leather armor top and tight leather pants. Her legs were slim and straight. She gave off an impression of being smart and capable. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes were continuously looking everywhere. "Please, have a seat." Wu Heng signaled the 2 to sit down, opened a bottle of iced tea, and poured a cup for each. After he also took a seat, the man finally took out some things. He placed them one by one on the wooden table and said, "My name is Atruk, the captain of the 4th Squad stationed in Blackstone Town, this is member Kavana." The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Good afternoon to both of you." The middle-aged captain took the objects in his hands and put them one by one on the table, saying, "These are the appointment letter from the association and the armor issued to you, take good care of them, the armor is a welfare reward, it's not mandatory to wear it. There's also armor reward, that's really good." The man continued, "According to the distribution of Blackstone Town's professional association, you are now a member of the 4th Squad." Wu Heng understood, so that's why these two came. Turns out, the squads have already been divided. "Okay, our squad only includes 3 people?" Wu Heng curiously asked. "Professional squads are between 3 to 5 people, our squad is newly added, currently we only have 3 members. Professional squads mainly undertake professional rescues and assist in local guard work. The number of people won't be as many as patrol teams. If the number of people is too large, it might actually cause local resistance." The captain continued, "Also, we have to carry out a task tomorrow, we will set off early in the morning, gather at the West City Gate, and don't be late." Wu Heng was startled, so soon? Chapter 15, Professional Team. Upon hearing that they would be leaving the city tomorrow, Wu Heng's face instantly changed. Hadn't they said that the professional association was just a cushy job? How come they had to leave the city for a task on the first day? Captain, we already have a task so soon?" Wu Heng asked. He was utterly reluctant to go. Killing zombies could level him up, while leaving the city would expose him to many dangers. Seeing Wu Heng's demeanor, the captain also smiled, saying, "Our team has just been established, so the task won't be too difficult. This time, we're only helping Blackstone Town with some inspections. Don't worry." With that, he felt a little more at ease. After all, he had joined the association and it wouldn't look good if he refused to go. "Okay, Captain, I understand." The captain nodded, "All right, don't be late for our team's first activity." He then stood up and left with the stunning, long-legged female teammate. Wu Heng stood at the door, watching as the two left the alley before closing the door again. Outside the alley, the departing silver-armored captain asked softly, "What do you think of the new member?" "First impression is not bad, he's not the annoying type." The blonde beauty answered curiously, "Is he really a necromancer?" "You saw it yourself, that skeleton is his." The room was too empty, there was even a training target in the corner. "He doesn't seem like a mage, let alone a necromancer." Kalina continued. "Every mage is a scholar, even if they haven't achieved anything academically, they should at least have some books or experimental equipment. But none of these things were in the room earlier, it was even somewhat shabby. Life in the crowded area is not quite the same as that of those mages with heritage." Right." The two walked out of the intersection and prepared to go their separate ways. Before leaving, the captain warned, "Don't be late tomorrow morning." "All right, Captain." After sending the two off, Wu Heng closed the door tightly. He picked up a few items that had just been delivered to examine them. The first was an appointment letter, which read outside envoy of the professional association. The smaller text below confirmed his professional status and his stationing at Blackstone Town in the Yeko Kingdom. In addition to the appointment letter, there was also a dark brown piece of leather armor and a badge tucked inside it. The captain and the beauty from the 4th team had both worn such badges, which represented their status. He put the appointment letter and the badge aside. He picked up the new armor to check it out. The dark brown leather armor had tiny patterns on it, metal clips were attached at the chest and shoulder locations for major protection. It had a certain weight in his hand, heavier than regular leather armor, but still within a bearable range. In this world, armor is indeed important, but so is having good protective gear. The armor provided by the professional association was superior in workmanship and defense compared to the 2 pieces he owned. Now, he had 3 pieces of leather armor. After checking the delivered items, his gaze fell back on the skeleton at his side. Skeleton Thief. Level, 7, 0/14,000. Attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 20, Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charm 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Base Soul. Specialties: dexterous dual hands, trap sense, intuiting evasion. Abilities: sneak attack, lock picking, intermediate, trap disarmament, intermediate, dual wielding mastery, intermediate, short blade mastery, intermediate, light armor mastery, intermediate. Dexterous dual hands, can flexibly use a secondary weapon, more deft and swift when using grenades, scrolls, and items. Trap sense, good at detecting and finding preset traps. Intuiting evasion, can sense and evade dangers by intuition. No wonder he made the wanted list, these were the most attributes he had ever seen. They were much stronger than his own and his skeleton dog's. He quickly schemed through them. In terms of attributes, both agility and strength were relatively high, which corresponded with his profession as a thief. He also had the abilities like sneak attack and lock picking, which validated this point. He sure took the less traveled specialties. But the lock picking ability wouldn't be of much use in his hands. So far, he hasn't encountered a lock that his bronze key couldn't open. He didn't see any powerful skills, but the trap sense that allowed him to detect preset traps seemed useful. Also, this skeleton's intelligence had reached 10 points. There was no difference between him and a normal person now. He took out the old set of leather armor and 2 short blades the skeleton originally had and said, "Put on the armor and take up the weapons." Upon hearing the command, Skeleton Thief took off its black cloak, put on the leather armor, and hung the 2 short blades around its waist again. This won't do. Even with the armor on, many spots showed the bare bones. He would definitely bring the skeleton on tomorrow's mission. If these bones were exposed in Blackstone Town, a town full of humans, it would easily cause panic and trouble. After thinking for a while, he took out the clothes, pants, boots, and a full-face motorcycle helmet that he had stripped from the skeleton in Zombie World. Put everything on. Skeleton Thief dressed up properly and put on the helmet. His whole body was completely covered without any openings. Nice. Wu Heng was quite pleased. After thinking for a bit, he continued, "You can still be called by your original name, Basin, got it?" Skeleton Thief nodded. Did it really work? Basin, stand by at the corner. Skeleton Thief obediently walked to the side and stood there like a statue in standby mode. After handling everything, Wu Heng went to the wooden target area and started his spear training for the day. During the rest between the first set of exercises, his gaze once again fell on the Skeleton Thief, who was watching him with hollow eye sockets. "Come on, practice with me." Skeleton Thief walked over and drew out his 2 shining blades. Use the sticks." Wu Heng handed him 2 short sticks. If he got cut during practice, it would be a joke. So, 1 man and 1 skeleton started practicing. Until late at night, Wu Heng let Skeleton Thief watch the door while he went to bed for some rest. Rumble rumble. Wu Heng never thought that their transportation for the task would be a train. Calling it a train seemed inaccurate, as the power used to move it wasn't combustion, since there wasn't the typical smokestack of an old-fashioned train. However, in appearance and the use of railway tracks, it wasn't much different from a typical train. "What's that on his head?" Long-legged female teammate Kavina pointed at the helmet adorning Skeleton Thief's head. "It's a helmet," Wu Heng explained. "I know it's a helmet, but why does it look like that? Who designed it?" Kavina continued asking. I don't know, is there any problem?" Chapter 16, Mine. In a world of professionals, weird and wonderful helmets were not uncommon. There were those with cow horns, those adorned with slender bird feathers, and even those made from animal skulls. However, a helmet made entirely into a ball seemed to be a novelty. "Let me take a look," Kavina said. "Take off the helmet." The skeletal thief Basin removed his helmet and handed it over. Wu Heng then passed it on to Kavina. Removing his helmet revealed not a skull but a villainous cap. Only the hollow eye sockets revealed the skull's identity. While Kavina began examining the helmet, Wu Heng turned to Atruk on his side, whispering, "Captain, where are we going?" As a robust captain, Atruk wore a suit of metal armor and took up the space of 2 people in his seat. He glanced at the Blackstone Town guards across from him, then continued, "Blackstone Town received a tip-off, everyone in Mining Village disappeared. The investigators they sent out never returned, neither people nor information." "What? This doesn't sound safe at all." "So our mission is to investigate the village. Investigating the village is for these guards, our task is to confirm whether there is any danger to the mine owner." He is an important member of the association. We are also tasked with assisting the guards in their investigation of mining village. 2 tasks, actually just 1. First, confirm if the mine owner is still alive. If he's dead, we retrieve his body, if alive, we ask if he was affected. Second, assist the Blackstone City Guards in investigating mining village. Assistance might not be the main mission, but danger is inevitable, and fights are bound to happen. Wu Heng nodded in understanding. Kavina moved closer and whispered, the man leading them is Puliman, a level 11 warrior from Blackstone City. The curly-haired man in the 3rd position is the investigator. His gaze followed her description, looking towards the seats up front. Puliman, the leader, was a stern-faced, robust man. His exposed arms looked as thick as a man's thigh, and there was a long sword by his side. The curly-haired investigator had slightly dark skin and short brown curly hair. He looked like a bowl of instant noodles. The rest of them were city guards. 2 had shields and swords, while the others wielded single-handed swords but carried crossbows. The captain next to him said, the task is not difficult, follow the procedure, and return safely. Okay. Kavina leaned lazily back, her long, beautiful legs crossed over each other. She nudged him with her arm, tell me, why did you choose to become a necromancer? It was a chance occurrence. I felt that a necromancer is also a mage. In the afternoon, the inspection team arrived at a manor. The mine owner Akado received this sudden troop in his side hall. Akado was a man of medium build and wore rather nice clothes. After the formalities, Puliman moved directly to the topic at hand. We received news of a mass disappearance in mining village. Do you have any leads? Akado rubbed his brow, softly saying, I've been worried about this too. There were originally over 200 miners in the village and they all disappeared without a trace. When did you notice the villagers were missing? Puliman continued to probe. At the beginning of the month. I remember it clearly. It was the day of the ore trade. When the convoy arrived, the village was empty. I had to make up a large sum of money. Akado's face was full of concern. Before us, did any other investigation teams visit? Puliman asked, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Akado. Akado lowered his eyes, yes, a small team of 3. They asked roughly the same things and then left. Did something happen? Do you have more information? Tell us all you know. Akado crossed his hands and placed them on the long table in front of him. He thought for a moment before saying, I had my guards check the village. All the items, even the valuables, are still there. It's clear they didn't leave, and there are no signs of a fight. How far is mining village from here? It's not far. A half-day's ride on horseback. The 2 of them continued this back and forth, verifying the situation. The curly-haired investigator stood to the side, recording the conversation with a pen and paper. It was clear that this mine owner didn't know much about the situation. He just knew that all the miners from the village were gone. He was planning to get a result as soon as possible so as not to interrupt his money-making. About the previous investigating team that went missing, he didn't provide any valuable information. All right, I see. Prepare horses and a carriage for us. Puliman stood up and said. The mine owner immediately replied, I've prepared a feast for you all. Rest for the night and my people will escort you tomorrow morning. No need, just prepare the carriage. Akado didn't persist and instructed his people to prepare horses and a carriage. The investigation team boarded the carriage and headed for mining village. Once they had left the manor, 4 horses escorted the carriage according to the map towards mining village. Even food and drink are sorted out on the wagon. It appears that Puliman intends to get results today. The journey was bumpy, and day had grown into dusk. Commander, we can see a village up ahead. A guard's voice came from outside the wagon. Approach the village. The wagon continued to advance. When it seemed it was almost near the village, the intense jarring sensation began. Outside, a guard's shocked shout came, the horses are out of control. Damn it, what's going on? The horses have gone mad, jump off quickly. Pulling back the wagon curtain, they saw the mounted guards charge directly into the trees by the road. Thud thud. The dull impact sounded like a punching bag being hit. The guard driving the wagon was also doing his best to control the horses carting the wagon. But it was clear there was little effect. The wagon's speed was getting faster, the jolting turning into swaying left and right. "Jump off the wagon!" Captain Autruck ordered. However, before anyone could react, the wagon charged straight into the village, smashing through the obstacles on the road, and slamming into the wall of a house in the village. The wagon flipped over in the open space. Crash! Captain Autruck kicked open the top door of the wagon, and several people, including a skeleton, crawled out from the wagon. He shook his head a bit to clear it a bit. The horses that pulled the cart were hit to death, their brains and blood flowing all over the ground. Their necks had been twisted into grotesque shapes from the immense impact. "Commander!" From outside the village, the guards who had fallen off their horses came in, carrying their weapons. No one was missing, but 2 guards limped, clearly injured. After gathering again, they began to take potions. The village gate was open, and there was no one inside. The entire village was empty and silent. It looked like a long-abandoned village. "Someone's there!" Kavina called. Everyone followed her gaze to see a mass of dark shapes in the gloom. Everyone was stunned. The intelligence briefed and the information from the mine owner both suggested the inhabitants had disappeared. How could people appear again? Were they attracted by the impact noise? "Who's there? Come out!" a guard shouted. "Step, step, step!" The moment his words fell, the dark silhouettes began to approach. Emerging from the shadows, twisted faces appeared, like deranged patients. Immediately after, they lunged at the group, claws outstretched. "Commander, the report was inaccurate, they seem to have lost their sanity." A guard spoke up quietly. The commander remained calm and cold, his expression unchanged. "Keep them away." "Yes." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot out, piercing the legs of the oncoming enemies. Many figures fell to the ground. "They are villagers, but they behave like the undead." The investigator began. "The undead?" The commander's gaze swept over to Wu Heng. "Bring one in." The commander ordered. The guard opened up a path, and a frenzied miner instantly breached the line and pounced towards the rear. When he got close, the commander grabbed the miner's neck with one hand and hoisted him up. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape from his grasp. "Necromancer, come here and take a look," he said to Wu Heng behind him. Chapter 17, Mining Village. Everyone's gaze quickly turned to him, leaving Wu Heng momentarily stunned. Only then did he realize that they were addressing him. Looking at the miner who behaved just like a zombie, Wu Heng was somewhat speechless. Despite being a necromancer, his skills were limited to conjuring spells. He wasn't an actual scholar, how could he possibly comprehend this predicament? Nevertheless, having been spoken to, he felt compelled to step forward and assess the situation of the miner. The miner was wild-eyed, frothing at mouth. He was like a madman wishing to attack those standing nearby. His pupils remained focused, and his skin didn't reveal the typical zombie conditions. Wu Heng took off his gloves and touched the skin around the miner's neck. He could feel the warmth of a human body, there was no trace of necromancy. Compared to a zombie, the person seemed more like a patient afflicted with rabies. Violent, insane, like a wild beast. The only difference from a zombie was that the human life signs were still present in his body. "It's not necromancy, but more like madness," Wu Heng said, quickly adding, "We can't, however, rule out other forms of necromancy." Even though he has not encountered many undead creatures, he could confirm that this miner wasn't transformed by necromancy. Soon after, Curly Hair the investigator also came forward about his conclusions. His findings were similar. With a nod, Pullman casually tossed the crazed miner aside, instructing, "Tie up all those who are still alive, don't let them hinder our investigation." "Yes, sir," responded the guards. They retrieved the ropes and rags from the village and started to tie up the miners. About half of the more than 20 insane miners had died during the initial engagement, and remaining miners were all wounded. With such severe injuries, and their manic struggles, it was clear that even if they woke up later, they would be left disabled. Well, at least it was better than being killed directly by the guards. Soon, the miners were tightly bound, and thrown into a wooden hut. After ensuring there were no other immediate dangers, the investigation team continued to venture into the heart of the village. The village was utterly deserted, dilapidated and desolate. Along the path, they could see barrels and mining drafts placed randomly, clothes hung out to dry. The guards marched in formation, chatting quietly amongst themselves. The professional team trailed behind. Kavina began to whisper, "This is no simple case of missing villagers. The information they received from Blackstone Town, known as well as from the mine owner, indicated that the villagers had disappeared. Gone without a trace. But what they encountered was a completely different situation. Crazy miners had rushed out, contrasting the missing villagers' reports. Two possibilities: either the situation has changed over time, the missing villagers have returned to the village, and some factors have driven them mad. Or, the person providing the information has concealed the truth," Wu Heng analyzed. "No kidding." Kavina scoffed. "What I mean is, if it is the latter, then our situation might be in peril." His voice was soft, but eerily quiet surroundings. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale and exchanged glances. If it is the latter, then the investigation itself might be a trap, and their team likely walked right into the enemy's ploy. Considering the previous missing investigation team, it was even more worrisome. These two possibilities are straightforward to understand after some discussion. Once the team grasped the situation, they became somewhat uneasy. After a brief silence, Curly Hair, the investigator, countered, "The mine owner has no reason to lie. The mine is his main source of income. He should be more anxious than anyone else when trouble arises here. There's no reason for him to deceive us. Besides, misleading an investigation could have severe consequences." That made sense. Indeed, that made sense. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. Blindly speculating at this point would only complicate matters. The team continued along the path. The village was larger than they had expected. The houses were scattered and intertwined, forming a complex network of paths. There was an increasing amount of debris scattered along the way. Mining carts, mining drafts, and stones piled up like small hills of junk. Several thick trees, hung with hemp ropes and pieces of cloth, swayed back and forth in the breeze, like hanging curtains. The wind stirred them gently, creating a tranquil yet eerie atmosphere. Soon, the team crossed the village and spotted a large mountain. The mining village was built around this mountain. Years of mining had resulted in numerous cavities in the mountain. "There are people over there," a guard mentioned. Looking ahead, among a pile of rubble and junk, they could see 3 bodies. The squad hastily approached, their faces grim. Based on their clothing, they were members of the missing investigation team. Indeed, someone dared to lay hands on the investigation team. This situation was probably much worse than they had initially anticipated. Curly Hair started examining the bodies and found a notebook in one of the deceased's pockets. He opened it to inspect. Wu Heng and the others gathered around to read its contents by dusk's dim light. "The village is vacant but still contains traces of daily life," revealed the notebook. The initial entries recorded the state of the deserted village. Unlike Wu Heng's team, the previous investigation team hadn't encountered any crazed villagers at the village entrance. Their findings matched the information from Blackstone Town: the village was empty and its inhabitants were missing. However, they had more time on their hands, enabling them to inspect the interior of the houses only to find nothing helpful. Curly Hair then turned to the second page. In the dead of night, the village lit up. There was a hubbub. "We followed the light to the village center, where we saw that the open space was filled with the missing villagers. They congregated as if they were at a dance party. Some burst into song, blood flowing from their mouths. Some were dancing, their feet bloody and mangled. They behaved like they were insane. We waited until dawn. The crazed villagers started heading towards the mine. We followed to see where they were hiding and why they became this way." The notebook entries ended there. The latter entries provide useful clues. At night, crazy villagers would show up to sing and dance. At that time, their mental states were already problematic. When they arrived at the site, the villagers' conditions worsened, becoming uncontrollable. By dawn, they would start walking towards the mine. And this investigation team, every one of them ended up dead at the foot of the mountain. Were they discovered? That shouldn't be the case. They managed to track them up until the hill. How were they discovered right at the end? Wu Heng analyzed the situation, about to speak. He realized everyone's gaze was fixed on him. "What on earth are you staring at?" Wu Heng instinctively took a step forward. Everyone simultaneously took a step back, casting wary eyes at something behind him. Damn it! In an instant, Wu Heng felt a chill run down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. Chapter 18, Human Bomb. What's going on? Wu Heng's face changes drastically, a sense of danger rising from his heart. Before he can react, Skeleton Basin beside him has already made a move. The dagger in his hand flips and stabs towards his left shoulder. The moment the short blade pierces his shoulder, Wu Heng feels a lightness in his shoulder, as if something has disappeared. He turns his head instantly and sees a transparent light shadow moving away in the distance. When it reaches mid-air, the light shadow condenses again, morphing into an ugly infant shape with a long umbilical cord. Damn! An infant ghost? What happened? Wu Heng quickly approaches the team and asks in a low voice. I don't know. When we were reading the notes, it was on your shoulder as well, seemingly reading the notes too, Kavina answers. The few of them were not looking behind them, but at their shoulders. Skeleton Basin's action is even more direct, he attacks directly when he finds the right moment. Whoosh whoosh. Several crossbow arrows are shot out while the two converse. The arrows pass through the ghost's body, leaving no trace. And the infant-like ghost, as if scared, opens its mouth wide, making crying gestures. Even though there's no sound, the movement suggests a crying fit. Just at this moment, everyone feels something's not quite right. Rapid and dense footstep sounds are coming from the direction of the cave. Like a dam breaking rolling gravel, the sounds are dense and disordered. Just as if they're back in another world, facing zombies surging up the staircase. Step step step. Countless shadowy figures pour out from the many cave openings. They come from all directions and rush directly towards them. All the people's faces change. The frenzied villagers are being controlled by this ghost infant. Now that it has been frightened, all the villagers in the cave have rushed out. No wonder there was nobody in the village, they were all hiding in the mine. Don't panic, step back and look for an escape route, the leader says in a deep voice. A soldier rushes into a house quickly, running upstairs. Whoosh whoosh. The bolts pierce the night, making a clear arrow sound. The targets stagger and fall, knocking over a large group of people behind them. At this moment, the voice of the soldier is heard from the house, head north. Grenades. Pullman orders. Several hand grenades are arched into the crowd. Boom boom. In the midst of the deafening explosions, red flames rise up. Retreat. The team quickly turns and heads north. The scrape of swords and armor sounds as they move. Step step step. They run at full speed with a dense, insane crowd following them. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps come from the side. A swarm of villagers rush out from the alleyway to the side, charging directly at the retreating squad. The leader's face turns grim, and his two-handed sword quickly slashes horizontally. Instantly, 5 or 6 heads fly off. The others also draw their weapons and begin to fight viciously with the crazed crowd. Wu Heng grips his spear, standing alongside the skeleton thief. He keeps waving his spear, fending off the attacking enemies. Atruk and Kavina, while fighting, are observing the situation. Seeing a mage who has just advanced to use melee combat so calmly, their eyes show some surprise and curiosity. Not at all like a newcomer. For Wu Heng, the situation in front of him has been seen many times in the zombie world, and the scenes there are much worse than here. The battle slows their retreat. Even more people are surging forward from the back. Under the shadow of the fire, there are dense figures. Get into the alley. The leader continues to order. Everyone retreats into the alleyway. The narrow entrance eases the disadvantage in number. But the situation quickly changes again. The frenzied crowd starts climbing the walls, leaping towards them from the rooftops. Find a breakout route. The leader continues to order. A soldier tries again to climb onto the roof to find a route. However, as soon as he climbs up, he sees a miner running straight towards him. He's holding a bundle of lit fuse in his arms. The kind of fuse used for blasting mountains. Boom! A deafening explosion sounds. The soldier is blown away instantly and doesn't get up again. Meanwhile, more miners climbed onto the rooftops and leaped towards the crowd below. Boom! 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 Ear-splitting explosions kept ringing through the alley. Broken stones splashed around like bullets. When the thick smoke cleared, 2 more guards lay dead in pools of blood, swallowed up by the surging crowd. The rest of the people were also affected to varying degrees by the blast. More people carrying explosives appeared on the rooftops, throwing themselves down like human bombs. "Let's go," said the leader as he kicked open a side door. The group entered the room but leaped out of a window on the opposite side to escape into the distance. Crowds kept emerging from the alley, relentlessly chasing after them, with the sound of explosions ringing out incessantly. Roaring. More shadowy figures leapt down, and explosions followed. People were spread out by the explosions, unable to see their teammates through the thick smoke. "Split up and evacuate." They vaguely heard commands to retreat separately. Wu Heng led Skeleton Basin in a swift departure in one direction. The night sky was dazed. The escaped Wu Heng and Skeleton Basin halted their steps. No enemies followed from behind, but in the distance, fierce flames and deafening explosions were still ablaze. It seemed that they were not being pursued. Just as Wu Heng was contemplating the next step. Thud thud thud. Footsteps echoed from the front as a group of figures cloaked in black capes emerged from behind the mine at the edge of the village. One of them was cradling something tightly wrapped up in his arms. Wu Heng assumed it was the crazed crowd, holding a spear and pistol in his hands. The figures opposite were also startled. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, they were also surprised that Wu Heng could escape and stand in their way here. "Kill him, make it quick," the man with the bundle ordered coldly and then led the way out of the village. The guards heard the command, raised their crossbows, and pulled the trigger. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Crossbow arrows flew out, piercing the night sky. Wu Heng felt a shock in his heart and quickly sidestepped to hide behind the skeleton warrior. Thud, thud, thud. The crossbow arrows pierced through the armor on the skeleton and emerged from the other side. Wu Heng glanced at the arrows protruding from the skeleton's body and raised his pistol to return fire at the opponents. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshot echoed in the air, and immediately one person screamed in pain. But it was clear that no vital areas had been hit. After firing 3 shots, Wu Heng pulled the skeleton warrior and plunged directly into a nearby house. He cursed under his breath. This was indeed a trap. "Charge, kill him." The command to attack echoed again outside. The remaining few drew their weapons and quickly approached the wooden house. They also continuously changed position, likely afraid of being hit by bullets. Wu Heng leaned against the wall next to the door, guessing the identities of these people. They seemed more familiar with the environment, and it seemed they had taken something from the mine. Footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. The nearby skeleton basin tightened its dual blades, ready to rush out and draw their attention. But Wu Heng shook his head. There was no need to fight them while at a disadvantage. Then he pulled out a poison fog thunder from his backpack, confirmed its position, and threw it out directly. Rumble, rumble. The poison fog thunder rolled to the feet of the people outside the door. Next second, with a boom, a heavy cloud of smoke exploded instantly. It filled all surrounding areas with a pungent smell. "Get in there, don't let them run away in the confusion, or we'll all die." Outside, a voice was urging again. However, before they could continue their attack. Crash, crash. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the front. The very next second, a huge skeleton dog rushed into the smoke, knocked down a person, bit into the neck and started shaking vigorously. Everyone was taken aback. Undead skeletons? Where did these undead come from? Nevertheless, more frequent footstep echo. A skeleton rushed into the smoke one after another, waving a chopper in hand, rushing toward the enemies. The sound of fighting and painful cries arose from the poison fog. Chapter 19, Cheetah. The battle didn't last long. As the smoke slightly thinned out, the sounds of fighting stopped. The skeleton warriors remained still, and the skeleton dogs, who were dragging the bodies of those who had tried to escape, came back. After confirming that no one else was around, Wu Heng turned his gaze to the corpses on the ground. He was curious about who these people were. Why did they precisely enter the village from the other side, after the mad crowd had been distracted? And what did they take away? He ripped off the cloaks from several bodies, revealing their faces and armors beneath. He had no recognition of them. Moreover, the armor wasn't standardized, making it impossible to identify which power they belonged to. He moved on to the last man, the one that the skeleton dog had dragged back, and continued to check by pulling off his cloak. The moment his face was revealed, Wu Heng's brow furrowed. It was him. The butler from Aikido, the owner of the mine. Was this Aikido's doing? What benefit would this bring him? As Curly Hair the investigator had said, the accident at the mine affected him the most. He groped over the butler's corpse for a while. Beyond weapons and leather armor, there was nothing else. It seemed that their purpose was very clear, a quick in and out. Seeing no other gains, Wu Heng continued, "Take these bodies away, don't touch the others." The waiting skeleton warriors began to move. Lifting the corpses from the ground, they returned into the boundary door. On the road outside the village, a figure cloaked in a cape was rushing away in long strides. Damn it, a necromancer? Why was he in the investigation team? Cursing, he quickened his pace. The situation in Mining Village was far beyond their original plan. If the identities on the corpses were investigated, they would all be hunted down by the guards. Damn it, why was there a necromancer in the investigation team? When did the guards start accepting necromancers? It was fortunate that he had been on lookout from a distance and was not discovered by the skeletons. Otherwise, he would have ended up there, a lifeless corpse. Take what I deserve and leave this place. Huh? Murmuring, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ahead on the road, a carriage was parked, blocking his path. The sky had begun to lighten just enough to faintly make out the exquisite patterns on the carriage. The man's eyes flickered and he backed away, ready to slip into the forest. Just as he was about to move, a yellow cheetah darted out from the carriage like a bolt of lightning, springing at him. The man's face turned white. He reached for the short blade at his waist and slashed at the cheetah. Thud! But the cheetah was faster. It bit into his wrist, breaking bones and causing the short blade to fall to the ground. The man was thrown back onto the ground, the cheetah standing on his chest. Its cold eyes stared down at him, its red tongue covered in barbs, licked his face. It left a bloody mark as if it had scraped past with scythe. "I'm from the Wolf Head mercenary group, I have met Lady Slither. Let it go!" The man shouted loudly. "Kuro!" A lazy woman's voice came from inside the carriage. The cheetah jumped off the man's body, but did not leave, circling him with its eyes on him as if assessing its prey. The man sat up, clutching his injured arm, his face filled with pain. "What are you doing here?" The woman's voice rang out again. The man quickly glanced at the cheetah beside him, then said, "I just finished a task and I'm on my way back." "Kuro! Grr!" The cheetah pounced again, holding onto his arm and began to fiercely tear at it. The man struggled and shrieked, "I'll speak, we took on a task from the mining village." "What did Aikido have you doing?" The man's expression stalled, he hadn't expected the other to know about this. After some thought, he lowered his head and counter-questioned, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Depends on whether or not you're being truthful." The man glanced at the cheetah nearby and gritted his teeth to speak, "We helped." He continued grudgingly, "We assisted Aikido in retrieving something from the mining village. The journey had been smooth until we were blocked by a necromancer from the investigation team. He killed everyone else, I was the only one who managed to escape." "What exactly were you supposed to retrieve?" "I don't know, some small package that was brought out from deep within the mine, it was very well wrapped up." The carriage fell into brief silence again. The man's body swayed as he asked in a low voice, "Could I leave, please?" "Yes, you may." "Tha thank you." The man stood up, clutching his drooping arm, and scurried towards the nearby woods. Almost immediately, a voice reverberated from within the carriage, "Kuro, go kill him." The cheetah dashed into the woods, followed by the man's anguished screams and curses. Shortly after, the cheetah returned with a mouthful of fresh blood and leapt onto the carriage. "Let's go, back home." The carriage changed its course and disappeared into the night. Dawn was breaking. The guard team and the professionals regrouped. An hour ago, the mobs of frenzied villagers suddenly ceased their attack and fell simultaneously like harvested wheat. Seizing this opportunity, everyone escaped the village and regrouped together. As they regained their strength, they felt relieved that the mad villagers had lost their fighting power, otherwise, they'd be unable to get out at all. "Captain, we couldn't find Wu Heng." Kavina also emerged from the village, her face pale. While there wasn't much affection for Wu Heng, the newest member of the team, they didn't dislike him either. He died on his first mission as a teammate. It couldn't be considered a good thing. The guards also suffered serious casualties. Only 3 out of the 6-man team were left, all injured. Not finding him is also good news, let us wait a while longer, said Captain Atruk. That being said, last night's situation was extremely dangerous. Wu Heng was on his first mission, he got separated from the group, it was hard to imagine he would survive. Despite Kavina's reluctance, she didn't have any feasible solution. She sat down beside them, regaining her strength. Right then, Puliman, the leader, walked over. Captain Atruk, what's your take on this incident? The investigation of the mining village from start to finish was filled with doubts. But there was never any convincing evidence that could give them the right direction. If nobody had died, they would have just let it pass, leaving it to Blackstone Town to handle. Now that people had died from 2 different teams, they couldn't let it go so easily. Atruk said softly, present the situation to Blackstone Town, call for more people to inspect the mining village, and at the same time investigate the informer, we should be able to find some clues. The leader continued, Aikido is very suspicious but hard to track. We could never find a lead linking him to this event. Even if we use the intelligence, he will have ample reasons. So long as Aikido insists that he provided the intel based on the information he had at the time, it would be hard to fault him. After all, no one could demand absolute accuracy from intelligence. Especially with intelligence provided by the public, a certain margin of error is expected. Then we have no other choice but to investigate necromancy, something's off about those villagers, Atruk continued. Yes, there's no other choice but that, let's head back first. Just as everyone got up, ready to leave, 2 figures walked out from the village. Wu Heng. And that skeleton. He hadn't died and also didn't have any visible injuries. Chapter 20, Arresting People. As they came closer, they finally got a clear view of a man and his skeleton. Wu Heng was not too bad, just a little disheveled, while the skeleton beside him, wearing a round helmet, had 5 or 6 crossbow arrows pierced through his chest armor and body. Plus, he was carrying a gruesome corpse over his shoulder. This puzzled the crowd. They had seen the frenzied crowd use thunder tubes but not crossbows. If even crossbows were used, none of them would have been able to escape alive. Wu Heng, where did you run off to? Kavina asked immediately. I hid in the village for a while, once I saw that the outside was clear, I came out. Wu Heng replied. As long as you're safe. Atruk nodded, his gaze fell on the corpse that the skeleton warrior was carrying on his shoulder. Who's that you're carrying? Put it down. The skeleton threw the corpse onto the ground and Wu Heng immediately pulled away the cover from its face. The rest of them looked at the corpse, their eyebrows furrowing. It's Aikido's butler. Wu Heng directly revealed the corpse's identity. As soon as this reminder was given, everyone's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and disbelief. They had just mentioned that they suspected Aikido, but had no direct evidence. Now, Wu Heng returned, carrying the guy's butler. What happened, tell us in detail. Atruk continued to inquire. After we got separated, I fled towards the west. By chance, I spotted a group of people coming out of the mine from behind. Then, he told them what he had witnessed the previous night. From seeing the sneaky group, the object they were carrying in their hands, them wanting to kill him, but getting killed by him instead. However, the way he killed them was by using the poison smoke thunder and skeleton basin. He omitted the issue about the skeletons. You mean, they retrieved something from the back of the mountain in the mine? Puliman approached. Yes, departed after we had drawn away all the people. They took something away. Instantly, everyone's faces turned grim. Killing intent flashed in Puliman's eyes. Treating an investigation team like fools, this Aikido was the first. Behead the corpse. Puliman ordered. A guard stepped forward, with a slash the corpse's head was chopped down and wrapped in a leather bag. Let's leave. They must have left their horses nearby, we'll reach our destination faster if we find the horses. All the horses from the investigation team were lost in last night's chaos. Returning on foot would waste more time, by then Aikido might have arranged people to intercept them. Fine, spread out and look around. Puliman continued to command. The team disbanded and began searching nearby and as expected, they found horses tied to the trees. These horses were kept a certain distance from the village and were undisturbed. Everyone rode their horses and headed straight for the station. But upon arriving at the station, they didn't leave immediately. Puliman directly mobilized the stationed army and went back to Akido's estate to arrest people. The squad arrived at the mansion in full force. The mansion's defense could not be compared to that of a city, its iron gates were thin and hollow, completely incapable of defending against the army's attack. "Sir, this probably goes against the rule. If you want to arrest someone, you need a writ from the city hall." A guard standing behind the gate objected. After the last night's battle, Puliman apparently didn't have much patience to argue with him. With a bang, he kicked open the iron gate and shouted, "All armed personnel will be executed on the spot for treason." Swish swish swish. The moment the order was given, numerous crossbows were strung and aimed forward. The mansion's guards who wanted to say something froze in their tracks, not daring to make any movements. Then, they carefully threw away their weapons to avoid being riddled with arrows. The crime of treason was mentioned. It's clear that something major was happening. As the mansion's guards threw away their weapons, the guards quickly moved forward to apprehend them. Puliman gestured again and continued to march towards the central building. When he arrived at the doorstep, the mansion's door was already open. The mine owner Akido came out, carrying something wrapped in a yellowed piece of cloth. Through the gaps in the cloth, a jar full of patterns could be seen. Puliman glanced at Wu Heng, who nodded slightly, confirming that what he saw last night was indeed this. At the same time, from Wu Heng's view, the object emanated a faint aura of death. "Akido, you know why we're here, don't you?" Puliman's voice was icy cold, with a hint of murderous intent. "I do, I'm willing to go with you. Please don't harm anyone else here," Akido said. "Humph." Puliman sneered, "Now you talk about this, what about the villagers you caused to die?" A guard stepped forward to apprehend Akido and the several people beside him. As for Puliman, he casually passed the death-radiating jar to Wu Heng, "Guard it carefully, don't let anything happen to it." "Damn it!" Wu Heng cursed inwardly, putting the object into Skeleton Bassin's embrace and followed the team as they escorted Akido and the others away. On the returning train, the guards and careers squads again kept their distance. Skeleton Bassin stood at the end of the carriage, holding the jar in his arms. Meanwhile, Wu Heng and the others sat on the other side, keeping a certain distance. "Captain, tell me about the Careers Association," Wu Heng asked. He had just joined and didn't know much about this organization. His initial reason for joining was to have a legitimate status. Let me first tell you about the internal structure of the association," Captain Atruk continued. "The Careers Association is the general term for the organization. It's not just composed of small teams like us who carry out assignments. There is a more detailed division inside. Teams like ours, stationed in various branches, are called external envoys. We mainly carry out assignments and assist in rescuing members of the association. Aside from us, there are also Hengwan Alliance, hunters, secret speakers, and other different branches. The main members of the Hengwan Alliance are scholars and those careers with a strong curiosity. Hunters represent exploration and adventure, most of them being rangers and thieves. Then there are the secret speakers. They're good at gathering information from all over, old affairs of the kingdom, noble families' history, or some hidden secrets that are circulated among the people. These are their targets." Listening to this, Wu Heng also understood the idea of these organizations. The Careers Association is like a school, everyone is a student of this school, but there are different clubs inside. If you like to study knowledge, you join the Hengwan Alliance. If you enjoy adventure, go to the Hunters. If you like collecting gossip, then join the Secret Speakers. Regardless of the internal divisions, you're still a member of the Careers Association. This mechanism is pretty solid. At this point, Kavina also chimed in, "Keep your distance from the Secret Speakers, arousing their curiosity can be quite troublesome. You also don't want your secrets to end up in their database, right?" "What the heck?" Hearing this instantly gave him a feeling of his information being exposed and a global death by social embarrassment. Are there any members of the Secret Speakers in Blackstone Town?" Wu Heng asked. "Yes, Madam Slither of the Money Cat." Chapter 21, My Judgment is Usually Right. Madam, a word with an inexplicable attraction. But the name Money Cat holds high prestige in Blackstone Town. Or to say that it's particularly well known among the men. At mealtimes in the tavern, it was common to overhear conversations about who the fairest girl at the Money Cat was and the types of new dance programs on offer. Unlike the conventional brothels, the Money Cat did not operate by selling flesh but was an entertainment venue for song and dance performances. In Wu Heng's understanding, they were essentially risque performances. But he had only heard about it. He had not expected the owner to be a woman, and a member of the professional association at that. So, which squad is she in? Wu Heng continued to ask. Kavina continued, she is the vice executive of Blackstone Town and does not belong to any squad. Vice executive that's no small authority. Over time, it's likely impossible to avoid interaction, so it would be better to maintain a cordial relationship and not give her any scandalous stories about oneself. The two continued to discuss the woman behind the Money Cat. Captain Atruk continued, let me brief you on the squad situation in Blackstone Town. Alright. Apart from our newly formed squad, there were 3 other squads. The first squad was established the earliest, led by a warrior named Enel. The leader of the second squad is a magician named Tulisa, and the third squad is commanded by a ranger named Nacho. Their squads were established earlier, and all members have reached the full quota of 5. As Wu Heng listened, he learned about the existence of 3 squads, all of which were fully staffed. Because of the formation of the 4th squad, he was recruited, thus becoming a member of the professional association. As for the names of the 3 squad captains, he had forgotten them as soon as he heard them. The only one that left a deep impression was Mrs. Slither of the Money Cat. Alright, just get an idea for now, you'll get used to it over time, the captain continued. The train returned to Blackstone Town, just as dusk was falling. At the station, the guards from Blackstone Town took over the vase filled with the aura of necromancy from Aikido and the others. With this, the professional squad's mission was completed. The remaining matters would be handled by Blackstone Town. Captain Atruk and Puliman had a brief chat and went their separate ways, planning to report back to the professional association. Wu Heng and Kavina could return home first, and they would be notified if their assistance was needed for anything else. After bidding farewell to the two, Wu Heng headed back to his residence. The task of the professional squad was not as simple as Yuzd had described. Out of 9 members in the investigation team, 3 died and the rest all sustained some injuries. If it were not for the confirmation that one of them was Aikido's housekeeper, it would have been challenging to accumulate solid evidence and attribute the incident to Aikido. Who knows how many more lives might have been taken by the jar of necromancy magic by then. Black magic is indeed quite terrifying. No wonder necromancers are so opposed, it's not unjust at all. Upon returning home, right when he was about to check the conditions in zombie world, someone knocked on his door. Wu Heng, is that you who's back? The voice of his landlord. Wu Heng opened the door to see a coarse-skinned, bearded middle-aged man standing on his doorstep. Mr. Ludger. Ludger was the owner of the house, in other words, the landlord. Wu Heng, have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Ludger strode into the room and asked immediately. Wu Heng frowned, his mind raced back to the escaped fugitive accomplice. He asked, is something wrong? I was about to ask you what happened. Why are there guards coming here these past few days? I only rented the place to you because you're a good person. You can't cause any trouble for me, said the landlord, sitting at the table. After which, he glanced at the figure clad in a round helmet, furrowed his brows, and added, also, I only rented the house to you. Don't bring just about anyone over. Skeleton Bassin, completely shrouded in a secure wrap, still bore traces of crossbow arrows on his leather armor. Plus, the amusingly round helmet made him stand out, making him appear far from an ordinary resident. Wu Heng understood what he was implying. These past few days, the repeated visits by the guards and professional squad had caused the landlord to sense something was amiss. Being just a renter, no one wanted to invite trouble. Fortunately, he was unaware that Wu Heng had killed someone here, otherwise, he would have been kicked out. There's a misunderstanding. I have joined the professional squad. Yesterday, I was assisting the town guards with an investigation. I haven't done anything bad, Wu Heng explained as he reached for the bronze badge given to him by the professional association. The landlord was first taken aback, then surprised, and immediately broke into a smile. I did say you're promising and indeed worth it. I always have a keen eye for people. The landlord's attitude changed instantly. He stopped harping on the trouble and instead complimented him for being capable and having prospects. He even offered to introduce him to some girls, acting very friendly. Miss so-and-so from such and such family, the widow from that street, he suggested 3 or 4 candidates. Still, Wu Heng just listened and did not take it too seriously. Despite having no law enforcement powers, the field agents in the professional association were considered rather unique to ordinary people. Wu Heng also chatted with him for a while, assuring him that he wouldn't cause any trouble. Laughing, the landlord reckoned that with Wu Heng living here, the safety of the neighborhood would significantly improve. Before long, the landlord took his leave. Wu Heng took a quick look in zombie world, picked up some goods for Skeleton Basin to carry, and then walked out of his door. Professional Association, Conference Room. 4 people sat on either side of a long and narrow conference table. The Blackstone Town Professional Association has a total of 4 squads, and Audiobooks, who had just returned, was also called in for the meeting. The executive had not arrived yet, so the atmosphere amongst them was somewhat relaxed. The leader of the first squad spoke up, "Audiobooks, I hear your squad recruited a necromancer." "Yes, our squad is short of hands, so we recruited a new member," Audiobooks replied calmly. The leader of the third squad said, "I know about this, the executive personally recruited him, intending to arrange him in our squad." He did not continue, but his meaning was apparent. The undead mage was assigned to the fourth squad only because the third squad did not want him. The female leader of the second squad glanced at Audiobooks and commented, "Let's just use him for now since we don't have enough people, we can figure out what to do later." The leader of the first squad continued to ask, "Yesterday was your first mission, wasn't it? How did he perform?" "He performed very well, surpassing my expectations." "Haha, don't pretend, he just changed jobs a few days ago. It would be great if he didn't become a liability." The leader of the third squad was not buying it. Audiobooks did not respond. The rest just laughed it off, and the topic was dropped. At this moment, the door of the room opened. Yuzd, the executive of the association, leaning on a wooden cane, walked into the room and took a seat at the head of the table. He immediately spoke, "The investigation of the mining village this time was executed remarkably well by the fourth squad, especially by the squad member, Wu Heng. He has been commended by the City Hall. Due to incorrect intelligence provided by Blackstone Town, the reward for your squad, Audiobooks, is doubled. Additionally, there will be 1 medium-grade tool as a reward." As soon as these words left his lips, all of the squad leaders were taken aback. The City Hall, commending a necromancer? What did he do? Chapter 22, Skeleton Crossbowman. Audiobooks might be stubborn and unwilling to admit that his team members are underperforming. But, if the butler says so, then there must be some truth to it. Having a necromancer get compliments from the town hall must mean that he was of great help in this mission. Noticing something amiss among the few people, the steward asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, congratulations Captain Audiobooks, you've got yourself a capable new member," the third team's captain said. "Thank you." Audiobooks expressed his gratitude. Continuing, the butler said, "With the Wolf Head mercenary group involved this time, all teams except for the fourth team should prepare to assist Blackstone Town in capturing them." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded, then left the conference room. On the other side, Wu Heng took his skeleton to the East District. Main roads leading to the East City Gate were lined with stalls. They formed a distinctively local market. Booty from the mercenary group, goods from villages, and some stores would bring their wares for sale at this time of day. Those with proper conditions would set up a stall, and those without would just spread out a piece of linen or leather as a stand. Arriving late, Wu Heng found a spot on the outskirts, spread out a piece of cloth, and took out all his items. Mostly, they were scavenged glass cups. He placed them one by one on the stand. Then, he stood up and shouted, "Come and have a look, the exploitative shop owner has run off with his mistress. Glass cups that were once sold at 100 or 200, are now all 50 coppers, first come, first served, stall closes once everything is sold." Upon hearing the shouting, everyone cast curious looks. After hearing it the second time, they understood it had something to do with the shop owner running off with his mistress. Curious about the goods that had something to do with the shop owner's mistress, they all came closer for a look. Soon, the shouts attracted many people and the stand was surrounded by several layers of interested customers. "Everything's 50 coppers." "Yes, all 50 coppers, pick any you like, practical for drinking water and looks nice at home too." "Did the boss really run away with his mistress?" He didn't take anyone else with him. Not important, if you don't buy now, you'll be left with the picked over ones. Why do they look used? It gets dirty as everyone touches it, just wash it when you get home. I'll take one. I'll take 3, I want to try drinking water from a glass cup. With a few people leading, others started pulling out coins to make purchases. At this price, it's definitely cheaper than the glass cups in the stores, plus the patterns and styles look better than the regular round ones. This would be considered great value for money here. It's not that he set this price intending to earn much. All these items were scavenged, it would be such a waste to throw them away. Those who could shop here were ordinary residents or villagers from remote villages. Instead of holding on to these items, might as well sell them cheap so that everyone could make good use of them. Thanks to Wu Heng's various calls, his place quickly became the hottest stand. More and more people gathered around, not knowing what was happening, they also came over for a look. Wu Heng continuously collected the money, and soon, all the glass cups on his stand were sold. A lot of people who didn't manage to buy were so frustrated they were slapping their thighs. Other stall vendors were stunned. What just happened? The stand is closing already? Just after he sat down, his goods were gone. Sorry folks, sold out. Wu Heng rolled up his cloth stand and got ready to leave. He said, I may have another batch coming in a few days, same place, same price. Those who are interested can come back then. These items are convenient for personal use and for your families. Having packed up his stuff, Wu Heng was about to leave with the skeleton when several men surrounded him. They were from the nearby stands. Sir, if you don't have the time, you can sell your goods directly to me. Same price, and it saves you a trip. One of them suggested. Sell to me, I will offer a higher price. I have a physical shop. As long as your supply is stable, I can help you sell. Wu Heng understood their intentions. They wanted to resell his merchandise. This, in fact, didn't cause him any loss and could even save him some time. But after some thought, he declined. It was uncertain when he would come to sell next time. Plus, continuously getting goods out of thin air would be hard to explain. He didn't have a factory backing him, all the goods were moved from another world. If someone were to investigate, problems would arise. He promptly turned down their offer. Sorry gentlemen, can't exactly say for sure if I'll have goods next time. I'm afraid we can't work together. After hearing that there might be no goods next time, they did not press further and each returned to their own stalls, leaving only a few words indicating their willingness to purchase his goods next time. After putting his stuff away, Wu Heng started strolling around the stalls. He hadn't walked far when he heard shouts from behind him. Shop owner ran off with his mistress, selling goods to compensate for the loss carried by the wind. The vendors shouting the sentence paused in shock, looking at each other angrily. Wu Heng glanced back and kept walking. This place was much more lively than any modern world night market, not to mention the strange and unusual items for sale. There were also several groups of people engaging in real-life PK within a short distance. However, they were still relatively restrained, not drawing their swords, only throwing punches to each other's face. After wandering around, they stopped in front of a booth. The booth owner was a middle-aged man wearing leather armor with herbs and beast horns displayed before him and 5 spears. The spearhead was made of metal, while the shaft was made of hardwood. It was probably used by nearby villages to ward off wild beasts. Adventurers in battle do not use weapons with wooden shafts, as they are easily chopped in half. However, they worked well against wild beasts. How much for the spears? Asked Wu Heng. The booth owner looked up at him, casually said, 2 silver coins, or we can trade with other items. I'll take all these, can I get a discount? All of them? What do you need so many for? The owner raised his head to glance at him. Just give me a fair discount. If you buy a lot it'd be IO silver coins. I'll take 9 from you, the booth owner continued. Wu Heng handed over the money directly and bought the 5 spears. Seeing that the other party was generous, the owner continued, if there's anything else you like, we can bundle it up and I'll give you a discount. Maybe next time. Picking up the purchased spears, he and Skeleton Bassin carried them together, heading back to their residence. After solving the dinner problem, he took Skeleton Bassin with the purchased spears toward the zombie world. The familiar stench of decay smacked him in the face, offering him an odd sense of security like he was back to his normal life. The human world is too complicated. During the task in the mining village, the mine's owner was actually the mastermind behind the scene, nearly leading to the death of the entire investigation team. The most difficult thing to understand is the human heart. In the zombie world, there are no such worries. When he arrived at the rooftop, it was filled with stiff-standing skeleton warriors, with only skeleton hounds running ceaselessly back and forth, which had none of the tranquility of the undead. "Bring those corpses over," Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton warriors in front of him moved, dragging the corpses from afar and tossing them at his feet. There were 4 bodies in total. They were the people who attacked him in Mining Village yesterday. He had chosen a few to bring back. In addition to the bodies, there were also 4 iron swords, 2 hand crossbows, and some crossbow arrows. These were worth quite a number of silver coins. After stripping off all the armor and clothes on the bodies, the designs of what seemed like wolf heads were revealed on their skin. They were probably mercenaries or gang members. Only such organizations would often tattoo this kind of unified tattoo on their bodies. Similar to in gaming, it aids in uniting the group, identifying own team members, and creating an impressive facade. He took a brief glance but didn't bother to look closely. All these had nothing to do with him. Even if they were from a big gang or a big sect, they could find the Blackstone town guards to settle their scores. He directly cast bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell off, and 4 skeletons stood up. They were 2 skeleton swordsmen and 2 skeleton crossbowmen. One of the skeleton swordsmen was at level 6, another at level 5, while the crossbowmen were both at level 5. He intentionally looked at the attributes of the crossbowman. Skeleton crossbowman. Level, 5, 0/3000. Attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 9, Perception 8, Charisma 5. Specialties, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Talents, Hunter's Aim, Coordinated Attack. Abilities, One-Handed Sword Specialization, Basic, Hand Crossbow Specialization, Intermediate, Light Armor Specialization, Intermediate, Lock Picking, Basic, Trap Disarming, Basic. Hunter's Aim, Focused Aim, makes attacks incredibly accurate. Coordinated Attack, rich experience in team coordination, able to coordinate better with teammates/allies for attacks. All 4 skeletons had a basic soul, and the azure flames flickered in their hollow eye sockets. While in a crossbowman's attributes, proficiency in the hand crossbow was the main attribute. He finally had a ranged troop now. There was nothing special about the attributes of swordsman. Specialty, Precision Swordsmanship. Abilities, Two-Handed Sword Specialization, Intermediate, Light Armor Specialization, Intermediate, Medium Armor Specialization, Intermediate. Not bad at all. Wu Heng took a look at the 4 skeletons and spoke to the level 6 skeleton swordsman, "You will be called Jianyi from now on." Turned to the other swordsman and crossbowman, he said, "You will be called Jian'er, you are Nyi, you are newer." The 4 skeletons nodded their skulls, seeming to understand. Now, he owned 6 soul-possessing skeletons. The skeleton hound Teddy, skeleton thief Basin, and Jianyi, Jian'er, Nyi, and newer. "First, put your armors back on and equip your weapons," Wu Heng ordered. The 4 skeletons walked to the side and began to put on the equipment they had stripped off earlier. Chapter 23, Task Reward. Jianyi and Jian'er led 4 skeletons away to put on their gear. Wu Heng's attention fell on the upright skeleton army. He selected 5 skeleton warriors whose experiences were slightly higher from the crowd and called them to stand at the very front. One of them was the initial skeleton that was transformed and given an iron sword. The sword-wielding skeleton was the only one promoted to level 2. "Drop your weapons." Clink, clatter. The skeleton warriors threw their weapons onto the ground. Wu Heng picked up a long spear and handed it over to a skeleton, "Take it." The skeleton warrior took the spear and held it in its hands. Wu Heng took 2 steps back, pointed to the iron cage nearby, "Attack the cage." The skeleton warrior raised the spear and made a forward thrusting motion. The spear blade clanged against the iron cage with a sound. Seeing that the skeleton could execute this movement, Wu Heng felt relieved. He was really afraid that holding a spear was like swinging a kitchen knife or an iron sword. Even though these spears were not expensive, they were still a good thing if ordinary skeletons could use them. Then, Wu Heng handed a spear to each of the remaining skeletons. He also issued the same order to try to attack. The skeletons all made forward thrusting motions. The results were fairly satisfying. At this time, Jianyi and the other skeletons, who had finished gearing up, also returned. Looking at the dim sky, Wu Heng said, "Don't go out, wait upstairs." The 4 skeletons nodded simultaneously. Wu Heng didn't linger, he returned to Blackstone Town with Skeleton Basin. After a brief physical workout, he went to bed. The next day, early in the morning. After eating breakfast, Wu Heng went to the Job Seekers Association alone. According to Captain Autruk, he should go to the association this morning. He arrived at the central area and walked into the assembly hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a slender figure standing in front of the notice board, looking up at the posted tasks. "Kavina, you're here early," Wu Heng greeted her proactively. Kavina turned around at the sound, nodded, and said, "The captain asked me to wait for you here, in case you couldn't find the place." "Oh, thank you." They walked through the corridor and arrived at a room. Upon opening the door, he saw Captain Autruk sitting inside. "Captain, Wu Heng is here," Kavina said. Autruk nodded, gestured for them to sit, and continued, "Wu Heng, this is the rest room the association has given our team. From now on, just come here directly." "Understood, Captain." Next, Autruk continued, "At yesterday's meeting, our team's performance was praised by the executive, especially you, Wu Heng. The City Hall gave you a separate commendation." After acknowledging their performance on the mission, Autruk took out a file and handed it to the 2. "Blackstone Town has interrogated Aikido, this is his confession. We participated in this operation and got a copy." Kavina glanced at it quickly, then passed it to him. Wu Heng took it in his hands and started to read it carefully. According to Aikido's confession, what was brought out from mining village was a baby's corpse. His wife had given birth to a stillborn 3 years ago. In this world, that was nothing abnormal, typically the baby would be buried and it'd be over. But before the burial, a scholar traveling by found him, claiming there were ways to enable the stillborn to live in another form and his business would benefit in the process, too. He believed the scholar and placed the stillborn in a certain place in the mine as instructed, and sure enough, his mining business began to take off. However, recently, people in the village started going mad. He realized there was a problem, but when he wanted to retrieve the corpse for a proper burial, he found he couldn't get in because all the people in the village had gone mad. Moreover, Blackstone Town continuously sent investigation teams, which prompted him to set up the trap the day before. Since it was impossible to stop the second investigation team, he had the idea of making the team divert the insane villagers away so they could go retrieve the corpse of the baby. Fortunately, the plan went relatively smoothly. Only Wu Heng's presence was unexpected. A single man wiped out several of the Wolf Head mercenary group. Thus, his entire plan fell apart at the last step. After Wu Heng had finished reading, Autruk continued, "Blackstone Town believes that the scholar passing through was a necromancer, and they have already started to investigate him." "A necromancer, hey? A simple suggestion, and an entire village is wiped out. No wonder this profession is shunned." "So, the craziness among those villagers was caused by the baby's corpse?" Wu Heng asked. "According to the data, the ghost cultivated by necromancy, which in this case is the soul of the baby. After becoming a soul, it has no concept of right or wrong and it can become even more dangerous," Autruk replied. "A baby ghost? A soul? How did it end up with ghosts again? But then again, the skeletons possess soul fire, so it's not strange for there to be ghosts in this world. At least, as far as believability goes, the existence of souls is much more plausible than skeletons rising from the dead. Alright, the mission has ended. Due to the discrepancy in the information provided, the Guild and Blackstone Town have increased the mission reward. It's now 220 silver coins along with a moderate level equipment as rewards." Upon hearing this, Kavina, who was originally uninterested in the story, brightened up. At least the risk was worth it. The reward was upgraded. Wu Heng, on the other hand, was interested in the moderate level reward. He could exchange it for a moderate level skill book. The acid splash doesn't seem very effective. It's not elegant at all, just like spitting. "Oh, and Wu Heng, you need to take note," the captain looked at him again. "Ah? What's wrong?" "This incident affected an entire village and it's related to necromancy. While City Hall recognizes your performance in this incident, they will also increase their attention on you. Wu Heng frowned. In other words, the consequences of the necromancer's actions have led the city hall to perceive this profession as more dangerous. As a necromancer in the city, he is going to be a focus of their attention. No, he has always been a potential risk, and after this incident, he has become a high-priority risk. I understand, Captain. Atruk pulled out 2 money bags and handed them to the 2 of them, continuing to speak, that's for today. Kavina, show Wu Heng around the guild. Sure. Kavina put the money bag into her backpack and stood up to leave. I'll show you around the guild. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Leaving her room, Kavina, with her long legs, took him outside. Her curved butt was particularly eye-catching. That's the training ground over there, it's very spacious. Our captain loves to train there, he's a training maniac. Over there is the alchemy lab, it's dedicated to alchemists. And over there is the meeting room. Along the way, Kavina introduced him to several special places. The professional association is rich and powerful. The entire building occupies a large area and covers a wide range of sectors. Do they serve meals here? Like breakfast and dinner? No. Oh. After a tour, Kavina left on her own. Wu Heng approached the front desk. I want to use the moderate level equipment reward to exchange for a skill book. Sure, sir. May I know which profession's skills you need? Mage. Okay, sir. At the moment, Blackstone Town has 2 types of mage skill books. With that said, 2 skill books were brought out. Grease skill, fog skill. The book covers were old and looked like they had been flipped through more than once. Grease skill. Description, transforms the specified area into difficult terrain which can be ignited. Fog skill. Description, creates a dense fog, filling every corner of the room. Chapter 24, Spear Array L. 2 books were placed in front of him, and a brief introduction was given about them. Both spells seemed to be of the auxiliary type. One was to change the terrain, the other was to manipulate the environment to create smoke. It has to be said that in Blackstone Town, there aren't many spells for mages. No wonder that he, a freshly converted necromancer, could enroll as a specialist. He considered his options carefully. The fog skill did not seem too useful, or rather, it didn't seem very effective against zombies. Besides, the poison smoke thunder could substitute for it. On the other hand, the grease skill, which mentioned difficult terrain, may be somewhat useful. After understanding, he directly said, I'll choose this one. The staff member nodded, recorded his choice, and completed the process. Wu Heng picked up the skill book and left. He returned to his residence. After a quick meal, he took out the grease skill he had exchanged in the morning. Based on the skill rankings, grease spell was a notch above the acid splash one. He hoped it could bring him a decent effect. However, Blackstone Town didn't have many skills, and the skill books he had swapped for were clearly very old. Blackstone Town was just too remote. He heard that professionals could be transferred to other cities. Should he consider applying for a transfer to a larger place? But this thought flashed by and was immediately dismissed. The skills were only secondary. As his level increased, he could convert more skeletons, which was much more advantageous. If he really moved out, the new environment might bring other problems. Learning a few new skills in a new environment didn't seem to be a good deal. He must not rush. Calming his mind, he refocused his attention on the grease skill book. He started browsing through it. Time passed bit by bit. When he finished the last page, the system prompt also sounded in his ear. Unlock skill, grease skill. Having successfully unlocked the skill, he closed the magic book. This exchange seemed not to be worthwhile. He was able to unlock it just by reading it once. He wondered if he could return the book now, saying that he had chosen wrong. He would ask Atruk when he got a chance. After unlocking the skill, he checked the time. He decided to bring Bassin along and open the boundary door to the zombie world. Arriving at the rooftop, rows of skeleton warriors stood erect. A few soul-bearing skeletons were also sitting on the bricks to one side. He checked and saw no problems. Follow me downstairs, Wu Heng ordered directly. The skeletons followed him downstairs and stopped at the stairway door on the ground floor. You 5, stand at the door, spears facing forward. Wu Heng stood on the stairs and ordered the 5 skeletons equipped with spears. The 5 skeletons held their spears, standing rigidly in front of the door, forming a barrier at the narrow staircase. When the preparations were almost done, he turned to Skeleton Basson and said, "Open the main door and lure some zombies here, do not leave the residential area." The zombies downstairs had already been cleared out once, but there were still quite a few zombies underneath the buildings inside the residential area. Basson nodded, opened the big door, and strode out. Soon the sound of frantic running and zombie roars echoed from outside. He peeked outside, and Basson was running back swiftly, followed by at least 2 or 3 dozen frenzied zombies. With their claws, they showed ferocious faces. The noise and roars attracted the attention of the zombies inside other buildings. Zombies trapped inside the rooms broke through the glass and jumped down from the upper floors amidst shards of glass. The number of zombies was quickly increasing. Basson was fast, always maintaining a certain distance from the zombies. When he arrived downstairs, he dived directly into the staircase, squeezing into the back of the skeleton team. And the zombies, with a series of roars, chased after them into the staircase like swarms of birds returning to their nests. Thunk! The sound of flesh and spearhead echoed, the first zombie to charge and wreck directly on the forward-facing spears. Then, more and more zombies rushed in. The 5 spear-wielding skeletons began to attack. The spears in their hands incessantly pierced forward, boring through the zombies' bodies. And the mindless zombies, fearless of pain, continued to surge forward. The narrow staircase restricted the zombies' movements. And the spears kept thrusting forward, penetrating the zombies at the front. Experience +6. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, Experience +5. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, Experience +5. Summoned Entity. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, Strength +1. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, Physique +1. The results were better than expected. All the experience concentrated on the 5 spear-wielding skeletons. Their levels rose to the 2nd level in succession. Previously they had killed many zombies, but the experience was distributed among many skeletons. Those that fought at the front and killed the most had also died very quickly. Even after working for several days, only the sword-wielding skeleton had reached level 2. Now, it seems that when the number of enemies is not large and there is no danger, I can use this method to nurture some higher-level skeletons first. Numbers are important, but so is the level. Soon, the fight was nearing its end. 5 of the skeletons had all leveled up to level 2. The small doorway area was piled high with bodies. Wu Heng walked out from the back, began to use the bone manipulation skill, and one by one, the skeleton warriors rose from the ground and joined the row of skeletons. The following work was a bit tedious. Transforming and recovering energy at the same time. Until late at night, he returned to Blackstone Town to rest. The next day, Wu Heng came to the zombie world early. After transforming all the leftover zombie bodies from yesterday, he counted the number of zombies. 5 level 2 skeletons, 172 level 1 skeletons. Skeletons with souls were Skeleton Basson, a level 7 skeleton rogue, Jianyi, a level 6 skeleton, Jianer and Yi, level 5 skeletons, along with Teddy, a level 5 skeleton dog. It didn't seem like many, but when standing on the roof, they certainly seemed quite numerous. However, compared to the zombie horde that chased cars, there was still no comparison. Especially as there were all sorts of mutated zombies in the group of corpses. The premise of steady development is not to take risks recklessly. After counting the skeletons, he said, "We should go downstairs." There was a rustling sound. The skeletons started moving, following together as they walked downstairs. Walking out of the stairwell, the downstairs was somewhat empty. Forward. Thump, thump, thump. The army of skeletons trudged forward with resounding steps, following the charge towards the direction of the building next door. When they reached the doorway of the first unit, whoosh! As soon as it opened, 2 zombies lunged at them. Dodging sideways, the skeleton warrior behind swung a vegetable knife, killing the zombies. "You guys, follow Jianyi, clean the stairway of zombies." Jianyi nodded, leading 5 skeleton warriors into the stairwell, headed upstairs. Wu Heng, on the other hand, continued to the second unit, and opened the door. "You guys follow Jianer and clean the stairway of zombies." One stairwell after another was opened, and the skeletons entered in batches, cleaning the zombies in the stairwells. The progress was smooth, with no mutated zombies found. Soon, A whole building was cleaned, the bodies were carried outside to an open space. Wu Heng didn't immediately start transforming them but continued on to the next building to clean it. The same process repeated, piling the bodies outside, while the spoils of war were directly moved back to the original residence. He returned to Blackstone Town. Wu Heng had Basin pack his bag and together they walked towards the market in the eastern part of the town. The market was still bustling, with hawking echoing throughout the area. Passing by several stalls, he heard more than one shouting the slogan "The boss ran away with his mistress, all items massively discounted." Wu Heng brought Basin to an empty spot, took out a colorful mat and spread it on the ground, then took out one glass cup after another. Under the sunlight, the glass cups refracted beautiful light. Without him needing to hawk his wares, a crowd of people had already gathered around. New stock arrived. Is it the same price as before? Crowds were gathering, all eagerly asking questions. Wu Heng didn't expect so many people to gather so quickly. He replied, "It's the same price as before, 50 copper coins each, to prevent malicious buying, each person can only buy 3 maximum." "I'll take one. I want one too." The crowd surged forward, taking out money to buy these glass cups that were cheaper than those in the stores. Whether they recognized him, or just came to see what was happening with the crowd. Soon, his booth was surrounded by people. What a messy scene! Although it wasn't sold out instantly like the first time, he had done decent business. With so many people and such affordable items, it didn't take long for all the merchandise to be sold out. "I'm sorry. We are sold out. Wait for the next batch." Wu Heng packed up his things, stood up and said. Those who didn't successfully purchase sighed softly, saying they'd come earlier next time before they scattered. Wu Heng tidied up his things. He looked around the stalls. He didn't see any selling long spears, which was a shame. The items in the market were much cheaper than those in the blacksmith's shop. Having looked around, Wu Heng asked the fur merchant about prices before he left with his skeleton. There was a difference between rawhide and leather. The sold furs were completely different from the leather armors in the armor shop. There were probably several steps in between to process them. Since he didn't know how to use them, he had just asked about the prices before leaving. But as soon as he left, 2 men came to the same stall. They asked, "What was that guy trying to buy from you just now?" The stall owner looked at the pair's mean faces and hesitated before replying. He asked about the price of the furs, seemed like he felt it was too expensive, so he left. "Didn't he say anything else?" "What else is there in my stall?" the stall owner retorted. The 2 men glanced at the stall owner again before getting up and leaving towards a distant place. It wasn't until they reached a place with fewer people, that one of them said, "He's the one who killed Basin, the items must be with him." "That useless Basin!" The other man cursed, then asked, "Who was the guy by his side?" "I don't know, but he lives alone. The guards have been cleaning up the Wolf Head mercenary group these past few days. Let's find a time to go and avenge Basin and retrieve our items." "Okay." Chapter 25, Someone has been Herald. After eating dinner at the tavern along the way, they went straight back to their lodgings. After resting for a while, they started practicing spear combat with Basin. Ever since they got Basin the skeleton, they haven't used wooden targets for practice. Combat training is much more effective than practicing on wooden targets. As the fighting continued, the system message once again appeared in his ear. Specialty unlocked, Spear Mastery, Beginner, L. Huh? The sudden message distracted him a bit. His movements slowed, and Basin's dagger was aimed at his neck. He was startled, and dodged to the side frantically. "Pause." After dodging, he immediately shouted. Basin stopped his movements, quickly sheathed his blade and stood still. Wu Heng touched his neck, confirming that he was not injured, and then checked his attributes. Name, Wu Heng. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 3, 1109/2700. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Intellect 16, Perception 10. Charm 13. Specialty, Spear Mastery, Beginner. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill. Spear Mastery, Beginner. You have reached the beginner's proficiency level with the spear weapon. As expected, there's an additional specialty in the attribute panel. There was no fixed attribute bonus, only shown he has reached a beginner's proficiency level. It means, he could also unlock other weapons through training. No, that would just be a dataized hint from the panel, and the proficiency really comes from his own training. From combat to daily training, it's been not too short a time. Should I practice swordsmanship next? Compared to spears, there are more people who wield swords. This proves the practicality of swords in groups. Since training can unlock weapon proficiency, it might be worth practicing with a sword. After checking his attributes, he got up and said, "Let's practice some more." The two of them stand in the middle of the living room and continue to practice. Wu Heng didn't go to bed until late. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Heng led his skeleton squad to continue yesterday's task. Arriving at a building that hasn't been cleared, they opened every door in the hall, leading the skeleton warriors in to clean up the zombies. Then continue to open every room door, further cleaning up zombies in the rooms. Repeating the same unchanging battles. These isolated zombies pose no threat to the current skeleton troop. Soon, the first building was cleared, followed by the next building full of zombies. Using their numerical advantage to win the battle. Just when he was about to turn the corner after clearing the zombies in the third building, Basin, acting as a scout, ran back from the distance. He made a stop signal. Wu Heng immediately ordered, "Stand by." Swish! The advancing skeleton army instantly halted and stiffly went into standby mode. Basin squeezed through the crowd, came to Wu Heng's side and pointed at the direction blocked by the building. "Is there danger?" Basin nodded his skull lightly. "Take me to see." Basin nodded again, led Wu Heng out of the skeleton troop, and poked their heads around the corner to look ahead. In front of them was a small square within the housing complex, a cement floor with a few exercising machines. A bus rammed through the neighborhood fence, overturning to one side of the square. About 20 or so zombies were lurking around the square, with many of them wearing matching blue uniforms. They must be passengers from the bus, workers from some factory. The numbers are still manageable. More than 20 zombies is quite a number. But considering the current amount of skeletons and a few soul-enhanced ones, it shouldn't be too hard. Proper preparation could further mitigate losses. Just as he was about to call the skeleton army over. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 dark shadows burst out from a distant staircase. They trapped a wandering zombie and forcibly ripped off its arm and lower leg. Before the other zombies closed in, they quickly ran off, leading the zombie group around in circles. Mutated zombie dogs. Wu Heng's eyes widened at the sight. Like Teddy, all 3 of these creatures were large mutated dogs. They toyed with their prey, leading the zombies around in circles. They were dashing around chaotically with their speed advantage, and even occasionally stopping to wait. This commotion attracted more zombies, and the square started to become crowded. The advantage of zombie dogs lies in their speed. When Teddy was killed before, he had been trapped in a hallway, which severely restricted his movements. In open spaces like these, it's hard to get a hold of them. Even if you can win, if they turn around and run, it's hard to catch up. He patted Basin on the shoulder, "Let's go back." They retreated, leaving with the skeleton army. He needed to carefully consider how to handle the 3 zombie dogs, ideally trapping them in the middle, otherwise, they would be hard to deal with. They retreated all the way back to the building where they lived. While directing the skeletons to relocate corpses, Wu Heng carried out the conversion. The skeletons rose one by one, and the prepared kitchen knives were handed to the new skeletons by Jianyi and Jianer. Dusk fell. Wu Heng returned to Blackstone Town with a one-handed iron sword. After unlocking the spear proficiency, he planned to start practicing swordsmanship tonight. He would try to unlock that proficiency as well. Moreover, while he was practicing the spear, he was doing it blindly. For swordsmanship, he could ask for guidance from the members of the 4th squad. If that doesn't work, there are always Jianyi and Jian. Having basic souls, they're almost like normal humans, the only difference being they can't talk. Easy demonstrations or correcting his actions shouldn't be a problem. Just as he put his iron sword aside and reached for his backpack on the table with the intention of going out, his hands paused slightly. Someone had rummaged through his bag. Although nothing was missing, the positions of the items inside had changed. Wu Heng immediately started checking the room, and traces of rummaging could be found everywhere, although everything was returned to its original place. If he didn't have the habit of always putting items in the same place in his bag, he might not have noticed. It wasn't a thief. The silver coins were still in the drawer. And besides, a thief wouldn't search through things and then return them to their original places. Who would be a thief with such manners? He found no clues in the room. He put on his backpack and left his room alone. Just as he stepped out, he noticed the landlady chatting with a neighbor. Going out, the landlady asked. Did anyone come looking for me today? Wu Heng asked directly. No one came to see you. If someone does come while you're not here, they can come to me. I'll pass on their message, the landlady generously offered. Oh, it's nothing, just asking. Just as he was about to leave, the landlady suddenly spoke. Oh, by the way, a fur merchant did come looking for you during the day, I saw him when I went out. Fur? Yes, he said he had a chat with you at the market yesterday. He left when he saw you weren't home. Chapter 26, Siege. Someone had entered his room, and the landlord had seen a fur trader at the door. These two things led him to make an inevitable connection. How would a fur trader know about his place? It wasn't a thief, neither could it be the fur seller. Only the escaped wanted criminal knew where he lived. An outlaw daring to come out during the day, indeed outrageous. Your excitement and anxiety rose simultaneously in Wu Heng's heart. Anxiety that he was targeted again, excitement that the other party would make a move now. He had noticed the opponent's intention. He could use this opportunity to resolve the matter and eliminate the threat. Picking up his bag, he said to the landlord, I have things to handle. I'm leaving. Don't bring those furs into the room. We can't handle them, they'll just make a mess, replied the landlord. I just asked for someone else. He left the crowded zone, heading towards the central area. Most likely, it was the wanted felon. He had to notify the association. There's a group now, he can't bear such matters alone. Professionals Association. Many professionals were still gathered within the hall. Some at the counter completing tasks, others chatting in the rest area, even people feeding their pets. From the clothing and pets, it was probably a ranger. Kavina had indicated that rangers tamed pets, with whom they could share their visuals and auditory senses for a short period. It was an important method for surveillance and gathering information. Taking a glance around, he didn't dally, crossed through the hallway, heading directly to his team's rest space. Opening the door, no one was inside. Even after checking the training room, Captain Atruk and Kavina were nowhere to be found. Not there? Had they gone on a mission or were they not at the association? They should have brought me along if it was a mission. Probably they were not here. Just like Wu Heng, after the first mission, he had never come over here. He went back to the main hall's office area, asking a staff member if Captain Atruk had arrived today. Besides those like him engaged in field work, there were also numerous staff members within the association to maintain other tasks. They were the desk employees. The staff looked at him and replied, noon. Captain Atruk and Miss Kavina left with the second group. They are currently not at the association. Damn, they left at this time. 5 people in the second team, just 3 in the fourth team. He was also not there. What were they up to? When will they be back? I'm not sure. Do you know where Team 2 took them? It should be related to a mission. Wu Heng nodded but didn't say anything else. He just approached the bulletin board and glanced at the numerous bounties posted. The number of wanted criminals had increased. Among these portraits, he couldn't recognize any familiar faces. He returned to his team's resting room and sat on the couch, pondering the next steps. If it was the wanted criminal, they wouldn't dare to be obvious. They would most likely make a move at night, with not too many people. Without the captain and Kavina, it wasn't that he had no options. If the 2 of them got involved, he might not utilize the remaining skeleton warriors. Would they come looking for me tonight? If they didn't come tonight but stalked him from the shadows, it would be difficult to deal with. He still needed to inform the association first. If he didn't go tonight, it would be good if the association could notify Blackstone Town to strengthen its search. If they arrive tonight, he could directly resolve the problem, regardless of the risk. When he sorted out his thoughts, he left a note on the table, picked his bag up again, and left. Night fell. Under the fog like moonlight, a grey feathered owl watched at the patrolling guard gradually receding. Meanwhile, within a nearby narrow alley, Someone spoke up, "The guards have left." At this moment, 2 more figures stood up. They glanced at each other, communicating without words, before rushing forward under the pale moonlight. Into the alleyway across. One of them commanded an owl to perch at the entrance of the alleyway in the distance while the other 3 swiftly arrived at the door, preparing to make their move. With a click, the door lock was easily opened. The room inside was dim and silent. They carefully entered the room and shut the door behind them. They didn't search around but headed directly for the bedroom. Capture the person, extract the location of the object, then kill them. It was that simple. They had to accomplish it before the next patrol team arrived. Entering the bedroom, they looked at the human figure on the bed and gripped the dagger firmly. Just as they were about to make the next move. Suddenly, a sense of dread and chill rose up their spines. Their years of experience made them feel the imminent danger instantly. Without any hesitation, they started to roll on the ground. Clang! 2 crossbow arrows were fired at where they had previously been standing. Without waiting for their bodies to stabilize, they swung their short swords backward, the sharp blade drawing a silver arc in the dim light. They collided with the iron sword swiping from behind, sparking a blinding flare. In the shadowy room, they could vaguely see more than a dozen figures standing in front, blocking the entrance. The cold moonlight shone in through the window, casting through their bodies, displaying the inverted shadows of rib bones. Undead. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Except for the few up front donned in armors, the rest were all bare-boned skeletons. Did we get the wrong place? Why are there so many undead in this room? They also realized that their presence was detected from the start. They were just waiting for them to come on their own accord. Nonetheless, they remained calm. Which outlaw wasn't one who had tasted the bitterness of life? In desperate times, surrendering only speed up one's death. A fight to the death might still offer a glimmer of hope. "Let's break out," one of them yelled. Upon his command, the other 2 raised their weapons and charged forward. Witnessing their desperate attempt, Wu Heng retreated and commanded, "Attack!" "Who?" Skeleton Teddy sprang from the ground, leaping a distance of 3 to 4 meters, pouncing towards the figure behind. Simultaneously, Jianyi and Jianer led a group of ordinary skeleton warriors charging forward. In an instant, the room was echoing with clashes and the sounds of combat. Boom! The leader of the bandits kicked down the skeleton in front. His gaze swiftly scanned the room before finally fixing upon a non-combatant figure in the corner. With a chilling whisper, "Die!" Dealing with the undead may be tricky, but the solution was simple: kill the necromancer, and the summoned undead would disperse on their own. After identifying his target, he brandished his sword and charged. Wu Heng looked at his attacker and cast a water ball towards him. The bandit cut through the water ball with his sword but was splashed with corrosive acid in the process, causing his face to begin to decay. His forward motion stalled as his deformities began to distort. Puff! A surge of pain radiated from his chest. In his blurred vision caused by the acid, a figure had stabbed a short spear into his chest. "Damn it!" the bandit cursed. Simultaneously, a piercing sound echoed by his ear. He tried to dodge but his movements were sluggish. Puff! The sound of blade penetrating flesh once again echoed. A sharp dagger was plunged into his neck, causing fresh blood to spray out like a fountain. The bandit's body slowly collapsed to the ground. As Jianyi drew his sword from his body, he immediately turned to attack the other enemies. The battle at the rear gradually drew to a close. The only bandit left alive, drenched in blood, was hauled over. "What are you looking for in my room?" Chapter 27, How Did You Do It? The room was dim, filled with a strong scent of blood. The criminal was hauled before him, in a feeble condition. "What were you trying to find here?" asked Wu Heng. The criminal whipped out a large amount of blood and answered through gritted teeth, "If I tell you, will you let me go? Do you think you can still walk? Fair trade, you let me go, I'll tell you what we were looking for. He comes to slaughter at his own place and speaks about a fair trade. Were you here to collect the snake-headed note from Basin?" Wu Heng continued. "When Basin was first killed, the noteworthy thing was the note with the snake head, though its purpose was unknown, it was the only unique item." He didn't get a response, but from the slight flinch, he could tell he had hit the nail on the head. There was no need to question further, he commanded, "Kill him." "No." Splat 1. Jianyi's sword rose and fell, and the iron sword was driven through the subject's throat. Experience plus 30. Summoned entity, skeleton swordsman experience plus 10. The body slumped down, and the notifications appeared instantly. This knight had indeed boosted his and the skeleton's experience significantly. Wu Heng looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the waiting skeletons in the room. In the end, he decided not to send them back through the boundary door, fearing additional enemies. Basin, who had been stationed outside, hadn't yet returned. Wu Heng lit a flashlight and began searching the corpse. He found 3 money bags full of silver and copper coins, quite a stash for a fugitive. It seems these people must have a regular base in the town. Aside from the money, there were also their weapons and armor. The weapons were set aside while the armor was left untouched to avoid additional blood loss. Thump, thump. The door was knocked, and through the crack of the door, Skeleton Basin could be seen standing outside. Opening the door, "Are there any other people?" Basin shook his head, indicating there were not. He's kept Basin, the top-level thief, outside because he feared there might be a lookout like last time. If they were to escape again, it would become a perpetual situation. Now it appears they timed their entry just right and didn't appoint a lookout. Move the bodies to the living room, then all return to the boundary door. Wu Heng continued to instruct. The bodies were laid on leather cushions and moved to the living room. The skeletons in the room returned to the boundary door right away. It was morning. There was a flurry of footsteps outside the door. Bang! The door was kicked open and Captain Atruk, Kavina, and other members of the professional team stormed in. Weapons drawn, vigilant eyes scanning the whole house. When they saw Wu Heng sitting in the chair with 3 neatly arranged corpses underneath, they were all momentarily stunned. "Wu Heng, are you all right?" Atruk immediately asked. "Yes, I'm fine," Wu Heng replied while eyeing the others. Standing behind Atruk was, besides Kavina, a woman in leather armor with wheat-colored skin, brown hair twisted into braids, holding a wooden staff, and a sword slung at her waist. Wu Heng had seen her before and now he could guess who she was, the second team's captain, Tulisa. The only female captain among the 4 squads. Further behind were several men, 1 in silver armor with a sword and shield and 3 in leather armor, some with bows, some with swords, all members of the second squad. Seeing Wu Heng unharmed, the group exhaled in relief, then again went from relaxed to stunned. Their gaze returned to the 3 corpses on the ground. "These are all criminals?" "You killed them?" Tulisa asked. The second team's mission last night was also to capture a criminal. They'd made adequate preparations, with guards providing a blockade, and also enlisted Atruk's and Kavina's help. Only then they successfully killed the criminal. Yet the newcomer, who was held in low regard by all teams and barely chosen by Atruk due to his lack of manpower, had managed to kill 3. How is that possible? One member of the second team stepped forward and examined the bodies. Then nodded. "All of them are wanted criminals with rewards." After saying that, both parties fell silent again. Tulisa asked in astonishment, "You killed them?" Their gaze once again fell on Wu Heng, then on the figure standing aside with a rotund helmet. The matter of wanted criminals was serious in Blackstone Town. The newest member of the 4th team killing 3 criminals would certainly draw attention and respect. If they had known this earlier, they would have recruited the Necromancer themselves, even as a reserve member. At this moment Atruk snapped back to reality and introduced, "Wu Heng, this is Tulisa, captain of the second team. In my absence, you can turn to her if needed." It seemed Atruk and Tulisa had a good relationship. "Nice to meet you, Captain Tulisa," said Wu Heng. If you feel the 4th team is not suitable, you can join our team, sister. We'll save you a spot," Tulisa replied with a smile. "Thanks, but the 4th team is good. Tulisa, please help transport the 3 bodies. Kavina, take Wu Heng back to the guild to check if he's injured." Atruk immediately cut off the others' attempts to lure Wu Heng away. Tulisa nodded, and someone behind her took out body bags to wrap up and take away the bodies. Kavina called a carriage outside and led Wu Heng to the guild. On the carriage, Kavina, with her long legs crossed, looked at him and suggested, "You could consider renting a house in the central district, it would be safer there and it's closer to the guild." He'd thought of this before. Given that he had some money on hand now, he could rent a better house and improve his living conditions. But this idea had always been just a plan and not acted upon yet. The crowded district might have poor conditions, but it draws less attention. And no one cares what you bring back home. For his own logistics, it's easier. If he were in the central district, he would easily attract attention. I'll save some more money first. Wu Heng replied casually. You can let the captain help you find a place then. Sure. Behind them. In another carriage. Tulisa glanced at Atruk across from her and stated, You got lucky. The criminal your team killed last night must have fetched quite a bounty. No, I meant, you got lucky for having recruited such a reliable member. Replied Tulisa with her face full of smiles. The second team was already full. But the third team had the opportunity to recruit this person, but they chose someone else. Once this news spreads back to the guild, they wondered if the third team would regret missing out on a member who could single-handedly kill 3 wanted criminals. Atruk responded nonchalantly, but he was quite pleased internally. This trip to bring the 3 wanted criminals back would surely bring great prestige to the fourth team. Chapter 28, as everyone knows. Fourth Squad's Lounge. Atruk came in, extending the money bag he had in hand towards him. The bounty for the wanted criminals is set according to the squads that apprehend them. You collect this reward first. You also get another reward of a lower tier item. You can claim that at the front desk in a bit. The method for mission submission was a consensus reached by the 3 of them. Submitting as a squad means the accomplishments were collectively attributed to the 3 of them. This was in line with Wu Heng's thinking, as killing 3 wanted felons single-handedly would be hard to explain. Officially claiming the squad accomplished this carried more persuasive power. As for the matter of the second squad being aware of this, it was beyond his control. Moreover, even if someone were to investigate, they wouldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Thank you, team leader. Let me treat you to dinner tonight, said Wu Heng politely. 6. No need, the deacons recently assigned tasks to the squads, to assist the guards in tracking criminals and rogue mercenaries. Now is not the time to celebrate. Atruk sat down, poured himself a cup of tea. A tracking mission. Our squad was also initially assigned, but as you killed 3 wanted criminals, we have essentially achieved our goal, no need to participate now otherwise, we would need to patrol and search with the guards, Atruk explained. God. So much for his quiet retirement, now he had to go on patrol. By killing the 3 men, he really did solve a lot of problems. Let's go some other day then, thought Wu Heng before continuing, Team leader, I wonder if I can apply for a second skeleton minion, it is pretty dangerous out there. Atruk sipped his tea and thought for a moment before replying, I'll talk to the deacon about this. Whether it gets approved will depend on the circumstances. All right. Atruk nodded and continued to ask, how did you discover their intentions to harm you? To be able to prepare in advance, indicated that Wu Heng had known in advance that they were coming for him. Kavma also glanced at him curiously, waiting for his response. Wu Heng then recounted the discovery of someone entering his residence as well as the problems encountered during his conversation with the landlord. I can't say for certain, I was just speculating that they would probably act. How did you kill them yourself? Kavina continued to inquire. This was a question he didn't have to answer, everyone had their secrets. However, Wu Heng had long premeditated his explanation. He said, knowing in advance that they were going to act, I prepared ahead of time. When they walked in, I released thick smoke. As is widely known, skeletons do not rely on eyesight, darkness and smoke cannot obstruct their vision, Skeleton Basin picked them off one by one. Widely known? Who even knew about this? We don't have such a deep understanding of the undead. This reason seemed to pass, a battle late at night, with preparations made in advance, the killing of 3 wanted criminals didn't seem to pose any issues. Yet, something about it felt strange. The 3 of them chatted in the lounge for a while, Atruk left for the training room as Kavina and Wu Heng also got up to leave the lounge. Arriving at the front hall, Wu Heng used his reward of a lower tier item to exchange for a dancing light skill book before leaving the guild. Commercial Street, Weapons Shop. What are you buying today? The muscle-bound and slick-skinned shop owner asked with a smile. Wu Heng didn't visit often, but he left an impression on the shop owner. I'm here to look at spears. They are all over here, see what you like. Various types of spears hung on the side wall. The cheapest one cost 4 silver and 70 copper coins, and the most expensive one cost 75 silver coins. They varied in type and length. Wu Heng took a look and pointed at the cheapest spear, saying, "I'll take this one." The spearhead was about 40 centimeters long and the shaft was made of dark wood. However, judging from the workmanship of the spearhead, it was much better than what was bought at the market. The shop owner glanced at him and continued, "The shaft is treated with ashwood, could easily be chopped off in a fight. This spear is suitable for driving off wild beasts in the village or for training purposes. That's just what I need it for, driving off beasts in our village." The store owner nodded in understanding. "Then there's no problem. Can I get a discount if I buy a lot?" Wu Heng asked, as usual. "That would depend on how much you're buying." Wu Heng thought about how many he could carry away without attracting unwanted attention. "I'll start with 10. 10 isn't a lot, the discount probably won't be much. I'll need more in the future and I'll be coming back here to buy them." The two of them haggled briefly, and the store owner gave him a 50 copper coin discount. Having paid the money, Wu Heng and Bassan carried the spears out of the weapons shop and headed towards their residence. Upon returning to their quarters, Bassan tidied up the room, cleaning up the blood stains on the floor. The fight last night was intense. The already scant furniture was largely shattered, the walls and floor were also marred with numerous sword slashes. The landlord would probably have him pay for some furniture when he sees the mess. Wu Heng sat at his desk, flipping through his newfound skill book, flipping through page by page, following the process to unlock the skill. At the same time, he tried to understand the magic of this world. If only he was this hard-working in his past, he might have gotten into a reputable university. As time passed, a system prompt appeared, "Skill unlocked, Dancing Light Skill. Dancing Light Skill, you can create a floating light source." With a thought, he released Dancing Light Skill. Immediately, several rays of light began to revolve around his body, emitting a faint light. He tried to make the light touch the items beside him, but the rays of light circumvented the items and continued to circle him. It appeared to be unable to be used as an offensive tool. "That works, can use it as a flashlight." After putting away his spell, he tidied up and set off with Bassan towards the zombie world. Roof. He found a map of the local area, spreading it out in front of him to study. Thanks to a cycling enthusiast tenant, his room hosted many maps of various places, including a city map and route map of this city. Most of the zombies within the community have been cleared out. There were still some who wandered in, but they did not pose much of a threat to him. The next step was to venture outside the community and explore more places. After careful thought, Wu Heng had 3 targets in mind. First, the location where the survivors who had tried to escape by bus a few days ago had perished. Using a pen, he circled the location where the bus had capsized. They took such a risk to dash on the streets, those people surely had a destination in mind. It could be a survivor base, or some safer place. In the bus, there might be some clues to be found. Then, with the pen, he drew separate circles towards the southwest and the north. There's a pedestrian street in the southwest direction, near which there were 2 gold shops and a bank. Her the bank held gold was uncertain, but the gold shops surely had plenty. Taking the gold and silver back to Blackstone Town would make him an instant tycoon. The other circle on the north side was a nearby police station. He could check if they had any bullets. These 3 points were his next targets. There was a giant zombie in the vicinity of the bus, capable of overturning a bus. It would be difficult to deal with. He would encounter 3 mutated dogs while heading to the pedestrian street whose speed the horde of skeletons could not match, posing a difficult fight. That left the police station. Had I bullets last night, it wouldn't have been such a hassle. The wanted criminals last night served as a warning. If he had bullets then, he could have executed a justice shoot, and emptied the clip. Off to the police station it is then. Chapter 29, Scouring the Shop. Once the target was confirmed, Wu Heng had the weapons and armor of the 3 fugitives from yesterday, along with 10 spears, brought over. They were neatly laid out in front of him. There were 2 types of weapons. A pair of short swords, 2 one-handed long swords, and 5 poison smoke thunders. It seemed that these fugitives really liked carrying poison smoke thunders, it's unknown why. They didn't use them during the battles. No, it's not that they didn't want to use them. Even if they released the poison smoke thunder, it would mainly affect them. And not the skeletons. His gaze fell back on the weapons. The craftsmanship of the short swords and long swords were quite good, not premium but far better than the regular iron swords Wu Heng bought for 3 silver coins each. He kept the pair of short swords for self-defense and handed the 2 remaining long swords to 2 skeletons. Although these swords were better than the regular iron swords, they were still relatively ordinary. When it came to actually using iron swords for combat, it would be more worthwhile to spend a little more for better quality ones. After distributing the weapons, the next step was to allocate the 3 sets of armor. The armors were in bad shape, with numerous scratches from the erratic attacks of the skeleton warriors. But it didn't matter, these were to be worn by skeletons. Any increase in defense, however small, was good. After equipping the 3 spear-wielding skeletons with armor, he then chose 10 more skeleton warriors and replaced their weapons with newly purchased spears. The number of skeletons armed with spears now totaled 15. Once everything was prepared, Wu Heng continued to give orders, "Follow me." The skeleton army followed him down the stairs and exited the building. The zombies on the ground floor had been exterminated several times, and no new ones had appeared overnight. After ensuring that there were no abnormal situations in the surroundings, they set off towards the north gate. After passing 2 buildings, they were already close to the north gate. Through the gaps in the iron fence, one could see the situation outside. There were small groups of zombies wandering aimlessly, and though they seemed few in number, adding up they totaled about 20 or 30 in number. This was the route the survivors' bus had taken when it forcefully plowed through. But the bus had not overturned here, and the zombies along this route had been lured away towards the crossroads in the east. Probably because of this, there weren't many zombies in this area. "You few, stand by near the gate," Wu Heng commanded. The 15 spear-wielding skeletons sparsely positioned themselves up front, with their spears resting by the gate. From a distance, the zombies noticed the movement on this side. When the first zombie roared and rushed towards them, it initiated a chain reaction. The surrounding zombies one after another began to roar, its sound spreading rapidly throughout the street. All the zombies, in unison, turned towards the gate of the residential complex, and rushed towards it with their teeth bared and claws extended. "Crouch, weapons forward!" Wu Heng quickly adjusted the positions of 2 skeletons, and continued to give orders. Whoosh! The skeletons crouched, their spears held out in front of them. Roar roar! Several dozen zombies rushed towards them, straight towards the formation of skeletons. Seeing the zombies charging towards them, Wu Heng raised his hand to cast Grease Skill. The air became viscous, creating a patch of grease that was 3 to 4 meters wide, covering the ground. Thump! 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 All at once, the zombies slipped and fell face first. Those behind continued to rush forward, causing a domino effect of falling zombies. The feature of the grease skill was to create difficult terrain. It's like brushing a layer of oil on a tiled floor. Within a blink of an eye, the charging zombies stumbled and fell as if they were rolling gourds. After a brief moment of chaos, some zombies managed to climb up, stepping over their fallen comrades, charging straight towards the forward-pointing spears. Thud! The sharp iron spear pierced through a zombie's chest, oozing a thick black and red fluid. Thud! 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 The spear-wielding skeletons started thrusting their spears relentlessly, attacking the charging zombies. Experience gained +6. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, Experience +3. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, Experience +5. Summoned Entity. Summoned Entity, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 2, Strength +1. The prompts for gaining experience started to increase, still accumulating on a few spear-wielding skeletons. And the few newly added level 1 skeleton warriors started to gradually reach level 2. The skeletons already at level 2 were also quickly accumulating experience. The grease skill lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before it evaporated cleanly into the air. But in the open space in front of the block, a small hill made of bodies had piled up. The zombie attack required climbing over the mound of corpses to continue attacking the skeletons. Gradually, the number of zombies decreased. Only a few zombies with severed lower limbs continued crawling over here. Wu Heng glanced at the deserted road, saying, "Go, kill those remaining zombies." Skeleton Teddy excitedly jumped out of the group of skeletons, quickly rushed to a few slowly crawling zombies, bit them one by one to death, and then dragged the corpses back. On both sides of the road were various shops. Most of them were fruit and vegetable vendors and restaurants. Food in such shops wouldn't last long. After casually checking out a couple of them, a few kitchen knives and watermelon knives were found, the rest were not much of use. After a sweep, a store was spotted. "Follow me." A few skeletons trailed behind and entered the store ahead. Various snacks and instant noodles were scattered on the ground, undamaged, and none of the survivors had moved them. The owner of the store must have become a member of the zombies. It is unknown whether he ran away or died at the hands of the skeletons. Having looked around the first floor of the store, things here were quite well preserved. Only the ice cream in the freezer had melted and was sloppily wrapped in packaging bags. Then, he went upstairs with the skeletons. The second floor was not shelved, but bedrooms and warehouses. It contained stacks of boxes of instant noodles and drinks, as well as some snacks. It felt quite nice. "Move all these." Wu Heng started to give instructions. Skeleton warriors entered the store, moving things out. Wu Heng continued looking down the road, not venturing too far, so as not to draw more zombies. He was directing the skeletons to haul the snacks from the store back to their original dwelling place. Then he sat in front of the door releasing the bone manipulation skill. One by one, the skeletons stood up and joined the roster. Returns to the original dwelling. The snacks and drinks that were brought back were neatly placed against the wall. The supermarket didn't seem big, but there was a lot of stuff. Even without Blackstone Town, with all these things, I could sustain myself for a while. They say that in an apocalypse, food is more valuable than gold. But where to exchange all this food for gold? After so many days, I haven't even encountered a surviving person. The only one I saw was dead while trying to escape. The second bedroom was filled, and then the skeletons were instructed to move the stuff to the living room. He then walked out of the room and looked at his own 15-men spear array. The hand-picked skeletons, themselves, had accumulated plenty of experience, and during the recent battle, they all leveled up to level 2. 1 at level 3, 14 at level 2. Actually, this method doesn't seem too bad. It doesn't have any negative impact and can raise the level of the skeletons. We can also buy some more spears and armor. Chapter 30, So many. Dealing with zombies, I feel the spear is more useful than the sword. At least for the sword, you have to chop. With the spear, zombies would just ram into it. Moreover, the spear's range is long, which is even safer. After a flurry of thrusts, it's hard for the zombies to rush close. I can buy more spears. But I can't buy them too frequently, I should wait a couple of days. As he was thinking, the skeleton warrior had emptied the supermarket. Wu Heng and Basin returned to Blackstone Town. After dinner, Wu Heng was standing up straight, legs spread as wide as his shoulders, his hands tightly holding the sword hilt. Jianyi was standing next to him, reaching out to correct some of his wrong moves by adjusting his arm holding the sword. After his movements became standard, Jianyi then did the same moves next to him, swinging the sword downwards with both arms. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, dropping downwards. Wu Heng followed his example, also raising his sword and chopping down. Jianyi shook his head, indicating the move was incorrect, and demonstrated again. Wu Heng watched carefully, continuing to learn from him. Then, Jianyi took him through relentless sword waving, performing basic drills. It didn't look as simple as hacking someone in gangster TV series. He kept practicing until his arms were a little sore, then he let Jianyi go and went to bed to rest. The next day, Wu Heng brought the skeletons to the north gate again to arrange formation. You stand here, spear facing forward, you few over there. Unlike the encounter battle from yesterday. Now there was some time to arrange in advance. He let the spear-wielding skeletons line up in front of the door in a spear formation. Once the preparations were almost done, he looked at Basin beside him, go up there for a round. If there are any zombies, lead them here, be careful. Skeleton Basin nodded, squeezed out of the skeleton crowd, and ran forward. The security bureau wasn't far, but it still took a while to reach. Especially because there was a new residential area in front, which might have a horde of zombies, so he had to be careful. They sent Basin to attract a circle of enemies first. Soon, they saw Basin running back from a distance, with about 20 zombies behind him. The number was not large. Basin quickly returned, passing through the spear-wielding skeletons at the front, and entered the back. The zombies that followed roared at the sight of the skeleton crowd and charged forward. Pu, pu, pu. The spears pierced the zombies, splattering dirty blood all over. Plus get experience +6. Summoned units, skeleton warriors, experience +3. The battle ended quickly. It was simpler than imagined. There's no danger ahead, right? Wu Heng asked. Basin shook his head. Retrieve your spears, press forward. Wu Heng continued to give the order. The skeleton warriors all moved, crossed the road, and went to the other side. Along the way, the sporadic zombies rushing over from both sides were killed one by one. They kept moving forward, passing a community service center. Broken glass, blood stains all over the floor. Wu Heng led the skeletons in, checking every room. There wasn't much worth scavenging, just some monitors, files and such. He picked up a backpack and collected some staplers, pens, and some AZ paper. All was put in the backpack and hung on a skeleton's back. They turned at the community service center and entered another road. A few smashed cars on the not-so-wide road blocked most of the way. A few zombies wandered between the cracks of the cars. About 500 meters to the right, you could see the blue, 3-story security bureau building. Zombies rushed out and were killed, everything went smoothly. Wu Heng waved his hand, saying, "Walk along the edge." A few skeletons with souls spread out, directing the skeletons to advance along the sidewalk. Roar! Just when the team was about to cross the car area, a zombie trapped in the driver's seat suddenly sat up straight, issuing a roar. Whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, 2 crossbow arrows whistled out, piercing the zombie's skull from front to back, its head banging on the steering wheel with a thump. Beep! The harsh car horn sounded instantly. In the quiet environment, it echoed throughout the entire building complex. Wu Heng's eyes instantly grew wide. He hadn't expected this sort of trigger of a car's locked alarm. The car horn was still irritatingly loud. The surrounding building complex seemed to boil over, with scattered roars heard. A dense mass of zombies rushed out from the housing estate across, and from the alleys on both sides. Stepping on cars, another wave of alarm sounds rang out. "Quick, follow me and charge through." Wu Heng quickly looked around and ordered, as he started running towards the front. Splash! Splash! The skeletons were no longer cautious in their advancement. Carrying their weapons, they followed quickly towards the location of the security bureau. And the surrounding zombies, like a flood, converged on them in an astonishing number. They quickly rushed into the security bureau. Basin and Jianyi killed the zombies inside. "Get in, a few of you block the entrance to the hall." Wu Heng quickly gave orders. Outside, a large group of zombies gathered at the gate, shoving and pushing, rushing inward. Grease skill. Wu Heng released the grease skill, forming a smooth area under the zombies' feet. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the zombies in that area fell flat on their faces. The zombies behind were squeezed forward, causing a pile-up of fallen bodies. Wu Heng took a lighter out of his pocket, lit a piece of broken cloth, and tossed it into the area formed by grease skill. The moment the open flame came into contact with the grease, whoosh, flames shot up over half a person high, covering the courtyard area. The struggling zombies were swallowed by the flames. Wu Heng backed up a few steps, avoiding the burning sensation brought on by the fire. He was amazed at the effect of this new skill. According to the skill description, grease skill can create a difficult terrain. This refers to the effect of the grease. Unless the terrain is especially rugged, it can cause slipping. Similarly, it also has a combustible feature. He only tried it out of curiosity, without expecting the fire to be this fierce. Gain experience +6. Gain experience +6. Gain experience. Damn, it can be used to farm kills. Even so, some zombies still rushed out of the sea of fire like charred bodies, lunging this way. They were on fire, giving off somewhat unspeakable horror. The spear-wielding skeletons defending the entrance began to thrust their spears, piercing and killing all approaching targets. "You guys hold the fort here, Basin, take a few skeletons with me upstairs." After confirming that there won't be any danger in the short term, Wu Heng said towards the side. Several soul-holding skeletons nodded their skulls. Basin also took a few skeletons with him and began to inspect each room with Wu Heng. He wasn't sure whether there were any bullets here, but there should be some, right? He opened each room one by one, and finally found a locked safe in a room that looked like an armory. After praying to the gods of both worlds in his heart, he took out a bronze key and opened the safe. The safe door was opened. After removing the key, delight surfaced on Wu Heng's face. So many boxes of bullets were neatly arranged inside the safe. Chapter 31, 3 Dogs. Looking at the yellow-brown bullets, Wu Heng felt himself becoming whole again. Since their ammo ran out in Mining Village, stepping outside had become less reassuring. Besides, Blackstone Town wasn't as safe as it seemed on the surface. This was, after all, a world of professionals, where peace was only an illusion. The increased patrols in the city, as well as task forces supporting the patrols, made it clear that things were getting dangerous. Even though his squad wasn't required to join the patrols, having more means to defend themselves was essential. Now that they had bullets, they might not be able to handle powerful enemies, but dealing with wanted criminals shouldn't be too hard. Inside the safe, apart from boxes of bullets, there were several handguns with tags on them, which were probably meant for distribution but hadn't been distributed yet and were stored together. First, he loaded his own gun full of bullets. Then, he packed all the bullets and handguns into his backpack. After emptying the safe, he hung the bag on a skeleton's back. Besides the safe full of bullets, the room also contained other police tools, such as handcuffs, metal flashlights, rubber clubs, and a plastic shield similar to a riot shield. These hadn't been kept in the safe and were just lying around. They seemed useless to him. But since he was here, he thought he might as well take them. He put the small items into the backpack and let the skeleton hold the shield. Then, he headed downstairs. As he descended the stairs, the smell of burnt flesh hit him. The fires from the grease skill had vanished, leaving charred bodies on the ground. At the doorway, the fight was still raging on. The few remaining zombies were charging towards the spear array formed by the skeletons. They were pierced through their bodies and fell to the ground. As time slowly passed, the last zombie fell and the place became completely quiet. Only the distant sound of car horns was still incessantly ringing in the air. But all the nearby zombies had likely been attracted to it by now, and no new zombies were appearing. With the skeletons moving the bodies blocking the door, Wu Heng started using his bone manipulation skill. One by one, skeletons rose and slowly entered the queue behind them. It wasn't till dusk that they stopped converting bodies. Wu Heng didn't plan on staying here any longer. This might be the security bureau, but overall, it wasn't as safe as the residential building. If a special mutated zombie or any other monster showed up, everything he owned might be lost here. Looking at the bodies on the ground that hadn't been converted, Wu Heng couldn't bear to leave them behind. Pick up the bodies. Under Wu Heng's command, the skeletons hoisted up the bodies. They formed a corpse transportation line and returned the same way they came. They moved the zombie pressing on the steering wheel, positioning its body upright. The shrill car horn finally stopped. The silence returned. The skeletal squad, carrying blood-soaked bodies, passed through the area where the vehicles were wrecked and returned to the housing complex where they lived. The bodies were left on the ground floor, the door of the staircase firmly shut. Wu Heng returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng bought dinner at a tavern and brought it back to his place. He took out the braised chicken drumsticks, sausages, peanuts, and opened a can of happy water. Looking at the dinner on his table, he nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't that he didn't have the money for a better meal, but the tavern's food just didn't have the taste of the past. As he ate and drank, he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgia for the life he once had. Those were the days when he could laze around watching videos daily, eating and drinking as he wished. He often fantasized about having an extraordinary life back then. Now, it seemed that those monotonous days were a luxury that only the privileged in this world could afford. Ah, damn apocalypse! After having a hearty meal, Wu Heng took out another handgun, filled it with bullets, and handed it to Basin. Do you know how to use it? Basin took it, and flipped it over in his hands. Wu Heng pointed to the gun and explained, this is the safety, once it's off you can shoot at the enemy. It works the same way as a crossbow, you aim here, and fire directly at close range. Basin listened carefully, absorbing the new knowledge. He was adept with a crossbow, so learning how to use a handgun wouldn't be too hard. Then he picked up the handgun, tried to unlock the safety, and aimed at the wooden target in the corner. After Wu Heng advised him not to waste bullets, he returned to the table to reload the empty magazines. There were several guns, all of the same model. The magazines were meant for him. If a real fight broke out, he could swap magazines instead of clumsily loading one bullet at a time. As it turned out, scavenging the Public Security Bureau was the right decision. Although there were only handgun bullets for now, it was enough. If he got hold of rifles or rocket launchers in the future, he wondered if he could form a special skeleton unit, each member armed with an AK. In an era like this, using cold weapons was somewhat absurd. After reloading several magazines, dusk gradually descended. Once he made sure no one was coming to find him, he opened the boundary door and called Jianyi over. He began to instruct himself in swordsmanship again. Ever since he learned that he could unlock weapon specialties through the panel, he had developed an increased curiosity towards weapon training. It felt like playing a game and unlocking achievements. After adjusting his stance, Wu Heng started to swing the iron sword in sync with Jianyi. Meanwhile, Basin continued exploring the handgun on the side. The next day, Zombie World. Wu Heng went to the rooftop and checked the level of the spear-wielding skeleton. Aside from the very first skeleton, 2 more had reached level 3. The level progress was visible. He could form a spear array to draw in enemies and increase his and the skeleton's levels. This method was relatively safe and efficient. After distributing kitchen knives to newly transformed skeletons, Wu Heng led his skeleton army down the stairs. Upon leaving the stairwell, there were 5 or 6 dismembered zombies growling and lurching his way. How were there more zombies? He had already cleaned up his building 3 or 4 times. Where did they wander off from? Attack! Wu Heng gave the command. Crash! Without any formation, the skeleton warriors stormed forward, cutting down every zombie that tried to approach. Wu Heng went to the pile of zombies' bodies he didn't finish transforming yesterday and continued. The skeletons stood up one by one and walked into the ranks at the rear. In the afternoon, after the transformation of the bodies was completed, he led his skeleton army once more to clear out the residential buildings to the east. As soon as they threw open the door to the complex, the skeletons piled in, killing the zombies inside. Once he confirmed it was safe, Wu Heng began to loot. Soon it was evening, and Wu Heng returned to the roof with his skeletons, ready to go back to Blackstone Town for dinner. Arranging his troop of skeletons for a standby, he was about to leave using the boundary door. Suddenly, there were roars of zombies and the sound of chaos from below. Wu Heng peered down from the edge of the roof. He saw 3 gigantic mutated dogs leading more than 20 zombies running in his direction. They ran a few steps, then turned to wait for the trailing zombies. So it was you who lured them here. The few dismembered zombies found this morning had been led here by them. The 3 mutated dogs were huge. One of them, with black fur and a lean frame, had a narrow head, a long neck, and tall, straight limbs. After the mutation, this shape was far from the usual canine form, looking more like a black, dog-headed horse. It was somewhat ridiculous. Why did you 3 come here? These 3 were the same mutated dogs he had encountered at a small plaza down south. But this time, they had wandered over here and even brought some zombies with them. He looked at the 3 dogs playing with the zombies below, then glanced at Teddy squatting nearby, also looking down. The skeletal tail wagged like a fan. Can we bait them and kill them? Chapter 32, Mrs. Slither? 3 mutated dogs kept leading the zombies around in circles. Although Wu Heng had cleared this area twice before, scattered zombies, attracted by the noise, still moved to approach them. The mutated dogs, however, had no intention of stopping. They often rushed back to the zombies, biting down frantically. Before the other zombies could close in, they would then turn around and continue running. Truly the essence of kiting. Just as they were messing with the zombies, a sudden crashing sound came from the side. Tha 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 tha. The 3 mutated dogs suddenly stopped in their tracks. Following the sound, they saw an odd-looking bone dog, its front legs wrapped around a white steel post of a signboard, swinging its hips non-stop. Its hollow eye sockets stared towards them. Meanwhile, its lower body continued to swing back and forth. The mutated dogs looked at the bone dog in surprise, while the bone dog let go of the post it was hugging. Its hollow eye sockets still faced them. The mutated dogs tentatively stepped forward, and the skeleton Teddy surprisingly stepped back. Seeing the bone dog's timidity, the 3 mutated dogs completely disregarded the zombies behind them and charged at the skeleton teddy. The bone dog shook its hips twice more, then turned around and ran the other way. Upon swiftly reaching the bottom of a building ahead, it darted into the hallway. Without any hesitation, the 3 mutated dogs swiftly followed like released arrows and entered the building. They continued chasing until the 4th floor. The pursuing mutated dogs then halted, cautiously eyeing the dense human-shaped bones on the stairs. Turning to leave, they found a crowd of human-shaped bones had also poured in behind them. The bones, wielding kitchen knives, charged at them. Bones from above and below attacked all at once. Jostling, they pounced on the 3 bewildered mutated hunting dogs. The intense collision and fighting resonated through the entire hallway. Wu Heng and Basin stood outside. Together with the remaining skeleton warriors, they cleared the zombies that had followed the mutated dogs. These zombies were all drawn from nearby, hence their numbers were considerable. While the zombies below were nearly cleared out, the fight in the hallway was also nearing its end. Click. The sound of unlocking came from the hallway door. Jianyi and Jian'er, both drenched in blood, walked out in a somewhat disheveled manner. It seemed the fight was over. Wu Heng and Basin directly entered the hallway. The skeleton warriors standing on the staircase landing had entered standby mode, standing upright in their places. Scattered bones covered the floor. It seemed quite a few skeleton warriors had died as well. In the vicinity of the 3rd and 4th floors, they saw 3 unrecognizable, chopped-up corpses lying around. Get them out! The skeletons collectively carried the 3 mutated dogs out of the hallway and dumped them on the open ground. Wu Heng was the first to move. He went to the side of the largest dog, reminiscent of a horse, and began to cast the bone manipulation skill. Summoned creature exceeds summoner's capability range, instability factors increase. As the bone manipulation skill was cast, a message about instability factors appeared. This has happened twice before, but no particular incidents had occurred. It was still unknown what exactly was unstable about it. Soon, the first skeleton dog got up from the ground, shook its body to get rid of the blood and flesh stuck on it. Skeleton hunting dog, level 7. Without fur, the skeletal figure appeared more like a horse. Its eerily pale, robust skeleton was particularly slender at the chest ribs, eye sockets hollow, exuding a faint, blue soul fire. It was actually a level 7 skeleton hunting dog, the same level as Basin. From now on, your name is Emaciated Dog. Got that? Wu Heng declared. Emaciated Dog didn't answer, just stood still. Wu Heng didn't care whether or not it understood. Go, stand by over there. Emaciated Dog went over to one corner, and Wu Heng began sifting through the crushed body parts with a short spear. As expected, at the original location of the corpses' heads, he found a white, fleshy object. The corpse core. A surge of joy rose in Wu Heng's heart. This was valuable stuff, even more so than a level 7 skeleton hunting dog. He instructed Jianyi to put it in a plastic bag while he continued to use his bone manipulation skill on the remaining 2 bodies. 2 skeleton hunting dogs soon stood up one after the other. Skeleton hunting dog, level 5, skeleton hunting dog, level 5. Both dogs were only level 5. He asked them to stand by and continued to search the bodies. As expected, he found 2 more corpse cores. This time, he had obtained 3 corpse cores in total, a great harvest indeed. After packing them away carefully, Wu Heng commanded his skeletons to return to the rooftop. After instructing Jianyi and Jian'er to guard the skeleton hunting dogs, he returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town, Freelancer Guild. After a muscular man with a war axe had finished claiming his bounty, Wu Heng took his place at the counter. A staff member with a professional smile greeted him, "Mr. Wu Heng, how can I help you today?" Despite not coming here often, he had become quite familiar with the staff. Especially after being praised at the city hall, he had enjoyed a bit of fame. "I would like to post a commission." "You don't need to wait in line to post a commission. Simply fill in the commission task in the lounge and hand it over to us." He hadn't known about this. Nobody had ever told him. It wasn't really anyone's fault though, he rarely visited the guild. "Oh, okay, I'll bring it next time." The staff member smiled. "What commission do you want to post?" "An alchemy commission." "Here's the potion recipe I need. I want 3 copies made." Wu Heng handed over the recipe. The last time he requested potions, he had included the recipe. So now the whole process was much easier. He had managed to bypass a few of the more complicated steps. All right. After noting everything down, the staff member informed him, "We'll assign an alchemist to prepare the potions. They should be ready in 2 to 3 days." Got it. After completing the registration, Wu Heng left the front desk, allowing the person behind him to move forward and consult. As he stood there, considering if he should go greet those in the lounge, another staff member approached him. "Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Atruk has asked to see you." Oh, man, he couldn't avoid it now. If he had known, he would have left sooner. He entered the 4th Squad's lounge. Pushing open the door, he saw Kavina, dressed in a beige short blouse and tight leather pants, sitting on a sofa looking through some documents. Her long, straight, beautiful legs were a sight to behold. "Kavina." Wu Heng greeted her first. Kavina glanced at him. "Let's go, Captain Atruk and the steward are waiting for us." "The steward? Has something happened?" "I'm not sure, we'll find out when we get there." As they curiously walked and talked, they reached the steward's study. After knocking gently on the door and hearing a response, they walked in. Inside the tidy study sat 3 people. The steward used, Captain Atruk and a mature woman dressed in a purple form-fitting long dress. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes were bright, her eyebrows slender and upturned, and her figure was slender with mature curves. She was seated with her legs crossed, a cheetah lying down next to her pristine white legs. A cheetah? How fierce! Having such a creature for a pet. Its size was similar to Teddy after his mutation. It would be interesting to see. Who would win if the two of them were to fight each other? "Steward, Mrs. Slither, Captain." Kavina was first to speak, respectfully greeting each one. "Slither. Mrs. Slither?" Chapter 33, Night Shift. Slither. Wu Heng was making a conscious effort to recall this name. It seemed as though he had heard it somewhere. His mind quickly ran over his memories. The opportunities where he could come in contact with the title of Mrs. in Blackstone Town were few. He soon remembers from where he had heard this name. The term Mrs. Slither was mentioned by Kavina on the train back after completing the mining village mission. She's the vice executive of Blackstone Town Professional Association, and the female owner of Money Cat. She is one of the truly wealthy and influential people in Blackstone Town. Her position at the association was also special. She was not only the vice executive but also a secret speaker. An expert at and enthusiast for gathering all kinds of information. Out of curiosity, Wu Heng glanced at her, only to find her curiously examining him as well. "Wu Heng, this is Slither, the vice executive of the association." Executive just introduced. Then to the enchanting woman, she continued, "This is Wu Heng, he's just joined the 4th Squad not too long ago." "Oh? So you're that little necromancer who investigated the mining village?" Slither's eyes scanned Wu Heng, as though trying to see through something. In her eyes, there was undisguised interest. "Slither, stop teasing him," the executive reminded her from the side. Slither withdrew her gaze, but still smiled and asked, "How did you manage to kill those mercenaries from the Wolf Head mercenary group?" "It was simply luck, the credit mainly belongs to the captain and the investigation team." Slither continued observing him while maintaining her smile. "How did you come up with the idea of becoming a necromancer?" So she was collecting information about him? But these questions were ones others had asked in the usual course, so he simply answered in the same manner as he normally would. "It was the only job related to a mage that I could find, so I chose it." "And your skeleton? How many do you have?" "Only one." "Not bad," Slither commented, lazily half leaning on the sofa. The few people present could tell. This vice executive was showing a strong interest in Wu Heng. On their first meeting, she had already asked him several questions in a row. Seeing Slither's silence, the executive resumed speaking, "All right, let's discuss official matters. There will be a unified action by the association tonight, damn it. There was another mission after all." Wu Heng was a bit troubled. Yuzd continued, "Your team has fewer members, so you don't have to participate in tonight's action. Your duty is to guard the association. Atruk will know the specifics and he will assign the missions to you." Phew! Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he was going to be sent out again to investigate some strange things. Working the night shift wasn't too taxing, he just had to persevere through the night. Okay, that's settled. You can go back and prepare, said Yuzd. The three nodded and left the study together. The sky was darker now. In the slightly dim large hall, the professional squads were gathering. Groups were forming based on squad alignments. Each person was armored and had swords ready, preparing for battle. Before long, Executive Yuzd walked out from the rear. He pronounced, "The target for this mission is Baodong, an elder from the Church of Divine Punishment. He's a level 12 professional, and has several church elites under him. Our operation is to coordinate with the guards of Blackstone Town, but this operation is still dangerous. Everyone needs to be cautious, and safety is paramount." Hearing this, the faces of every squad turned a little solemn. A level 12 professional is considered a rare powerhouse. It was surprising to find such a person in a small place like Blackstone Town. Simultaneously, everyone realized why they had been searching for fugitives throughout the city a while ago. They had been searching for the people from the Church of Divine Punishment, but nothing had been revealed until the discovery of concrete clues, only then it was announced. A level 12 powerhouse is indeed an unstable factor. After a few more instructions from the executive, someone strode in from outside and said, "We can set off now. The 4th squad will stay back at the association, the rest of the squads, move out." The executive waved his hand, leading the professional squads out of the association. They joined up with the guards on their way and hurried towards the North City Gate. After the squads left, the hall became quiet again. Wu Heng asked Basin to close the main door. He casually asked, "Captain, this elder of the Church of Divine Punishment is pretty powerful, isn't he? Sending out so many people." Atruk pondered for a while before speaking, "I don't know much about the Church of Divine Punishment either. All I know is that they are a church active within the eastern region of the kingdom, established by a group of fanatics. They often conduct sacrifice rituals, and have a notorious reputation. There are many professions in this world that are associated with gods. For instance, priests or warlocks who also have a rather infamous reputation. The direction of the profession depends on obtaining or exchanging power from the gods they believe in." Wu Heng used to be an atheist himself, but now he could travel between two worlds with a key. So it wouldn't be strange if one day a deity truly appeared before his eyes. Of course, it's better not to provoke them. "So why did they come to Blackstone Town?" Wu Heng asked next. "They might have some objective, or they might just be passing by and decided to stay, I'm not sure about the specifics. However, the people from the Church of Divine Punishment are on the wanted list all year round," Atruk replied softly. "Oh." Wu Heng responded with disinterest in this topic, shifting the conversation, "Captain, I've been practicing swordsmanship recently. Could you give me some pointers, if possible?" "Sure, show me what you've been practicing," said Atruk. Wu Heng immediately took out his iron sword and started practicing the moves he learned from his training with Jianyi. "Raise your arms higher, your muscles are too tense," Atruk walked over and instructed. Kavana stood aside watching the two men practice their swordsmanship while brewing 3 cups of fruit tea. In a house in a residential area, a black feathered crow flew through the window, landing with precision on the shoulder of a man in the pitch-dark room. The man ran his bony palm over the crow and said, "Blackstone Town's guard team and professional squads have left from the North City Gate. Their destination should be the place we've prepared. There are only 4 people left in the Central Association." The curtain was pulled back, moonlight filled the room, and in the dim moonlight, one could see 3 men sitting around a round table. One man was tall and burly, his head shaved and with bare arms. Another one was in leather armor with an iron sword at his waist. The last man was cloaked in a black robe, accompanied by the black feathered crow that had just flown in. "Hi, a bunch of idiots," the man in leather armor sneered. The man with the crow didn't respond, his gaze shifting towards the tall, burly man as he continued, "Elder Baodong, considering a place like Blackstone Town, I don't think there should be too many military forces left in the city." The man tilted his head, "Since the professional association insists on catching us, let's give them a big surprise. Then let's get started." The 3 men got up and headed out. Chapter 34, Tactic. Professional Association. After practicing his sword for a while, Wu Heng took skeleton Basin on the designated patrol route. The orb of the dancing light skill was suspended around him, illuminating the space around him. Not a bad magic spell. Although he found a flashlight, this magic that doesn't need electricity seems more economical. The magic is effective too. Compared to using it during the day, the effect is brighter at night. Plus, it covers a large area, beautifully illuminating the surroundings. However, Wu Heng also discovered the drawback of this magic. As the light orb revolves around him, it means he becomes the brightest person in the darkness. If there were any enemies, they would spot him straight away. It draws attention easily. Therefore, it's better to use it less frequently while it's dark, no, better not to go out when it's dark at all. He patrolled all the way to the training ground, found nothing inside, and walked out. However, the moment he opened the door, Wu Heng's heart dropped. He quickly dissipated his magic, allowing darkness to consume the surroundings. Just now, in the darkness, he saw a person. He was certain, the person also saw him. "Good evening, friend from the professional association." Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He cautiously moved, taking out his gun and unlocking the safety. "What do you want?" The person's voice was relaxed, all the others were tricked to go out. Imagine how thrilling it would be if, when they return, they found everyone here slain. Bang! 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 Before he finished speaking, Wu Heng began firing in the direction of the voice. Basin also opened fire simultaneously. Deafening gunshots echoed through the corridor, sparks flying from the gun muzzles. But darkness enveloped everything around him. Pinpoint his position. Wu Heng, one hand placed on Basin's shoulder, followed the direction Basin was facing and pulled the trigger. Bullets flew through the darkness, disappearing as if they were stones thrown into muddy water. They had been careless. The flashlight was in the backpack, they could only rely on Basin's vision to discern the enemy's general location. Luckily, they had ample bullets this time. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?" A curse came from the darkness. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. "Hold him off!" Wu Heng continued to give orders. Basin threw down his gun, took out his knives, and charged into the darkness. Soon, the sounds of fighting and weapons clashing came from the dark. Wu Heng quickly reloaded, pulling a flashlight from his bag and shining it straight ahead. The blinding beam of light caught the enemy off guard. Taking advantage of the moment, Basin made a swift stab at the side of the enemy's neck. Clink! The enemy's armguard blocked the attack, a loud sound of clash followed. Only then was Wu Heng able to clearly see the enemy's appearance. A man of average height, thin face, thick eyebrows, wearing leather armor and wielding a sword. Wu Heng scanned the enemy with a glance, and fired again. Unlike the blind shots earlier, he could clearly see the enemy's position now. The first shot hit the wall and the second one followed the enemy's rolling trajectory. Then came the third and the fourth shots. The enemy could not afford to take the shots standing and swiftly rolled away. He took out a scroll from somewhere and opened it abruptly. Whoosh! A black tentacle covered with dark suckers flew at him. Wu Heng fired at it, but the bullets passed through the tentacle without causing any harm. He rolled to avoid it, moving to the side. The black tentacle smacked against the wall behind him with a loud thwack. The enemy tried to quickly approach him, but seeing Wu Heng raise his gun again, he swiftly dodged into the dark corner. At the same time, a round, black grenade rolled out from there. "Damn, Basin, retreat!" he yelled, swiftly retreating as an explosion let loose a large cloud of smoke. Wu Heng pulled back, starting to reload his gun. This enemy was far more formidable than the previous wanted fugitives. Agile in form, with an excellent rhythm in battle. So far, neither the captain nor Kavana had arrived, suggesting there may be more than one enemy present. A significant portion of the troops from Blackstone Town had been diverted elsewhere, a situation that couldn't help inspire suspicions of falling for a ploy of diverting attention. Once again replacing bullets, the magazine hit the ground. The smoke ahead churned violently, and a figure emerged from the distance, cleaving the smoke with a sword arching down towards the head. Basin quickly rushed forth, blocking in between the comrades, with two short blades intersecting at his head. Clang! There was another crisp sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Basin's body reacted to the pressure, knees bending downwards. The enemy's face showed delight, and their longsword, following the momentum, pierced through the chest armor in front and emerged through the other side. The moment the longsword pierced the body, the man's joy turned into confusion. It felt as if he had punctured thin air. Without a chance to ponder further, the thief in front grabbed his sword-wielding arm while the other hand's short blade lunged diagonally towards his chest and abdomen. At the same time, a dark green water ball zoomed in from overhead. Outside the city, on the broken stone bridge, a variety of scouting birds were returning from the dark night. The sound of the report rang out, "Sir, up ahead is a pile of rocks. There are no traces of human activity. It's the same on our side. We haven't found anything. Are you sure it's here?" The ranger from the professional team also added. As these words came out, everyone's brows furrowed. If one person said this, there could be a mistake, but if both guards and professional teams said the same thing, they couldn't all be wrong. Had they come to the wrong place? "Move. The whole team, surround the area ahead," ordered a square-faced commander. Whoosh! The guards charged out, swiftly closing in and surrounding the pile of rocks ahead. This place was the ruins left by a collapsed manor. Some passing merchants would rest here. But now, there was no one here. It shouldn't be. The intelligence stated that they were hiding here, someone muttered. Steward Yazd whispered a reminder, "Search everywhere." The square-faced commander gave an order, "Search for any cellars or hidden spots." The guards and professionals set off with their torches, conducting a thorough search. Nothing. They haven't left anything. The intelligence must have been false, someone noted. All faces immediately turned grim. Everyone was considering a dreadful possibility. After a few seconds of contemplation, the square-faced commander muttered. In a cold voice, "Move, let's head back." "Damn it, it's a mage." The dark green water ball broke apart, splattering everywhere. It took this long into the fight for him to realize that the opponent was a mage. The acidic burning sensation hampered his vision, and relying on memory, he attempted to retreat back around the corner. "Basin, kill him!" Once more, Basin charged, and Wu Heng was right behind, firing bullets at the foe in front of him. His vision was impaired, and he reacted slightly slower. He only started to roll after hearing the gunfire, but it was already too late. The bullet instantly hit the body. Stumbling and unable to stand firmly, Wu Heng pulled the trigger rapidly once again, releasing bullets in a frenzy at the target, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. There were slight convulsions, after which the body lay stiff on the ground. There was no experience point notification. Wu Heng didn't approach, but pointed the gun at the enemy on the ground and pulled the trigger again. Bang! As the gunshot sounded, the enemy on the ground swiftly rolled to the side, attempting to get up and escape again. Basin blocked his path. Bang bang! Gunshots rang out once more. One bullet went right through the neck, causing a spray of blood. Chapter 35, Church of Divine Punishment. A bullet pierces through his neck, blood spattering. The man attempts to retreat, but his body begins to collapse downwards. He falls to the ground with a thud. Still, his hand reaches into his chest, trying to pull something out. Basin runs over quickly, kicks his head, making him pause. Wu Heng steps forward and pulls the trigger at the man on the ground again. Bang bang! Gunshots echo as the bullet pierces through his chest. His body comes to a complete halt. Experience received plus 64. The system prompt appears, certifying the enemy's death. Wu Heng instructs Basin to continue to keep a watchful eye on the surroundings. After replacing the clips for both himself and Basin, he collects the empty clips he'd just tossed onto the ground. Glancing at the dead body, now seeping blood on the ground, he decides to forego the idea of transporting the body to the zombie world. It's uncertain what happened to Atruk and Kavina. Moreover, if signs of a battle are found but no body, it could easily draw suspicion upon himself. He rapidly runs over his thoughts, and quickly then begins to run forward with Basin. Meanwhile, he wonders whether or not the guards outside have noticed the situation here. If he doesn't send out any signals, it's possible that nobody would discover the situation here at all. He abruptly stops and rapidly locates a window facing a flower bed. Using the grease skill, he douses the flower bed, lights a rag on fire with a lighter, and tosses it in. Whoosh! Instantly, fiery flames surge upward, illuminating the entire night sky. He can't believe that no one would notice this. When they discover the fire, they'll put it out and the professional association will come to investigate. If this doesn't attract the guards, it means that the entire Black Stone town has fallen. In such a case, he might as well return to the zombie world. When everything is done, Wu Heng continues running towards the direction of the hall. The hall's location. Around Kavana, stand 5 people, each holding either a longsword or a dagger. Dressed differently, their teamwork is perfectly coordinated. They're surrounding and attacking Kavana. In the shadows not far away, a figure clad in a black robe, a crow perched on its shoulder, silently watches. Occasionally, it releases a blue energy spear, restricting Kavana's movements. It's like they're toying with their prey. Kavana's condition isn't good, she's covered in blood, with numerous sword cuts all over her. Her golden hair, under her helmet, clumps into scabs, sticking to her pale face. The longsword in her hand keeps swinging, battling each person around her. "My dear girl, you have some talent. Why not join us?" the man in the black robe calls out, his voice enchanting and mesmerizing. Kavana pants, stumbles on her feet, utters a cold snort but offers no reply. The robed man nods and pats the crow on his shoulder. Caw! A piercing cry comes from the crow. Kavana looks up subconsciously, only to find that the crow is staring back at her. Its eyes, seeming to swallow her spirit like the abyss. In the split second she is distracted, the others raise their swords to strike down at Kavana. The swords are just about to descend. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong light shoots out from the distance, sweeping past their eyes. Before they can react, the deafening sound of gunfire is heard. Bang bang bang! The bullets pierce through the darkness, shooting towards them. While none of them actually hit, the shooting momentarily intimidates them. Quickly retreating, they keep their distance. In the darkness, Basin moves swiftly, charging into the crowd. He picks up the dazed Kavana and retreats into the shadows, disappearing from view. Wu Heng breathes a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings echoed. In the residual glow of the flashlight, a black feathered crow had already flown over his head. Wu Heng, surprised, looked up unconsciously, gazing into the crow's eyes. In an instant, the crow's eyes expanded like a spreading abyss, and Wu Heng only felt dizzy, as if his soul had been devoured. However, this feeling disappeared quickly, and his vision cleared once again. What the hell? Wu Heng threw his flashlight at the crow's head, catapulting it to the wall. Kill him! The man in the black cloak at a distance bellowed with rage. 5 people charged from the darkness. As they drew closer, Wu Heng reversed his gun and pulled the trigger. After setting Kavana down, Basin too pulled the trigger on his side. Bullets crisscrossed in the hall, and the charging 5 collapsed instantly. The man in the distant black cloak panicked, turned around and tried to escape into the darkness. Wu Heng cast his flashlight on him and pulled the trigger. Basin also quickly followed, chasing after the target. Bullets pierced through the darkness, penetrating the man in the black cloak. Gained experience plus 55. The man in the black cloak is dead. After confirming that the target was killed, Wu Heng quickly reached Kavana's side. Body dyed with blood, with wounds big and small everywhere. Being able to hold on till now under the siege of so many people, she was truly a tough one. He took 2 potions out of his backpack, pried open Kavana's mouth, and poured the healing potion and detoxifying potion directly into it. Unsure which one would help. Above all, her life must be saved. Pausing for a moment, he then opened a bottle of spirit potion and poured it in as well. Cough, cough. Kavana coughed violently, spitting out the potions that were poured into her mouth. Then she opened her eyes. What the? I was giving you some potions. Are you all right? Nothing too serious. Wu Heng nodded. You rest a bit, help should be arriving soon. I'll go check on the captain. No, we go together. There are stronger enemies over there. Saying this, Kavana staggeringly stood up. Stronger enemies? Wu Heng now understood why Kavana didn't run and chose to fight these many people. If she had run away, the pressure on Atruk would have increased. Wu Heng nodded. He didn't plan to leave her here either. It wasn't clear if there were any more enemies, it was safer to stick together. All right, let's go. A pair of them and a skeleton moved swiftly through the corridor. Boom, boom. From the darkness in the distance, heavy thumping sounds rang out. Turning a corner, they saw a tall figure fighting with their captain, Atruk. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the pair quickly separated, both looking back. Wu Heng and Kavana also stared at the enemy. A muscular man, almost 2 meters tall, bare-armed with bulging muscles, fought bare-fisted without any weapons. Captain Atruk seemed somewhat ragged now. He was panting, his silver chest armor caved in, seemingly due to some hefty impact. Seeing his 2 teammates arrive, a trace of joy flashed on Atruk's face. Have you called for backup? They should be here soon. Wu Heng replied. No one knew whether the reinforcements were coming or not, at least they couldn't admit to not knowing at this moment. Atruk nodded, then continued, Church of Divine Punishment's Elder Baodong excels in hand-to-hand combat, he is incredibly strong and agile. Holy crap! The Church of Divine Punishment was here, while Blackstone Town's main force was outside the town. Chapter 36, How did you do it? Baodong, with his hands behind his back, turned to look at them in a calm manner. After giving the 2 people and 1 skeleton a sweeping look, he spoke with a hint of surprise, I truly underestimated you all, but it doesn't matter, you're going to die here anyway. It seemed that this elder of the Church of Divine Punishment didn't have much emotional reaction to the deaths of his underlings. Instead, he was more eager to kill a few more of his opposition. No one responded, but the atmosphere around them began to grow increasingly tense. The next second, the team of professionals charged towards the opposition all at once. However, Baodong's speed was even more remarkable. Like a flash of lightning, he charged straight towards Atruk, his powerful, thick leg sweeping out. Atruk blocked with his long sword, bang! A thunderous sound echoed as an air wave dispersed. Under the immense force, Atruk's body slid backwards uncontrollably for a few meters, his arms numb. Baodong retracted his leg, grabbed the incoming short blade with his hand, sent Basin flying, and swiftly dodged Kavana's sweep at his midsection. The burly man exhibited remarkable awareness and agility. This was a stark contrast to his physical appearance. Bang bang bang! Seeing the opportunity, Wu Heng pulled the trigger. Bullets flew, splitting the air as they raced towards their target. Maintain this posture, I don't believe you can evade bullets. Baodong, who was crouching, turned his head to look, his body instantly covered in a layer of scale-like hard skin, almost as if he had put on a set of heavy armor in an instant. Ding ding ding! The bullets hit Baodong's body, leaving dents behind. Seeing this, Wu Heng's eyes instantaneously widened. This wasn't about the level of strength or fighting power anymore. A body that could withstand bullets, how was that possible? I went through all this trouble to get these bullets, and before I could fully utilize them, you're just standing there taking them, it's going a bit too far. The gunshot just now had infuriated Baodong, who was in the middle of a fight. A pair of cold eyes looked over, filled with rage and intent to kill. He straightened his body instantly. At this moment, Atruk once again attacked him fiercely, his longsword carrying the whistle of the wind as it slashed towards him. Baodong dodged sideways, his back curving as his scales blocked Kavana's attacks. Baodong rotated once more, swinging a straight punch towards Basin who was by the side. Bang! His fist smashes a window, sending stones scattering all over. Baodong, suspended in mid-air, grabbed 2 pieces of broken stones and hurled them towards Wu Heng with full force. The stones were as fast as bullets, their whistling sound the only warning. Wu Heng only saw his motion but couldn't keep up with the stones. He dodged to the side instinctively but was still hit by a piece of broken stone. His leather armor made a bang sound as if he had been firmly hit by a hammer, his body retreating several steps. Enduring the bone-breaking pain in his chest, he once again aimed his weapon at the enemy and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets fired again, leaving marks where they shattered his scales upon impact. However, there was no substantive damage inflicted. The trio on the main battlefield continued to engage Baodong. The elder's battle power far surpassed Wu Heng's estimation. What profession was he in, that allowed him to grow scales on his body? The reinforcements were taking forever to arrive. It couldn't possibly be that all the guards in the central district have been withdrawn, could they? Baodong, a giant in stature, displayed extraordinary agility in dealing with the 3-person attack. However, he frequently glanced in Wu Heng's direction, as if planning to charge over and kill him at any moment. The attacks from the professional team kept coming, their weapons striking his scales, emitting a series of clanging sounds. Whiz! Baodong charged forward with a knee strike, which hit Basin square in the chest. Crack! Crunch! The the sound of bones breaking and mechanical locks resounding simultaneously. Basin, who was sent flying, was reeled back in by a silver metallic ring. Under the piercing light, a silver-white handcuff linked Baodong's ankle to Basin's wrist. The sudden change made Baodong, who was pulling back his leg, stagger momentarily. Atruk and Kavina charged forward again, their iron swords simultaneously slashing down on top. Clang! Their weapons struck the scales on their opponent's back as if striking an iron shell. Enraged, Baodong lifted his leg to kick Basin, who was chained to the other end of the handcuff, intending to kill the guy who was holding him down. Just then, the illuminating light suddenly dimmed. A falling object could be heard from above. Baodong instinctively looked up, his right hand forming a blade, swinging towards the sound above him. Thud! It was as if he were striking a water balloon, with liquid splattering in all directions. The next second, he felt a searing burn on his face. As the light turned back on, Baodong swayed his body, constantly rubbing his eyes with both arms. Kill him, quickly! Basin yanked the handcuff, forcefully spreading Baodong's legs wide to restrict his movements. Atruk and Kavina, with weapons targeted at the neck and skull. Thud! The sound of blade penetrating flesh rang out, leaving trails of blood stains. Wu Heng also quickly approached, maintaining a safe distance, aimed at the head and fired. Bang! Baodong's head jolted back, but he didn't immediately fall. Bang bang bang! The sound of gunfire was non-stop, with bullets raining onto his head like droplets. Experience gained plus 125. Baodong's body fell backward, and with a crash, he slouched against the corner of the wall. Atruk didn't let his guard down, he stepped forward to slash at the decapitated body. Thud! His sword cut Baodong's neck cleanly, sending the severed head rolling down. It was only at this moment that they all let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted, they sat on the ground to regain their strength. They took out their potions and drank them down. Captain, is there anyone else? Wu Heng asked, leaning against the wall. Atruk said, with Baodong dead, there shouldn't be anyone else. If there is, we're going to have to run. We can't keep fighting like this, we'll end up martyring ourselves for the guild. Atruk grunted in acknowledgement but didn't say much else. At this moment, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the hall. The three of them stiffened and immediately stood up, alertly watching the front. In the dark, a torchlight was seen followed by a cheetah making its agile appearance. Then came Slither, clad in leather armor with an iron sword hanging from his waist, and the leader of Blackstone Town's guards, surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Slither swept his gaze over the decapitated body on the ground, his voice cold and stern. What happened? Atruk pointed at the body and said, Baodong, elder of the Church of Divine Punishment. Everyone frowned, then their faces changed dramatically. If Baodong was in town, then who did the ones who went out of town go to arrest? The torches lit up the hall of professionals again. The crowd that entered in a single file was divided into several small teams, inspecting the surroundings, protecting the town hall and city lord's mansion, as well as treating the injured and searching the crime scene. The rescuers bandaged the wounds of the three survivors and provided medicinal and spirit potions for treatment. After drinking some, Wu Heng was noticeably more revitalized. At this moment, the squad inspecting the surroundings returned and reported, Leader, Mrs. Slither, a total of 8 dead. We found no injured survivors or other enemies. The leader of the team furrowed his brows, looking at the wounded 4. There's only 3 of you? Did you kill all of them? How did you manage that? Chapter 37, Come to my place when you have time. Just before dawn, Deacon Yazd returned with 3 teams of professionals. Seeing the ground stained with fresh blood and corpses covered by white cloth, his expression became very gloomy. He was lured out of town like a fool, and the professionals' hall was nearly annihilated. Regardless of the losses this time, the incident added a stain to his tenure as a deacon. Deacon's study. What's the casualty situation? Yazd leaned on his cane and took a deep breath before asking. Vice Deacon Slither was sitting on the couch, stroking the tame cheetah. What do you hope for? Slither, I don't have time for your jokes. There were 3 injuries. We confirmed that the individuals who entered the Professionals Association were from the Church of Divine Punishment. One of them was Elder Baodong. There were also 7 church members involved. At the moment, it seems that 2 out of these 7 are high-ranking members of the church. Slither reported the investigation findings quietly. Yuzd frowned, only 3 injuries. Are you disappointed? You know that's not what I meant. Yuzd's face showed a mix of disbelief and surprise, as he continued, are you saying that the 3 members of the 4th Squadron killed 8 people from the Church of Divine Punishment? And Baodong is among them. Slither looked up at him, I was surprised too, but it's the truth. Baodong's head was removed by Atruk with a single sword swing. Yuzd was still too shocked to respond. It seemed as if he was trying to deduce the course of the event. An elder of the Church of Divine Punishment, who had required a squad of city guards and 3 professional teams to corner, turned out to be slain by a newly formed team, comprised of just 3 individuals. This made their careful orchestration and luring the enemy outside the city seem like a joke. Ah! I guess I really am getting old. Slither continued, where did you find that kid? Who? Yuzd quickly reacted, oh, Wu Heng, hi? Did he do anything remarkable this time? Slither smiled, stood up and dusted off his clothes, just a casual question. You're lucky. You've found a promising youngster this time. Really? Slither continued, speaking of which, no need to wait for vacancies in the 1st and 2nd squadrons, just transfer Yuli to the 4th one. Yuzd's eyebrows furrowed slightly, are you sure? Yes, the 4th squadron has an opening. Put her into it and let her hone her skills. I suggest you wait a bit longer. She could start in the 4th squadron, if things don't work out, she can always be moved. Slither continued. All right, I'll arrange it later, just send her over. Slither nodded and immediately left the room. Yuzd also opened the door, turned to a busy staffer and said, please call. Atruk here. Yes, Deacon. Wu Heng and Basin were on their way home. Both had seen better days, attracting many curious bystanders. Having slain an elder and members of the Church of Divine Punishment, they should receive quite a bounty. But it didn't matter if they got the bounty or not. What he cared most about was the level 12 corpse. 1 against 3, bulletproof physical resistance. Such things only happen in sci-fi movies. If he could transform this corpse into undead, their combat power would be greatly enhanced. The application for his 2nd skeleton has been submitted before. He wondered if they would allocate this corpse to him. Other professions wouldn't need the corpse either, it would serve its maximum function in his hands. Thinking of this, he brought Basin and headed home. Clip clop clip clop. A horse carriage slowed down next to them. The curtain of the carriage window was pulled open slightly, revealing the mature and beautiful face of Mrs. Slither. Where are you going? Going back to rest. Wu Heng answered directly. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Mrs. Slither waved. Actually, I have a habit of exercising in the morning, I plan to walk back. Okay, then let's chat at your place. Open the door, I'll get in. As he opened the door and was about to climb in with Basin, Mrs. Slither continued, leave your skeleton outside. Basin, you sit outside. Basin directly sat next to the coachman. His round helmet made the coachman glance a few times. As soon as he entered the carriage, a warm scent filled the air. Not strong, but very pleasant. Slither is dressed casually, a suit of armor he wore last night is stacked next to his chair. He looks like a lazy and dignified queen, graceful and mature. The cheetah lies at his feet, not raising its head, but its eyes are focused on this side. Slither picks up a wine glass, pours 2 glasses of fruit wine, and serves one in front of Wu Heng. What happened last night? Wu Heng glanced at the voluptuous beauty and said, the captain will write out the course of events. I don't know much. Just talk freely, as if we were chatting. I don't believe you. After thinking about it, he said, late last night, I found enemies outside the training room. After killing them with the skeleton warrior, I went to help Kavana and the captain. He spoke vaguely, guessing that this could be inferred. The body outside the training room, was that the first person you encountered? Slither leaned sideways on the wooden couch. Yes, a swordsman. How did you kill him? Skeletons are unaffected by the night, and I'm a mage, so a 2-on-1 fight isn't difficult, Wu Heng explained. Slither acknowledged. He looked at him again and said softly, "Be careful in the future. The Church of Divine Punishment lost an elder and there may be some retaliation." "Thanks for the reminder, Vice Executive." After Wu Heng said thank you, a question suddenly flashed in his mind, and he asked directly, "In the battle last night, the elder of the Church of Divine Punishment suddenly grew a layer of scales. Is this also a skill?" Slither is a secret speaker in the association. He collects all kinds of information and secrets. He might not be learned, but he definitely knows a lot. Certainly more than him. Slither raises his wine glass and takes a light sip, before continuing, "The elder of the Church of Divine Punishment, Baodong, is rumored to have awakened his bloodline in the slave beast cage, gaining abilities that normal people do not have. Some say it is the legendary black dragon, while others say it's a demonic python. But in the end, there isn't a correct answer. Maybe even Baodong doesn't know what he inherited. Bloodline? Black dragon, demonic python? In a magic world, the concept of awakening a bloodline is acceptable to me. But still not quite clear, regardless of whether it is a dragon or a python or whatever, how did they produce human offspring? Even if just a little, it has some impact on the knowledge we learned from textbooks." "Oh, I see." Wu Heng nodded to show he understood. "I didn't express too much confusion to avoid making it clear that I didn't understand anything." The carriage moved forward with creaking sound. The coachman's reminder came, "Madam, we're in the crowded area now. Thanks Mrs. Slither for the lift. I'll go back first." Wu Heng stood up and said directly. Come to Moneycat when you have time, I'll introduce you to some pretty girls, the more you interact with, the less nervous you will be." Okay." Wu Heng got up, got out of the carriage, and walked towards his residence with Basin. And the carriage behind slowly turned around and left. Arriving home, a sense of fatigue spread over his body. After a simple breakfast, he asked Basin guard the door, and then went to bed to rest. When he woke up, it was already noon. After washing up, he went directly to the zombie world. In the living room, Basin took off his armor, revealing his bony chest. A rib was broken, and the 2 ribs nearby also had cracks. This was from when the elder hit him with his knee in the fight last night. If it was living, you could take medicine and let the body heal itself, but for the undead skeleton, it wasn't so simple. Wu Heng found a roll of red tape and wrapped the fracture a few times. He said, "I'll ask how to repair bones when I have the chance. Hold on for a while." Necromancy is also part of the mage community. There must be a way to repair the bodies of undead skeletons, but Wu Heng, a wild necromancer, didn't know how yet. All he could do was let Basin bear it for now. Once he figured it out, he would fix it. After dealing with Basin, he went directly to the rooftop. The skeleton warrior, still lined up neatly, 4 different-sized skeleton dogs ran over wagging their tails. Wu Heng took out a map, looked at it, and pointed at the location of the commercial street. The 3 mutated dogs blocking the way have been killed by him, he could go to the commercial street now. There should be a lot of stock in the gold and silver shops. In any world, money can solve 99% of problems. After thinking about it, he gave order, "Follow me." Crash! The skeleton warriors standing by sprang into action and followed him downstairs. Chapter 38, The Wounded 4th Squad. The space downstairs was empty, devoid of new zombies. Wu Heng led the team through the corridors of the building, easily eliminating the 1 or 2 wandering zombies they encountered, thanks to the skeleton warriors. Upon reaching the small square in the community, the bus that had knocked over the fence still stood there. In the not-so-large square, about 30 zombies were wandering aimlessly. "You guys stand at the front." Wu Heng issued his commands. 15 spear-wielding skeletons moved to the front of the team. Under Wu Heng's guidance, they formed a line with their spears pointed outwards. "Basin, lure those zombies over here." Basin stepped out of the team, made a round on the distant small square. When he came back, numerous zombies were already following him. Nearing the group, Basin squeezed himself into the rear of the skeleton formation. The horde of zombies, however, directly charged towards the skeletons at the front. Thump! 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 Zombies, like low-intelligence beasts, charged headlong into the spears, their bodies pierced by the sharp spearheads, with thick, crimson blood oozing from the wounds. The fight didn't last long due to the small numbers of the zombies. After the front zombies were killed, several slow-moving ones limped towards them from a distance. "Go, kill the remaining ones, and drag them here." Wu Heng patted the shoulder of a dog head next to him. 4 skeleton hunting dogs leapt out, swiftly tackling the remaining zombies. After killing them, they dragged the corpses back. After all the zombies were eradicated, Wu Heng began to cast bone manipulation skill, and the skeletons stood up on the spot and joined the ranks behind through his command. After clearing the small square, they arrived by the overturned bus. The driver was trapped by the seat belt, ferociously striking the cracked glass with his teeth and nails. The skeletons were commanded to kill the driver, and then the bus was searched once again. In the trunk, they found a miniature fire extinguisher, a car jack, spare tires, and such. Feeling that the fire extinguisher and car jack still had some utility, he decided to take them along. However, both items were rather heavy, so they decided to leave them outside to be gathered later. After leaving these items in the open, they continued to look around with the skeletons. They arrived at the west gate of the complex with the skeletons. There were still wandering zombies outside, roughly 11 or 12 by count, not many. Spears forward! The spear-wielding skeletons aimed their spears forward, preparing for the attack. Without needing to lure them, they struck the iron gate with a short spear. Clang! At the reverberating sound, the zombies outside uniformly turned their heads towards the source. Upon spotting the formation of skeletons, annoyed growls echoed, spreading quickly. From corners, small roads, and the corridors of buildings nearby, more zombies emerged. The number quickly increased from 11 or 12 to about 30 or 40 strong. All the zombies focused their attention on the main gate of the complex, then charged with teeth and nails outstretched. Prepare for combat! Roar! The zombies were getting closer, the sounds of growls and running formed a continuous noise. Wu Heng raised his hand to cast the grease skill, causing the zombies to slip and fall onto the slippery ground. At the same time, the skeleton warriors started thrusting their spears forward without pause. One after another, they pierced the bodies of zombies, causing blackish-red blood to flow out. Gained experience +6. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, level has increased to 4, strength +1. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, level has increased to 3, constitution. The battle continued. 2 skeletons had consecutively leveled up, even reaching the high level of 4. Wu Heng was indeed hopeful for the skeleton warriors. Among the transformed skeletons, those that reached level 5 possessed a basic soul. This led him to speculate that level 5 was a turning point for skeleton warriors. All would unlock a basic soul. If it was just as he expected, the undead skeletons all possessed souls and consciousness, he could entirely rely on his skeletons to build a nation. A nation that didn't need to consume resources and had ample labor. Thinking this way, necromancers were really a bit terrifying. In the midst of fierce battle, the combat was gradually drawing to a close. In front of the gate on the ground, bodies were piled up in heaps, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. He let the skeleton hunting dogs rush out and kill the leftover slow-moving zombies. The entire western gate returned to peacefulness once again. Take the bodies, let's go back. Skeleton warriors picked up the bloody bodies from the ground and together, they headed towards their place of residence. After piling them together on the ground floor, Wu Heng began to use the bone manipulation skill to transform the bodies into skeletons. He waited until it gradually became dim outside. Then he led the skeletons back to the rooftop before returning to Blackstone Town himself. After eating dinner, Wu Heng called Jianyi over and continued practicing swordsmanship. Last night, he got guidance from Atruk and improved some non-standard areas. Atruk and Kavina both used swords, but they had opposite styles. Atruk's sword was heavy, thick and long, and when swung, it was powerful, heavy and accompanied by a whistling wind. Combined with his muscular body, people got the feeling that he could knock someone dead even with a wooden stick. On the other hand, Kavina's sword was a one-handed sword, narrow and thin. This kind of sword was challenging to forge, which favored a way of fighting that was fast and accurate. According to his previous understanding from playing games, it seemed more like a fighting style emphasizing attack speed, and her sword moves were beautiful. It looked like there should be different styles for each person. As for himself, Wu Heng was more inclined to use the one-handed sword. Being a mage, there was no need to stick with the heavy sword. If he faced real danger, a heavy sword would not facilitate escape. After practicing with Jianyi for a while, noticing that it was getting late, he went to bed to rest. The next day, at the professional association, Wu Heng, with a backpack, arrived at the lounge. As he opened the door, he saw Kavina with bandages on her left arm, sitting on the sofa and reading a newspaper. You could not help but say, the people of this world were really tough. Despite being beaten up like that, she came again today. If it were a person from the modern world, they would have to stay in the hospital for half a month. How are you doing? Wu Heng asked with concern. Kavina put down the newspaper. I'm fine, it'll get better in a few days. Wu Heng opened his backpack, took out a few snacks from it, opened a bag of chips and passed it over. Try this, it's pretty tasty. As the person with the least injuries in the whole team, he felt he should at least bring some food to comfort his teammates. After all, with Kavina and Basin leading the way, he'd been able to safely hang back and take potshots. To be honest, these two teammates were quite reliable. Kavina raised an eyebrow, took a chip, and put it in her mouth. Nice taste. I brought some, eat as much as you like. Wu Heng took out all the stuff from the bag and continued to ask, where's the captain? The captain is in a meeting, should be back soon. Oh. After chatting a bit more, the door to the lounge opened again, and Audiobook came in holding some stuff. He looked at the snacks on the tea table, then his gaze landed on Wu Heng. He said, the steward wants to see you. Oh. As Wu Heng was about to leave, he heard the captain say, the association is very interested in your weapon. They'll ask you some questions about it. Say what you want, and you don't have to say what you don't want. Handgun. The association had taken notice of the handgun. Chapter 39, is this it? 8 enemies, 7 were killed by bullets. Anyone examining the bodies would notice this. Any observer would be curious and ask questions. Wu Heng usually wears this type of weapon openly, so it's the right time to inform the steward about it. Similarly, Audiobook is reminding him. No need to answer questions that invade privacy. The Adventurers Guild is different from the Town Guard. The weapons and equipment they use are personal items, provided by the individuals themselves. Moreover, those who are constantly out on missions always keep some cards close to their chest, not revealing everything to everyone. Who knows if what you reveal today might become the death of you tomorrow. So, it's all right not to say anything if you don't wish to. Okay. Wu Heng nodded in agreement and left the room. The steward's office. After knocking lightly on the door and receiving a response, Wu Heng entered. In the bright, tidy study sat 3 individuals. Guild Steward Yuzd, seated behind the desk, was still dressed in his usual dark suit, like an elderly gentleman. On the sofa sat Vice Executive Slither and an old acquaintance, Moira, the woman from the City Hall who had requested his signing of the Necromancy Restriction Act. Unanticipated to see her here today. The 2 women sat on opposite sides, their expressions serious, suggesting that their relationship was awkward. Upon seeing Wu Heng enter, Yuzd smiled, saying, our outstanding member arrived. Find a seat. Having scanned the seating arrangement, Wu Heng sat down next to Slither. After all, everyone here is from the same guild, distinctly different from Blackstone Town. After Wu Heng took his seat, it was then that Yuzd announced, this is Lady Moira, Overseer of Administrative Affairs in Blackstone Town. Lady Moira, it's been a while, Wu Heng greeted with a smile. Your name is well known within the City Hall. On behalf of the Council I would like to thank your team for yesterday's actions, Moira replied. She was presumably referring to the slaying of the elders of the Church of Divine Punishment yesterday. If they hadn't eliminated the members of the Church of Divine Punishment, allowing chaos in the city could have had dire consequences. You know each other? Yuzd asked, surprised. We met at the City Hall. Moira answered straightforwardly. All right. Yuzd nodded, continuing, Wu Heng, we have something we need to confirm with you. Okay, go ahead, steward. Among the 8 bodies found, 7 died of the same cause. Were you responsible for these deaths? Yuzd inquired directly. Yes. Wu Heng replied. How did you do that? With a weapon that allows attacking from a distance. Can we see it? Sure. Wu Heng removed the handgun from his waist, showing it to the 3 of them. All 3 wide-eyed, they gazed at the black handgun. Is this it? Yuzd asked in surprise. Yes, it's a weapon developed in my homeland. May I look at it? Moira reached out. Wu Heng did not hand it over, shaking his head. Sorry, this is my life-saving weapon, and it's not very convenient to let others examine it up close. This world has trains, detonators, and poison smoke thunders. Who knows what kind of inspiration his weapon could bring, potentially catalyzing rapid development in firearm technology. If various firearms were indeed invented, his advantage in this world would disappear. Therefore, Wu Heng planned to explain his weapon but not allow them to study it in detail. Just as Atruk reminded him, some things can be shared, some cannot. Moira turned to Yuzd. Yuzd chuckled helplessly. The guild will not force its members to disclose their technology or secrets. The nature of the Adventurers Guild is a gathering of adventurers. If they enforced everything, they wouldn't have reached the level they're at now. All right then. A somewhat disappointed Moira replied, did you develop this weapon? Blackstone Town could order some. The price is negotiable. Sorry, I didn't develop these. Well, never mind then. Your weapon has significant killing power. I hope you will keep it secure, not lose it or use it casually. If similar incidents happen, it might cause trouble for you. Moira's tone turned serious again. She reminded him that it's easy to identify the victims of this type of weapon. And since they currently only knew he had such a weapon, if someone were killed or injured, they would find him first. Understood. I will comply with the rules. Seeing the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly serious, Yuzd continued, good. We just wanted to confirm the cause of their deaths and validate that it was your team, 4th Squad, who did it. Okay. You can leave now. Take some time to heal. Wu Heng nodded and rose. After bidding the trio goodbye, he left the study. Back in the lounge, Atruk and Kavina were having an idle chat. Seeing Wu Heng return, Atruk asked, how did it go? Moira from City Hall was there. She asked about my weapon, but not much else was discussed. Wu Heng sat down. The guild doesn't concern itself with such matters. It's important to keep certain abilities and pieces of equipment confidential, Atruk continued. I know, Captain. After this matter was discussed, it was time to divide the reward from yesterday's mission. Atruk stated, we succeeded in averting a crisis in Blackstone Town during this mission. As such, our team has received praise from City Hall and the Guild Steward, and they increased the bounty for our operation, including a high-quality item for each person. Kavina and Wu Heng perked up. This level of reward usually isn't found in standard missions, but it was included this time. Upon seeing the members' satisfied reactions, Atruk smiled and turned his gaze to the table in front of him. These are the spoils from yesterday as per the Guild's rules. Since we killed the enemies ourselves, their treasures fall to us to distribute. I've already traded in the ordinary weapons and armor for money, and what's left is right here. The spoils were divided into several categories. Weapons and armor, hand grenade scrolls, and a few fist-sized money bags. Wu Heng's gaze instinctively went to a wooden staff with silver patterns placed at the top, the one utilized by the black-robed man who had controlled the crows. Witch Arrow Elm Silver Wand. Description: the wand grants the user the ability to cast the witch arrow. Skill: while reducing the mental consumption of the caster. A magic wand with an inherent spell? Chapter 40, Level 4. Was that man in black robe who controlled the crow last night also a practitioner of magic? But when Wu Heng had approached earlier, he did not see him use any spell. All he knew was that he had controlled a crow to charge towards him, which he then smashed to death with his flashlight. This magic wand, unlike the attendant's cane, is different. The staff is longer with a crooked shape like a tree root, unlike the straight cane that can be used for support. However, it looks pretty good with complex patterns and embellishments of silver on it. The rest of the equipment includes a longsword and 3 sets of leather armor. The style and craftsmanship are very good, and they would all be considered high-end equipment in a shop. The hand bombs are all poison smoke thunder, and there are 2 scrolls of blaze/ and featherfall skill. Blaze/ can attach a fire attribute to a weapon, while featherfall skill is used to reduce damage from high-altitude falls. No one knows who these items came from. Wu Heng, see what you need. Atruk said. 8 members of the Church of Divine Punishment, 7 of them were killed by Wu Heng himself. The last one, it seemed like Atruk had beheaded him with the final slash, but that guy had already been killed with a pistol by Wu Heng by then. Even his experience points had appeared. Atruk didn't see it and went forward to give an extra blow. It doesn't matter who killed him, Atruk's last blow was also quite good, and it would have been odd if Wu Heng killed them all. Even so, the priority to choose the spoils of war was given to Wu Heng. I want this magic wand, and I want leather armor for Basin, Wu Heng said directly. The reason Atruk left the magic wand was because it was for him. The leather armor, however, was for Basin. After several battles, Basin's armor was already punctured. Sending it to the armor shop for repairs would be less beneficial than directly replacing it with a new one. Okay, Kavina, you. Kavina took a one-handed sword and a set of leather armor. The remaining suit of leather armor and the 2 scrolls naturally were left to Atruk. Despite the monetary value of the scrolls and weapons, they were all nearly the same for the 3 of them. Next, each person received 3 poison smoke thunders, and they also split the bounty and the money from selling the battle spoils. Looking at the heavy bag of money, it had about 1,000 silver coms in it. Each person was somewhat happy. Who would hate having more money, right? After dividing the spoils of battle, Atruk continued to ask, the premium item reward needs to be registered for collection. Wait for my message and we will go together to choose the reward. Okay, the 2 replied and nodded their heads. After a casual chat about the team's development, Wu Heng asked directly, Captain, can I turn Bao Dong's corpse into a skeleton through the guild? Hearing this, both Atruk and Kavina were taken aback. They then looked at him somewhat surprised. Bao Dong was capable of fighting a whole squad of adventurers by himself. If Wu Heng were to transform him, that level of combat power would directly be added onto him, along with Skeleton Basin and their weapons. It was a little terrifying. I'm not sure about all this, Atruk said. Wu Heng was different from the ordinary adventurers and his profession was restricted by Blackstone Town itself. After all, many laws had been signed already. Even if the Adventurers Guild agreed, but Blackstone Town didn't, Wu Heng wouldn't be able to legally get that corpse. Would Blackstone Town allow a necromancer to have such a powerful undead servant? If that was really approved, many people might lose their sleep. What if I use the premium item reward to exchange for it? Is there a possibility? Wu Heng added a condition. I can't be too sure about this issue either. I can mention it to the attendant and see what he says, Atruk continued. Wu Heng nodded his head, he had no better solution either. Upon leaving the Professionals Association, Wu Heng was still considering the matter of the level 12 corpses. He really should have shown Moira the handgun, just to leave a good impression. Maybe she wouldn't have been so strict about the corpse then. But thoughts like that are just idle musings. Even if he did give her a handgun, it might not make a difference in this matter. One step at a time. Not everything is entirely under his control. After returning home, he swapped Basin's armor for leather and then headed straight for the zombie world. Zombie world, outside the west gate. Splash! Crunch! The sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the street ahead. Immediately following this, an entire horde of zombies appeared, rushing forward with furious roars. Spears forward, fast! Wu Heng quickly issued his command. These zombies, they were as if they were hiding. They had walked quietly down a stretch of road before suddenly a large group of zombies charged out, not even giving them enough time to form a formation. The spear-wielding skeletons quickly took action and took the very front line, their spears pointed ahead. Grease skill. A 4-meter square patch of oil was splattered all over the ground. The zombies at the very front slipped instantly and fell flat on their faces. Before they could even recover, more zombies ran over them. And also started falling over in droves. Wu Heng pointed his magic wand ahead, a blue energy spear appeared, flying toward the horde of zombies. With a plop, the spear hit a zombie, forming a blue electric arc hitting 3 to 4 targets nearby. Seeing this, Wu Heng was taken aback. This witch arrow skill seemed to have an electric effect, it seemed quite good. One witch arrow skill wasn't enough to stop the zombies from advancing. More zombies, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, continued to charge forward. With a thud, the zombies crashed directly into the skeleton line, pushing the front row of skeletons backwards. The huddled zombies and skeletons couldn't form any kind of formation. Attack! Wu Heng ordered bluntly. The skeletons also charged in large groups. Waves of the undead crashed into each other, and the sounds of hacking and tearing rang throughout the area. Skeleton dogs weaved through the crowd. Jianyi and Jian'er also joined the fight. In the fierce fight, the skeletons gradually gained the upper hand. Your level has increased to level 4, intelligence +1, physical constitution +1, spiritual power slightly increased. The prompt appeared, his level had increased to 4. This eased some of the pain in Wu Heng's heart due to the death of the skeletons. He had gained increased intelligence and physical constitution. Wu Heng found both of these attributes to be very useful. The battle lasted for some time and gradually came to an end. Corpses and bone fragments piled up like a small mountain, resembling a hell on earth. Bloody from head to toe, the skeleton warriors returned to standby mode. Wu Heng looked around to confirm their safety before he continued, "Basin, go and check out the commercial street." Basin quickly left and ran off into the distance. Soon, Basin returned from afar, making a no-danger gesture. "You guys wait here." Wu Heng told the skeletons next to him, then he said to Basin, "Take me to take a look." Basin led him forward, and they climbed onto the second floor of a small building, where they could see the commercial street in the distance. What he saw in the commercial street made Wu Heng's heart beat faster. A large group of zombies aimlessly wandered the streets, their hair dark and matted, human skin, and rotten flesh scattered all over the ground. Were there really that many people dead? Chapter 41, Assembling the Iron Spear. The stench of rot was overwhelming, even from this distance. As the only commercial street in the district, it was where the nearby residents mainly shopped and walked around. Not to say that everyone loved to shop, but the stores were all concentrated here. If you wanted to buy something, you would need to come here. But there shouldn't be this many zombies gathered here, right? Are they having a party or something? No, wait. Even if this was a shopping area, there should not have been this many people gathered. It almost felt like a holiday at a tourist spot. It must be because of the sound system. Wu Heng boldly speculated. It may not be that so many people were gathered here when the virus broke out. Rather, after the outbreak, the street's sound system continued to play loud dance music, attracting nearby zombies. By the time the area lost power and the sound system stopped playing, the zombies were still roaming around. Wu Heng couldn't confirm his theory, but it seemed plausible. After observing from afar for a while, and confirming that he hadn't spotted any mutated zombies or other creatures, he decided to retreat the way he came. Back with his skeleton army, Jianyi and Jian'er were directing the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. The bodies were piling to one side, and the fallen kitchen knives and fruit knives were also collected, ready for the next skeleton to use. There was no immediate danger present. Wu Heng then turned his attention to the shops on either side. Restaurants, fruit shops, milk tea shops, the closer to the shopping street, the more of these shops. The entire stretch was densely packed with these shops. But Wu Heng's gaze landed on a shop called Xinyi Advertising. By the look of its name, it seemed to make shop signs and billboards. He directed Jianyi, Jian'er, Niyi, and Niyer to take skeletons to search the other shops, while he, with Basin and a few skeletons, stepped into the advertising shop. In the middle of the spacious hall, filled with filth, were stacks of red banners and plastic advertising characters. Wu Heng scanned around, and found several metal pipes approximately 3 to 4 meters long placed against a wall. Iron pipes? He wasn't sure whether they were iron or steel pipes, but there should be over 20 of them. These straight metal pipes could certainly come in handy. After checking each room and the upstairs of the shop, he also found some cutting and welding tools. However, they all required electricity to be utilized and were currently not of any use. When he confirmed that there was nothing else useful, he ordered the skeletons, "Move these pipes out." The shop's glass door had already been shattered, so the skeletons carrying the iron pipes simply walked out. Jianyi, Jian'er, and a few skeletons had also returned. The skeleton warriors behind them were wielding kitchen knives and fruit knives recovered from the scavenging. The loot wasn't substantial. They decided to return to the alley where they had fought earlier. Planning to lead the team back home. "Carry the bodies back," he ordered. The skeleton warriors lifted up the bodies and followed him towards the residential area. Back at the base of the residence, the bodies they brought back were piled into a small hill. Wu Heng sat nearby, looking at the iron pipes and fruit knives they had collected. After comparing the size of the two, he taped a fruit knife to the end of an iron pipe. When it was secure, he wrapped a few rounds of wire around it for extra firmness. Once he had completed the task, he examined it carefully. It didn't seem too much different from the lenses they had bought. "Jianyi, you try it," Wu Heng offered. Jianyi reached for the 5 to 6 meters long spear with a nod, executing a thrusting motion with it. Thump! The fruit knife at the front pierced directly into a body next to them. As he retracted the weapon, it drew out a string of blackish-red blood beads. It seemed quite functional, the fruit knife was firm and didn't fall off. From all the buildings they had scavenged, they had several hundred fruit knives. In addition to iron pipes, they could also collect some wooden sticks to assemble into these makeshift lances. Feeling that it was worth a try, he told Jianyi, "Assemble the fruit knives and iron pipes in this way. The 4 of you work on this tonight." The only ones possessing any form of intelligence were Jianyi, Jianer, Nyi and Nyier. The other skeletons were suitable for attacking and carrying things. Assembling things was a little out of their league, so the task was given to Jianyi and the others. Basin had to return to Blackstone Town with him, so he couldn't stay and help. Jianyi understood and started to assemble more daggers and wire tapes. Wu Heng had Basin bring over a chair. He sat in front of the pile of corpses and started to use the bone manipulation skill. The magic wand could reduce the consumption of spiritual power during casting. However, when he used it, he actually didn't feel that it had much effect, and he wasn't sure whether it worked or not. The bone manipulation skill was continuously used and skeletons began to stand up one by one, slowly walking into the queue. When dusk fell, he returned to the roof with the skeletons and also returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. He went directly to the weapon shop. There were 2 groups of customers in the shop, and the boss and the clerks were promoting the weapons on the racks. When they saw Wu Heng coming in, the boss greeted him with a hand signal, indicating that he should look around first. After seeing off the previous customers, the boss, wiping his hands on his apron, came over and asked, "What are you buying today? Apart from spears, do you have any other long pole weapons?" Wu Heng asked while walking around the shop. "Yes, there are long pole battle axes and hammers here, all with good lethality." The boss led him to the shelf and pointed to several weapons as he explained. These all looked good, but they weren't what Wu Heng needed. "Do you have any long pole weapons like tridents?" Our shop currently does not have this kind of weapon." The boss answered with a frown, then after a thought, he said, "But, there is something similar." "Show it to me." "Okay, it's over here." The boss led him to a comber. In a wooden barrel, there was a tool with a wooden handle and 4 iron cones on the top. He introduced, "Is this what you are talking about, a hay fork for handling hay?" Wu Heng held it in his hand with a frown. He naturally knew what a hay fork was. It was a common farming tool, one that could be seen in most villages. Indeed, it fit his description. "How many do you have?" Wu Heng asked. "We probably have about 5 or 6. The boss replied. "Only that many? Look, we're a weapon shop. And in the city, who would buy a hay fork?" It seemed right. By definition, a hay fork was a farming tool and should not be considered a weapon. "How much is the hay fork?" 55 coppers. Compared to the weapons, the price of the hay fork was much cheaper. However, it was uncertain if it would be effective against the zombies. "I'll take all of them," Wu Heng said directly. "Okay." The boss agreed with a smile and immediately prepared them. Soon, he brought out the hay forks. There were 5 in total. The quantity was actually not much. "If you need more in the future, we can make another batch for you," the boss continued. "Not for now, we'll see." After paying the bill, Wu Heng and Basin lifted the forks and walked towards their home. When they returned home, all the hay forks were sent to the zombie world. Wu Heng picked up his iron sword and started his swordsmanship practice. After all these days, Jianyi had been his sparring partner. Atruk had provided him with instructions and corrections, but he still hadn't unlocked the specialization of swordsmanship. This was somewhat frustrating. He practiced until the evening, then Wu Heng went to bed to rest. The next day, in zombie world, Wu Heng came to the roof. He saw the pipe-assembled spears on the ground. There were 22 of them in total. The fruit knives on the tips were of different lengths, but the lengths of the pipes were roughly the same. They were fixed with iron wires. Overall, they looked pretty good. He selected 22 skeletons from the group and commanded, "Drop your weapons." The skeletons threw the kitchen knives they were holding onto the ground and stood still. "Take this." Wu Heng handed over the iron spear. The skeleton reached out and grabbed the iron spear. Chapter 42, Gold and Silver Processing Shop. One by one, the skeletons picked up the iron spears and held them in their hands. Seemingly due to the weight of the iron rod, the shoulders of the skeletons seemed to sag slightly, and their movements appeared slightly strenuous. After having the skeletons attempt thrusting movements, they seemed relatively fluid, without any significant issues. Next, a few of the skeleton warriors were instructed to pick up the hay forks that were purchased last night. Only after confirming that they could also perform forward thrusting movements with the hay forks did he feel relieved. He was genuinely afraid that these skeletons, having picked up the hay forks, might go downstairs to weed instead. There were 25 skeletons with wooden pole spears, 22 with iron pole spears, and 5 with hay forks. Standing together, with spears towering high, it looked like a genuine spear array. With the weaponry aspect resolved, he took out the local map once again for a glance. The original plan was to directly conquer the business street and scavenge the gold shops and banks there. However, after observing the situations there yesterday, he was slightly hesitant. The numbers of zombies were slightly high. If they were to attack directly, there might be risks. A detailed plan needs to be formulated, to come up with an approach that could allow for lesser loss in conquering the business street. "I remember there is a gold and silver processing shop nearby." Wu Heng suddenly remembered. There was a jewelry processing shop in a small alley located outside the Western Market. The older generation liked taking their gold and silver there to be crafted into bracelets and rings. It could be considered a well-established shop. It seems to have been struggling recently as the younger ones preferred to buy ready-made jewelry. If the business street was out of reach, this shop would be the first stop. After devising his plan, he issued an order to the skeletons, "Follow me." Clatter, clatter. The skeletons started moving and followed him downstairs. Heading west, passing through an alley of the marketplace. Past the alley of the business street. After clearing off zombies nearby, Wu Heng started to organize the skeleton formation. The hay fork soldiers were at the forefront, behind were ranks of spear-wielding skeleton warriors. Layers of spears pointing forward, forming a wall bristling with lethal spikes. On nearing completion of the preparations, Wu Heng instructed, "Basin, lure the zombies in front here." Basin squeezed his way out of the crowd and dashed towards the front. Very soon, Basin's figure once again appeared in sight. Behind him were dozens of grimacing zombies baring their teeth and claws. Approaching the skeleton party, Basin sidestepped the spears and squeezed into the back rows of the skeleton party. The zombies behind him, on the other hand, crashed directly onto the skeleton's spears. The densely packed spears pierced through zombie after zombie, eliciting screams of agony. The skeleton warriors kept thrusting their spears in and out, repeating the simple movements. The zombies in the front, being forcefully shoved forward by the ones behind them, stumbled and crashed onto the spears, meeting their ultimate demise. Nui and Nuer from behind occasionally shot out a couple of crossbow arrows, killing some zombies that squeezed into the formation. Experience gained +4. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, level increased to level 3, vitality +1. The notifications continuously displayed, adding up the kill experience. Upon reaching level 4, Wu Heng noticed that killing a zombie only yielded 4 experience points, making his leveling speed much slower. In the midst of the battle, the levels of some of the skeleton warriors increased continuously, many reaching level 3. The battle continued. The clamor and fight noises drew more zombies, continuously charging towards them. Wave after wave, the number kept increasing. Wu Heng stood in the center of the formation, observing the battle in front. Suddenly, the window on the third floor by his side shattered, and amidst the scattered glass, 3 dark figures lunged towards him from above. Wu Heng raised his magic wand, firing a blue witchcraft arrow. After hitting the first shadow accurately, the arc scattered and hit another 2 shadows. The shadow's body twitched in mid-air before falling straight downwards. With a smack, it landed on the ground. A couple of skeleton dogs were the first to react, pouncing quickly and pinning down the fallen shadow, their jaws tearing, shaking their heads viciously. In a series of sharp squeaks and struggles, the shadow was torn into pieces by the skeleton dogs. After it quieted down, Wu Heng approached to inspect the shadowy figures that had tried to strike amidst the chaos. They were 3 large black rats. Their fur was glossy black, and their size was nearly that of an adult cat. These aren't mutated creatures? Wu Heng wondered. The rats before him weren't as exaggeratedly large as the mutants. They still looked like rats, and remnants of zombie flesh can be seen stuck on their protruding teeth. They still looked like rats from the outside but were influenced in some ways. Their size increased, and they showed strong aggression. Actively attacking humans was not good news. If rats were just developing mutations due to zombification, then it was still manageable. If they managed to retain their original species characteristics and achieve something like evolved changes, then it was horrifying. Given the rate at which rats reproduce, they'd soon be attacking any living creature in groups. While observing the rats, the battle ahead had also ended. The zombies had been killed, and the skeleton warriors had returned to standby mode. Wu Heng contemplated for a while, then decided to use his bone manipulation skill on the rats on the ground. Their flesh began to fall off, and skeletal rats emerged. Skeleton rat, level 1. The rating was just level 1. There was no soul fire appearing within the hollow skeleton. Using a spear, he searched through the flesh that fell off the rat but couldn't find any meaty substance similar to a corpse core. Stubbornly, he released the bone manipulation skill again on the other 2 rats. Although skeletal rats appeared, he still didn't find any corpse core. It seemed these rats didn't possess something like a corpse core. He quickly took a breather. Wu Heng then led its team of skeletons and continued moving towards their destination. Heng Silver Store. The small shop was less than 30 square meters. The storefront's glass was pasted with advertisements advertising high prices for gold and silver. There were only a few gold and silver bracelets and rings in the showcases inside the shop. The number was low, piled up in a mess. There's still some loot. He opened the display counter and began removing the bracelets and rings inside, stuffing them into his backpack. Not to mention selling at jewelry prices, the gold in these bracelets alone were a significant fortune. Once he got to Blackstone Town, even if he didn't do anything, based on the lifestyle of ordinary people in crowded areas, he could live well for the better half of his life. He could also help the skeletons acquire more weapons and equipment. The only problem was finding a reason to buy weapons on a large scale. Once he emptied the showcase, he continued searching the shop. There should be more than this. After all, it's quite an established shop. He went into the back room and found a safe under a desk. He opened it with a bronze key. Inside the safe, gold and silver jewelry sealed in plastic appeared. The quantity was much more compared to what was on the counter. Coming here was indeed the right choice. Wu Heng immediately began stuffing them into his backpack. Just as he was extracting piece after piece, stuffing them into his backpack. Suddenly, a tender voice came from behind. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Wu Heng was startled at first, and right after, he felt a chill up his spine, goosebumps raising on his skin. Chapter 43, Little Ghost. The sudden voice sent a shiver up his spine. This wasn't Blackstone Town, but inside a gold shop. How could there possibly be someone speaking? Forgetting the gold and silver in his hands, he dropped and rolled towards the door. As he rolled, his gaze swept towards the source of the sound. There, deeper in the room, stood a figure of a young girl, almost transparent, watching him. After he rolled over, the young girl even clapped her hands in amusement. A ghost. Not much different from the infant spirit he encountered in Mining Village, the girl before him was a soul. A spirit formed after a human's death. However, her body was even more transparent, as if she was fading away. If only he knew he would encounter ghosts in this world, he would have asked detailed questions about dealing with them. While Wu Heng was surprised at the appearance of a ghost in this world, Basin and the skeleton warrior were already rushing towards the ghost with their weapons. They swung to slash the soul. The ghost girl, startled, shrank back and pierced straight through the wall, disappearing. Gone? Before Wu Heng could relax. A corner of the wall. The girl poked her head out, her wide, gleaming eyes staring. "Why did you attack me?" the young girl questioned angrily. She could speak and was willing to communicate. What was going on? "Hold your position," Wu Heng immediately ordered. The advancing skeletons stopped in their tracks, standing still. The ghost girl floated down warily, landing back on the ground, and curiously asked, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" "I came to find something. How about you? What are you doing here?" Wu Heng replied and countered. According to the captain, Truck's words, child spirits were troublesome. Being inexperienced in society, they lacked the perception of right and wrong, and could act on a whim. The ghost infant from the mining village was a case in point, quite difficult to deal with. "This is my home's shop," the young girl said confidently. "Damn it, I feel completely in the wrong." "So it's your place, eh? I didn't know." "It's okay. Everyone outside has gone mad, biting anyone they see. The shop couldn't operate, so when things get better, I'll have Grandpa open a new one in the city, near the zoo," the young girl said, walking casually with her hands behind her back. "You still have a grandpa?" The young girl momentarily paused, looking up at him with confusion. "Of course, first there's Grandpa, then Dad, then me, didn't you know, Uncle?" "Damn. I see, where's your grandpa then?" Wu Heng changed tactics in his questioning. "At home." The young girl glanced at the backpack on the ground, continuing, "Uncle, do you need these gold pieces?" Wu Heng looked at the gold and silver jewelry in the bag and nodded. The young girl pondered for a moment and continued, "Then how about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" The ghost girl before him was nothing like the ghost infant previously encountered. She looks normal and speaks clearly. Moreover, she showed no malice, hardly different from humans. "I have some gold at home, it's my grandpa's. I'll give it to you if you bring food to my grandpa and dad, okay?" The young girl's wide eyes stared at him curiously. So it turns out, she wanted him to deliver food to her family. But how did she die if her grandfather and father both survived? This poor girl. But it's the end of the world, who could be doing well? "I think you mean a trade or an exchange, right?" "Oh right, it's a trade. And my house is not far, just behind here, only a few steps away," the young girl said confidently. Actually, he wasn't short of food. A casual rummage could yield enough food to last a long time. Completing the trade with the young girl or helping a survivor wasn't a problem. Moreover, according to the girl, the shop was run by her grandfather, who probably had the skills of a craftsman for making jewelry. That might come in handy in the future. It wouldn't hurt to help them out, and as the girl said, he wouldn't lose anything by getting the gold. "Where are they?" Wu Heng asked. "Just behind, I can take you there," the young girl said happily. "All right, let's go." "Yay! Thank you, Uncle," the young girl flew up joyfully, twirling in the air. "Wait for me. I will go find some food outside," Wu Heng continued. "Okay." Wu Heng collected the remaining gold and silver in the safe, picked up his backpack and left the shop. He found a grain and oil shop nearby, had the skeletons carry several bags of rice, flour and cooking oil and came back. This should be enough for them to eat. Moreover, he had already cleared most of the zombies in the vicinity. If they were careful, they could come out and scavenge for food to maintain a normal life. Returning to the gold shop, the young girl was floating in the air, circling around the skeletons, her eyes filled with curiosity instead of fear for necromancy. If Wu Heng hadn't ordered them to stand down, a skeleton might have swung a cleaver at her. "Let's go, where's your house?" asked Wu Heng. "Just behind, I'll take you there," said the girl as she plunged into the wall, disappearing. "Damn it!" Wu Heng pushed open a window, yelling at the departing spirit, "I can't go through walls." The girl reappeared and led him around the outside towards the back. Turning a corner, Wu Heng led his army of skeletal warriors in a mighty procession, following the girl into a residential area. The roaming zombies, seeing the sudden appearance of a skeleton troop, roared in excitement and rushed towards them. "Spears forward!" Wu Heng ordered. The spear-wielding skeletons leveled their spears, ready for battle. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of them impaling the zombies echoed, a large number of zombies crashed into the spears. In the ensuing battle, a path was cleared, then the skeletal hounds bounded over the skeletons, killing the slower zombies. The surroundings fell silent again. "My home is on the second floor." The young girl pointed to a building in front of them. After letting the skeletons clear the hallway, they went up to the second floor. Following the young girl's advice, Wu Heng entered the digital lock's password and they entered the apartment. The living room was dim with windows tightly shut, the smell of rot in the air. Wu Heng's eyebrows furrowed. This did not look like a place where the living resided. Before he could ask, he heard the ghost calling out, "Grandpa, Dad, I've brought you food." The entrance door slammed shut with a bang. Roar! A zombie's roar sounded from the direction of a bedroom. Chapter 44, New Members and Rewards. 2 zombies walked out from the bedroom. Regarding their appearance, they are old-aged and middle-aged. Wu Heng looked at the ghost in the air. The little girl vanished into the wall in a puff of smoke. Fooled by a little runt. Upon seeing the 2 approaching zombies, Wu Heng nonchalantly threw a witch arrow skill. The energy spear made of blue energy hit its target, causing the zombies to shiver slightly. He turned around to open the door behind him, stood aside, and ordered attack. The skeleton warriors, who were left in the hallway, entered the living room. They tossed away the bags of rice and oil they were holding, pulled out kitchen knives, and swooped into attack. The zombies were immediately knocked down to the ground, and numerous knives landed, killing the zombies on the spot. Experience +4. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. Experience +4. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience +3. As the experience appeared, the 2 zombies died. The living room fell silent, and the skeleton warriors returned to standby mode. Wu Heng opened the door and glanced at the corridor. He did not see the small ghost. It must have been scared and ran away. Who would have thought, if I could kill my way here, how could 2 zombies possibly kill me? After confirming there were no zombies in the room, Wu Heng started to look around the room. Indeed, the living conditions of this family were quite good. Their furniture and decor were top-notch in the vicinity. After rummaging around, Wu Heng found another safe in the study. He opened it using a bronze key. The safe was divided into 3 layers. The top layer held permits, qualifications, contracts, the middle layer held neatly stacked gold bars and some gold jewelry, the bottom layer held cash, paper deposit slips, and bank cards. Looking at the gold, Wu Heng didn't know what to say. The little girl hadn't entirely lied to him, there was indeed a lot of gold in the house. After packing all the gold and collecting some other valuable items, Wu Heng returned to the living room and cast bone manipulation skill on the 2 corpses. The 2 skeletons slowly stood up and rejoined the team. Wu Heng did not linger. He left the place, led the skeletons, and returned to the street of the shop. He instructed the skeletons to carry the unconverted bodies and headed towards the building he lived in. The housing estate he had cleared out several times was even safer. He returned home without any obstruction. Wu Heng continued to cast bone manipulation skill on the corpses. It was dry and boring. Blackstone Town, Professional Association. Due to the previous Church of Divine Punishment matter, the association's hall was being repaired in many places. Even in the open area, you could see some sword marks and bullet holes. Wu Heng directly headed towards the front desk, leaving the basin to rest. "Mr. Wu Heng, how may I assist you?" said the receptionist with a smile. "Check for me, did last time's assignment get finished?" "The potion assignment?" Wu Heng said. The antidote potion assignment had been posted for a few days. He provided the material formula himself, it shouldn't be this slow. The waitress nodded, flipping through her record book. Nodding, she added, "It has already been made, I will get it for you." The staff member quickly brought over a wooden box. Upon opening the box, the potions were revealed inside. "This is the medication from the request you posted, there are 3 bottles in total, all have been completed. Customized antidote potion. Description: a potion created against a specific toxin." After confirming the item's details, Wu Heng nodded, "Thank you." After storing the potions, he waved towards the rest area where Skeleton Basin's squad was and walked towards it. "I haven't been there for days. I should go and show my face." I walked down the long corridor and came to the lounge. I pushed the door and entered the room. In the lounge, besides Captain Atruk and Kavina, there was a short-haired brunette girl sitting on the sofa. "It's a good thing you're here, Wu Heng. Let me introduce the new member Yuli. She's a druid." Then he turned to the girl on the sofa, "This is Wu Heng, the necromancer of our team." "A druid? The kind that can turn into a bear or a wolf?" Wu Heng looked back at the girl across him. The girl was short, small, and delicate, with wheat-colored skin, and not very old. She had short shoulder-length brown hair which appeared fluffy due to slight curls. She wore a leather armor artistically adorned with patterns similar to crescent moons, tree branches, and curled leaf plants. "Hello, Yuli." Wu Heng greeted her first. "Humph." Yuli sniffed and turned away immediately. Seemingly unwilling to deal with me. "What's wrong with me today? It looks like this girl has opinions about me." Seeing her reluctance to talk, Wu Heng did not further the conversation. He silently took a seat and asked, "Captain, Kavina, how are your injuries?" Atruk replied, "I'm fine." Kavina moved her arm with a smile, "Not as serious as the captain. It'll be fine after a few days of rest." This was clearly the distinction between the front line and the back line. Almost everyone in the front line was injured, even Skeleton Basin broke a rib. Wu Heng was safe at the back line, outputting power, and took the most kills in the whole fray. Of course, the merit also lies in the three of them engaged the elder of the Church of Divine Punishment, or it could have been worse for him. But the durability of the professionals in this world is indeed exaggerated. Serious injuries are shrugged off as mere scratches. "Captain, is there any development regarding the matter with the Church of Divine Punishment?" Wu Heng continued to ask. Atruk replied, "The association is still investigating the purpose of the Church of Divine Punishment elders' visit to Blackstone Town, and the reason for the serious error in the intelligence. Leading the main force of the city out last time was no small matter. It could be seen as an intelligence failure, or a decision-making error of the leaders. Someone needs to take the blame, otherwise, it's unjustifiable." Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. Atruk continued, "But the superior item reward for our team has arrived. You're here today, so let's go and choose." "All right, sure." Atruk left the lounge. When he came back, he held several items in his hand. He placed them on the table one by one, saying, "After a discussion with the church and the merchants of Blackstone Town, we were given a third-level merit and reported it to the headquarters of the association. With this record, as long as you reach level 8 or above, you will at least be assigned as a team leader in a subdivision. Level 3 merit?" At first, Wu Heng was taken aback, but then it quickly dawned on him. In the association's system, besides keeping records, there is also the concept of merit. Ordinary commissioned tasks only provide money rewards and item rewards. Those that can be recorded for merit are those who have made special contributions or prevented major events. Only these heroes of extremely serious incidents will be recorded for merit. Just as Atruk said, with the merit on record, as long as the level and strength are sufficient, it is no problem to become a team leader. In larger cities, there are many high-level professionals, but most of them are only team members, stuck at the threshold of merit. However, these things have little impact on Wu Heng. It's a good thing to have, but it's also okay if he doesn't. Nothing is more important to him than leveling up. "All right," Wu Heng replied. Kavina's face broke into a joyful smile. Next, Atruk placed the rewards one by one on the table. "These are the superior item rewards offered. Each of us can pick one." There were 7 reward items in total, lined up in a row. The first one was a wooden bracelet. Upon a closer look, it was filled with intricately carved patterns, or more precisely, symbols. This is a bracelet engraved with natural array method. It can heal our own injuries. It can be used twice a day, with a healing effect close to an ordinary healing potion. Atruk explained. Chapter 45, Special Item. An item that comes with healing abilities. This one belongs to the same type as his magic wand, capable of releasing skills from the apparatus. The effect of ordinary healing potions may not be significant to high-level professionals, but they are more than enough for them at this level. Last time he was injured, he took only a small amount of healing potions, and the effect was excellent. Wu Heng leaned forward to examine it closely. Natural bracelet of oak branch. Description: the bracelet grants the user the ability to heal twice. The system also displays a hint on their side. Indistinguishable from the functionality explained by Atruk, but it's not as detailed. But then, if you get hurt, you can drink a health potion, not necessarily using the rewards opportunity for this one. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Atruk continued introducing the others. The second one is the Flame Stone Gauntlet, which can generate an explosive effect when you punch, but it has a clear flaw: it could easily hurt your own fingers. Can easily hurt your fingers? Now, who designed this smart equipment? Atruk didn't even bother to look at their expressions. He continued, next is the hunting ring, which can increase your precision. The third object is a ring that appears to be made from polished bone. Hunting ring. Description: the ring bestows the user with an accurate lock target ability. Atruk then picked up the fourth item. It's a plague doctor mask made of black leather, similar to those worn by medieval doctors, with a long beak and two round glasses at the eye positions. This is a special item called Plague Doctor Mask. It can filter out most of the toxic gases, but it also has a drawback: wearing the mask might get you infected directly with a new virus. Those who have low body constitution should not choose this one. WTF, what kind of jargon? A poisonous gas mask? Plague Doctor Mask, special item. Effect: when worn, most airborne toxins can be filtered out. If the physical constitution is below 20, there is a chance of infection with viruses or plagues. Description: a gas mask retaining an old poison. Captain, what is a special item? Atruk, who was about to introduce the next item, stopped and answered, a magic item is an object with magic engraved on it. It can allow the user to cast it, while a special item is a product formed under special conditions or environments. They can also carry some special effects, but often have some negative impacts. In other words, magic items are artificially made, while special items naturally form in unique environments. Both can hand over unique effects, but the formation of special items is not controllable and often come with some negative impacts. The Plague Doctor mask in front of them, its negative effect is, if your physique isn't up for it, the mask could directly infect you before the outside toxins do. After contemplating, Atruk added, the effects of special items are tough to replicate, and according to their value, special items are usually priced higher in the market. Many people collect them as collector's items. Understood. But Wu Heng still wasn't interested in this mask. Gas masks are mass-produced items in the modern world too. He might not be able to acquire the military-grade ones, but finding a regular one shouldn't be too hard. Plus, he hasn't come across any toxins or the like yet. Therefore, it doesn't hold much value to Wu Heng. Next, Atruk introduced the remaining few items, all of which possess some unique effects, but the special item is the mask only. After they courteously offered to each other, Atruk chose a piece of armor to enhance his defense, Wu Heng chose the hunting ring, and Kavina picked the sole special item Plague Doctor Mask. She probably didn't find anything suitable for herself either, so might as well take the most expensive one. When the time comes, she can sell it, and purchase a useful item for herself. Having chosen their items, all three seemed satisfied. Only the newly joined Yuli was watching the three of them choose items while munching on potato chips. She didn't speak, just kept crunching away. Atruk returned the remaining items that weren't chosen. Once he came back, he sat down in his seat. Wu Heng then spoke up again, asking, Captain, is there any hope for what I mentioned earlier? Yuli, who was tilting her head with a look of disdain, stopped her snacking to listen. Atruk knew what Wu Heng was asking and continued, there's no conclusion right now. Let's wait a few more days and see. Oh. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked again, Captain, how should we usually deal with the ghost we met in the mining village? The others all turned to look at him at the same time. It's as if their stares were saying, you're a necromancer asking others how to deal with ghosts. Just making conversation, gaining some insight. Kavina was the first to speak, energy generated by magic spells can affect souls. As a ghost can pass through walls, most physical attacks are ineffective against them. Magic tends to be more effective. Atruk also added, necromancers tend to use ghosts as spiritual servants. It's generally very difficult to form one by oneself. At this point, Atruk paused momentarily before adding, to slaughter lives and turn them into souls is considered a serious offense in any kingdom or organization. I know. I was just reminded of the thing at the mining village and thought I'd ask. Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea and continued asking, I want to buy some skill books and equipment. Other than exchanging them for completing tasks, are there other methods? There aren't many ways. The association does not allow the purchase of rewards with money. It would undermine the motivation of others to undertake tasks. After thinking for a moment, Atruk continued, if needed, you can apply to the association or post a purchase request to see if anyone has anything to exchange. Posting a purchase request was indeed an option, but he didn't even know what he wanted to buy for now. Afterward, they continued to discuss team matters. Currently, their team consisted of 4 members. Once Atruk and Kavana's injuries healed a bit, they planned to take on some regular tasks to earn money and also to better coordinate as a team. Earning money didn't appeal to Wu Heng, who had just plundered a gold store. But he would definitely participate in team activities. After all, the team's atmosphere seemed quite good at the moment. After leaving association, Wu Heng went straight back to his dwelling place. After dinner, just as he was about to swallow the corpse core. Knock knock. The sudden knocking on the door interrupted him. Followed by a girl's voice saying, "Wu Heng, are you home? My aunt is looking for you." Wu Heng opened the door to see Yuli standing there with her arms folded. He had just met this little girl today, and now she was showing up at his house. "Who's your aunt?" "Of course, it's the vice executive." Yuli seemed rather proud of this fact. "Ah, Slither? No wonder their hair colors are the same. Damn, this little girl got in the back door. No wonder she seemed dissatisfied and disgruntled when she spoke. The vice executive is looking for me." "Yes, she's waiting outside," Yuli shared. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then went back to his room to grab his things, brought Basin along, and left. They got around the crowded area and onto the main road. Upon which, they saw a carriage waiting there. He got into the carriage and saw the mature and sexy Slither sitting across from him. Before Wu Heng could ask anything, Slither knocked on the carriage wall. "Let's go." Slowly, the carriage moved and headed towards the west of the city. Chapter 46, Take a Walk. The carriage was filled with a faint aroma. Slither wore a fitted purple gown that showed off her voluptuous figure, reclining leisurely on a wooden couch. Contrasting sharply with her was Yuli, who was seated next to her. Snuggled at their feet was a cheetah, lazy and yawning. It glanced in their direction before closing its eyes again. He felt the carriage begin to move slowly. Wu Heng asked with doubt, "Mrs. Slither, where are we going?" Slither bent down and grabbed a fresh personal cup from beneath the couch, pouring him a glass of fruit wine as she casually responded, "Afraid we might abduct you. I should at least know where we're going." He wasn't worried about any harm coming to him in Blackstone Town. But he deserved to know where they were going. Allowing a woman total control was hardly a wise decision. "We'll take a tour around the city and then drop you back home," Slither said with a smile. Wu Heng continued to stare at her, somewhat confused about what she meant. The carriage continued to trudge along the road, gently swaying. Slither continued her questioning, "From what Yuli tells me, you're looking for some items or skill books." Wu Heng glanced at the curly-haired girl across from him. She was trying her best to pull the sleepy cheetah into her lap. She pulled it out long and thin. I did casually ask about it. There are generally 2 ways to acquire skill books and items, either through assignments from the professional association, through some merchant channels, or," Slither sipped her fruit wine and continued, "or some underground markets, also known as the black market." Black market? There was such a place in Blackstone Town. If you can't find what you want on the open market, or you need to sell something, the black market is your best choice. Wu Heng frowned at her. Getting acquainted with a secret speaker seemed to yield some unexpected information. Does Blackstone Town not care? Of course Blackstone Town doesn't allow it, but these places aren't completely open to the public. Few people can reach them. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, feeling that it might indeed be worthwhile to check it out. "So how do I get to this black market?" Slither took another sip of her wine and continued, "Outsiders can't get in. I'll take Yuli there tomorrow. If you want, you can come along." After considering for a moment and concluding she had no reason to lie to him, Wu Heng nodded his head. Slither smiled, "You'll need to be up early tomorrow, and don't forget to bring money. I won't be paying for you." "All right." Before long, the carriage slowed down. Through the slit in the curtain, he could see that the carriage had stopped in front of a fabric shop. "Madam, we've procured the items you requested." Let's head back." The carriage, turning around, began its journey back the way they had come. At the junction of the crowded area, Wu Heng and Basin were dropped off. The carriage then slowly drove away. Wu Heng watched the gradually dwindling carriage as he made his way back home. Discussing matters in a moving carriage seemed to be rather convenient. On the departing carriage, Yuli clung onto the cheetah's foreleg, muttering under her breath, hideous necromancer. Slither gave her an annoyed look and continued, you both are newcomers and on the same team, you should get along. Me? With a necromancer? What could we possibly have in common? Yuli exclaimed, pointing a finger at herself. Slither smiled, then help me gather information. You're that curious about him? He's just a normal person, right? Yuli asked curiously. Slither nodded, leaning back on the wooden couch and said nothing more. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wu Heng locked the door behind him. His trip with Slither wasn't a total loss. At the very least, he had gotten wind of a place, the black market. A place with few restrictions, where people weren't afraid of leaving a trail. Just what he needed. Twilight was gradually darkening. Making sure no one else would come, he once again took out the corpse core with its accompanying potion. After disinfecting the corpse core with white wine, he swallowed it directly. Constitution +1, Agility +2. The corpse core dissolved in his stomach promptly, with a system notification appearing right after. That filled Wu Heng with joy. It indeed can be used repeatedly. The mutated zombies in the zombie world have really become a hunting ground for extracting attributes. He achieved a clear increase in his attributes. In his mind, he felt the burning sensation brought on by the virus rise from his abdomen again, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Having had previous experience, he wasn't as panicked. Quickly, he picked up a potion next to him, uncorked the bottle, and drank it directly. The burning sensation gradually disappeared and the signs of poisoning in his body also faded. A while later, all symptoms disappeared completely. Even so, Wu Heng was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath heavily. This is really no easy task. His attributes indeed improved, but the resulting physical pain was also unbearable. It wasn't the kind of pain that comes from being physically hurt, but rather, the pain of a bone marrow cell being torn apart from within the body. About half an hour later, Wu Heng proceeded to open the second corpse core, following the same procedure as before. He disinfected the corpse core with alcohol and swallowed it back. Strength +2, Agility +2. The attribute prompt appeared again, and Wu Heng immediately opened another potion and drank it. About half an hour later, he continued to ingest the third corpse core. Constitution +2, Agility +2. He took another potion. After all three were consumed, Wu Heng felt as if his body had reached its limit. Despite no prompt, he could feel the toll on his body from consuming these 3 corpse cores consecutively. It appears that these corpse cores need to be ingested with a certain amount of time in between to allow the body to recover. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 4, 876/6500. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 19, Intelligence 17, Perception 10, Charm 13. Expertise, Spear Mastery, Beginner. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill, Dancing Light Skill. Looking at his own attributes, Wu Heng knitted his brows. After swallowing the corpse cores consecutively, his agility and physical attributes have increased and become the highest attributes. For a mage like himself, these 2 attributes had unexpectedly surpassed intelligence. He went to the mirror, took off his shirt and found his upper body filled with muscles, especially the abdominal and chest muscles, which are more distinct. I have ABS now. Wu Heng touched his own ABS. Not just the physique, his attributes were also not inferior to those of the same level melee occupations. This was a good thing, it could help him survive better. He appreciated himself for a while before preparing to rest on the bed. After taking the potion, he was still in a state of weakness. He decided to cancel today's swordsmanship training. The next day, early in the morning, after eating breakfast, Wu Heng went directly to the zombie world. As soon as he walked up to the rooftop, he saw the ghostly figure of a little girl floating in the air, constantly muttering something. The skeletons, which were originally on standby on the roof, were holding kitchen knives and following the ghost frantically. Why did it follow him here? Wu Heng was surprised that the ghost dared to follow him here. As he approached, he heard the ghost's voice coming over in a weepy tone. "Grandpa, Dad, don't move around too much, I can't find you." The number of skeletons had reached close to 700. Chasing the ghost around on the roof, the scene was quite chaotic. Thankfully, there were railings on the edge of the roof, otherwise, a large number of skeletons would probably have fallen off. Wu Heng, holding a wooden stick, quickened his pace. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the ghost of the little girl, as if she had seen some monster, disappeared into the building next door with a cry. Wu Heng immediately ordered the skeletons to stand by in place. Chapter 47, Ghost. Wu Heng issued a standby command, and the chaotic skeletons stopped in their tracks, standing bewilderedly in place. He quickly walked to the edge and looked down, ensuring no skeleton had fallen due to the crowd. He also let out a sigh of relief. This ghost is really troublesome, it even followed us here. Thankfully, it didn't cause any damage. He asked Jianyi about the situation, but Jianyi couldn't communicate, so he got nothing out of him. He only knew that the ghost suddenly appeared last night, but it didn't show much malice. After confirming there was no problem, Wu Heng went downstairs to the corpses that hadn't yet been transformed and began unleashing the bone manipulation skill. The necromantic magic power was released. The whitish skeletons stood up from the ground. Jianyi, standing by his side, took the kitchen knife and walked into the skeleton queue behind them. Just when one skeleton after another stood up. From one side of the wall, the ghost once again peeked out her little head, curiously looking at him. Dare to make trouble again? Wu Heng raised his magic wand to scare her. Uncle, I'm not here to cause trouble. The ghost shrunk her neck but didn't run away. So what are you here for? According to the information from Blackstone Town, it is very difficult for a ghost to form, and even if it does form, it can't exist independently for long. The ghost in front of him, running around in broad daylight, is almost completely transparent now. She probably won't last much longer either. Uncle, are you King Yama? Hi. Wu Heng didn't understand what she meant. The young girl directly came out of the wall, knelt down obediently and sweetly on the ground, and said, Uncle, can you free my grandfather and dad? Wu Heng looked at the skeleton group behind him. He can't even tell which one is her grandfather and dad now. Your grandfather and dad are already dead. I know. Can you bring them back to life? The little girl continued to ask. Wu Heng frowned and seemed to roughly understand her thoughts. I can't do it. Then why did you kill them? You could have waited for the doctor to save them. The little girl sobbed, but tears didn't flow. Didn't you trick me over there? Ah, sorry. What exactly do you want to do? If you cause trouble again, I may have to hit you. Wu Heng threatened. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then continued, Uncle, will you let my grandfather and father be reincarnated? They were just too hungry and they didn't eat people before. Damn it! Why is this kid so annoying? After thinking about it, he still said, they have already been reincarnated. They will have a good family and a great life in the future. What about me? Can I go with them? The little girl immediately followed up. Wu Heng shook his head, wait for the next opportunity. The little girl looked a bit lost, but it seemed as if she had unraveled something in her heart. She stood up and floated in the air, spinning around. After thinking about it, she continued, Uncle Yama, can I stay with you? I feel comfortable being with you, especially when you turn them into skeletons. After going through 2 ghost incidents, it seems that necromancers have a special attraction to the undead. The ghost infant in the mining village, the first time it appeared in front of everyone, was perched on his shoulder. It wasn't interested in anyone else, only willing to be close to him. Follow me, and trick me again? I won't be fooled twice. I apologized already. I promise I will never trick you again. Please, uncle, my grandfather and father are no longer here, I'm a little scared by myself. The ghost spun around above his head. Wu Heng looked at the ghost, fluttering in the air and constantly spinning. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the captain. Necromancers use ghosts for their own work, and the little girl in front of him seemed like a good choice. But you have to obey my commands. Okay, I promise I'll always listen to you. The ghost readily agreed. Then you come down first. The ghost obediently floated down, but there was some caution in her eyes, as if afraid he would suddenly hit her. Wu Heng attempted using his spiritual power to cover her. Soul mark failed. In an instant, the spiritual power that encapsulated her was instantly repelled back. He looked at the somewhat nervous little girl in front of him and said, Don't be nervous, relax a little. The little girl didn't understand, but still nodded. Wu Heng released his spiritual power again, this time more gently. Then, it seemed a part of his soul mark was left in the little girl's soul. Succeeded in contracting the ghost. With a surge of delight, Wu Heng immediately examined the phantom's attributes. Phantom. Level, 2, 0/300. Attributes, Agility 14, Constitution 10, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charisma 12. Features, Invisibility, Ethereal Movement, Push by Thought Power. Invisibility, the mischievous phantom can render its soul completely invisible. Ethereal Movement, the phantom can move through other entities and objects in its ethereal state. Push by Thought Power, able to influence objects within its range using thought power. The little phantom before him was only at level 2. It didn't have any abilities that were particularly offensive. One of them was invisibility, which allowed it to become completely invisible. The other one was ethereal movement, which can be used to phase through walls and escape, and push by thought power, which seemed pretty solid at a glance. Perhaps it could even control a sword or something. Looking at the little girl before him, he moved a thought. The ghostly body of the little girl turned into a ball of light, burrowed into his body, and simultaneously, he could feel an additional, special yet independent consciousness in his mind, connected to his own. Meanwhile, his own necromantic magic power was automatically converging towards this consciousness, nourishing the already weak soul. It had worked. With a thought, the ghost of the little girl reappeared. With her wide eyes, she looked somewhat surprised at everything happening around her. "Uncle, I feel a little different now." The little girl's body solidified considerably compared to earlier, no longer seeming like it could disperse at any moment. You can stay with me from now on, but you have to be a good girl," said Wu Heng with a smile. "So, are we a family now?" The little girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sure, I guess so." "Then that means you won't let your family get hurt, right, uncle?" Wu Heng looked at her. "What do you mean?" "Uncle, can you save my mother? She's in a house in the city." "Damn, this young girl is a bit precocious, isn't she?" She said all that just to lay the groundwork for this. No one was sure if her mother was even alive, and if so, making the journey to the city wasn't something that could be done lightly. "You also know the current situation outside. We can't make it to the city right now, but when I get the chance, I'll try to take you back to find your mother," Wu Heng said directly. This little girl is much smarter than an average child. In some matters, it's more convenient to be straightforward. "Okay, thank you, uncle." Wu Heng nodded, continuing to use bone manipulation skill, then asked, "What's your name?" "Lan Zioxin." "But Zioxin doesn't sound too good, so everyone calls me Xiao Xiao." The little girl floated over and naturally rested on his shoulder. Unlike the ghost infant that rested there before, with its cold presence, there was no discomfort between them after forming their pact. "Your father's surname is Lan?" Wu Heng asked out of curiosity. "Yeah, why do you ask, uncle?" "Nothing, it's just a rare surname. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Xiao, which sounds quite nice." "Uncle, what's your name?" "Wu Heng." "Is it Wu as in Sun Wukong's Wu?" "No, Wu as in martial arts." Having someone to converse with in this zombie world is actually not bad. The other skeletons with souls, though they were somewhat capable of interacting, were not very communicative. Just as he finished transforming and was planning for the next step. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted from outside the compound. Wu Heng jumped in surprise. The ghost Xiao Xiao was also scared, her body shrinking as if ready to phase through the wall and escape. With a second thought, realizing she can't run anymore, she returned to Wu Heng's side and perched on his shoulder. The sound had come from outside the compound. Wu Heng quickly ran to the roof, leaned on the edge, and looked towards the direction of the sound. At the crossroads to the east, inside a shattered glass-windowed pharmacy, a deafening rumble kept resonating. Zombies from all around poured towards the shop in large groups. Another survivor? And at this crossroad again. This crossroad was the same place where the large coach had been overturned last time. His eyes landed on Xiao Xiao, who seemed equally curious. "Xiao Xiao, can you go check out what happened?" Chapter 48, Snake Batch. The spectre nodded, directly floating down towards the direction of the drug store. Her body gradually disappeared in midair, completely invisible to the naked eye. But Wu Heng could still pinpoint her location. Xiao Xiao pierced directly through the wall, burrowing into the drug store. Zombies were constantly gathering towards the drugstore, pouring into it. From what it looked like now, even if survivors were to appear, they couldn't possibly withstand so many zombies. Very soon, Xiao Xiao flew back up from below. She burrowed directly into his body. The moment the spectre entered his body, everything that had just happened played back in Wu Heng's mind like a movie. In the drugstore, a huge, grotesquely muscular mutated zombie was fighting with a grey cat of equal size. The giant zombie's fighting strength was exaggerated, its punches were leaving dents in the wall, with debris flying around. The mutated grey cat, already at a disadvantage, was being pushed back even more in such a confined space. Oh, so two mutated beings started fighting each other. That's great, one less to deal with if one dies, then I can transform the corpse. Wu Heng was willing to watch them tear each other apart. It would be best if they both got injured and died together. Boom! Another loud rumble. Looking downstairs, a giant grey cat like a lion, stumbled out from the shop. Following behind it was the giant zombie and a horde of normal zombies. From their current state, it could be seen who was more powerful. The giant zombie didn't seem to have any obvious wounds, while the grey cat zombie was limping, shaking its body. The giant zombie cat roared in the direction behind it, and then turned and ran away. The zombie horde let out an enraged roar and closely followed in pursuit. Damn it! Seeing the direction they came from, Wu Heng swore. The grey cat was directly running towards the residential area. From its current trajectory, it would surely pass through the residential area where he was residing. Wu Heng quickly rushed downstairs, directly ordering, "Upstairs, everyone! Goes back upstairs!" All the skeletons downstairs went up to the rooftop. They tightly closed the staircase door again. He would watch from the sidelines, he wouldn't get involved. If he got involved in this ongoing fight between these two mutated beings, it would be bad if they joined forces. Just as the door was secured, the grey mutated cat and the zombie horde poured into the residential area. The amount was also somewhat terrifying. But the speed of the grey cat still gave it an advantage, it began to spin around in the wide terrain. Wu Heng stood on the roof watching, and also paid attention to the time. He had arranged to go to the black market with Slither today, he couldn't delay. Enter the stairwell. Wu Heng began to arrange for the skeletons to enter the stairwell and various rooms. Especially the 4 skeleton dogs, they couldn't let them run around on the roof. If they attracted the attention of the zombies, it would be troublesome. Feeling that the time was about right, and the zombies outside were gathering more and more, Wu Heng took Basin and directly returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng, along with Basin, stood by the roadside waiting. Before long, a horse carriage slowly came to a stop. Wu Heng opened the door and climbed in, while Basin sat outside with the coachman. Inside the carriage, Slither and Yuli sat together, the cheetah was not visible. "Why do I feel, you're not quite the same as yesterday?" Slither stared at him. "What's up?" Wu Heng was somewhat curious. Could they see from the outside that he had subdued the spectre? "I feel like you've become a lot stronger," Slither stated. Yuli snorted, "A mage, training like a warrior." So, they were talking about his muscles. Last night, after using the corpse core 3 times in a row, his physique had drastically improved. It appeared the effect was even more pronounced than he had imagined, as these 2 women had noticed at a glance. "I've recently been learning swordplay from the captain, so I may look a bit stronger because of that," Wu Heng explained. "What? All this change in one day?" "I added another layer of armor." Wu Heng came up with an excuse. Slither nodded without mentioning it any further. Then, the 3 of them engaged in sporadic conversation. Mostly about trivial matters. Wu Heng was on guard against them, Yuli's attitude towards him was not particularly good. The carriage left the city directly and changed to another carriage with a blank wooden sign hanging on it, and continued to rush off into the distance. The carriage creaked as it moved along, gradually leaving the town behind. Gradually, carriages began to appear around them. They were of the same style, heading in the same direction, and maintaining a similar speed. It seemed that the people inside were similar to them. Soon, the carriage began to slow down, ahead was a mansion built within a forest. Slither pulled out multiple thick cloaks from under the carriage seat and said, "Talk less, watch more, tell me if you want to buy anything." The few of them put on the black cloaks, wrapping themselves tightly. Wu Heng himself had also prepared some bandit masks, and after looking at the two women, he put one on himself. The carriage stopped, and Yuli jumped down first. "Hurry up, why are you so slow?" Wu Heng leisurely put the mask on basin and tied the large cloak. However, he still moved at a leisurely pace. When Xiao Xiao, the ghost, returned to his own body, sharing the sight he had just seen, he got off the carriage. From Xiao Xiao's investigation, inside the stone mansion was indeed a market built indoors. There were quite a few people inside, all cloaked in black. The 3 humans and 1 skeleton headed towards the stone mansion. At the entrance, there stood 2 muscular men. Slither threw 8 silver coins and pointed at the 3 people behind him. The strong men nodded and let them in directly. Then continued to collect entry fees from the people that came after. Well, 2 silver coins were required from each person to enter. Running a black market really is a profitable business. Upon entering the gate, there were chaotic voices in his ears. The interior of the mansion was spacious, but it seemed a bit crowded after being filled with rows of stalls. "Look around first, you can tell me if you need anything," Slither whispered. The group went down together, blended into the crowd and looked around casually. The items being sold at the stalls were more miscellaneous than he had imagined. There were creature parts, such as eyeballs, organs and fur, weapons and armor, potions and herbs, along with magic tools and books. Here, you could see pretty much anything you could imagine. "What's this?" Yuli squatted in front of a stall, pointing at an item. "That's a scale from a scaled beast. It's very tough and can be embedded in armor to protect important parts," the owner of the stall explained. "And this? That's a magic tool, it can release a stream of fire." "What about this?" The owner didn't continue to answer and asked after looking at the people accompanying her, "Do you actually want to buy anything, or are you just asking about everything without checking the price?" Slither gave Yuli, who was squatting on the ground, a kick and she immediately stood up, saying that she would look around more before following and leaving. Complaints from the owner could be heard behind them. "Only ask the price when you're sure you need something," Slither said, turning to look at Wu Heng next to him. "See anything you like?" "Not yet, still looking." The group made their way around half of the castle interior. When they arrived at the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, Wu Heng suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Yuli almost collided with him. Slither also looked over. Wu Heng pointed at the sign hanging at the entrance of the staircase and asked, "Why is there a snake head sign hanging here?" A sign with a fierce snake's head hung at the entrance to the stairs. It seemed the 2nd floor was the base of some organization. "That's the Snake Badge Consortium. You can store your important items here, they only recognize the receipt issued by the consortium, not the person." "Oh? Only the receipt?" Chapter 49, Corpse Preservation. Only the receipt is recognized, not the person. It does match the situation in the black market. There are those here who come to sell illicit goods and those who come to buy certain forbidden items. Everyone is masked, so nobody knows who is who. Recognizing receipts, not people, makes sense in this situation. But it also raises a dilemma. You can't confirm whether the person who comes back to pick up the goods next time is the same one who stored them in the first place. Given the status of the consortium involved, this shouldn't pose a major issue. The Snake Badge Consortium has branches throughout the major kingdoms, wielding significant influence, Slither mentioned as he glimpsed towards the 2nd floor, adding, "You could think of them as the underground equivalent of a professional association. If a professional association is a platform beneath the sun's rays, then the Snake Badge Consortium is an organization thriving in darkness. The services they offer are highly praised by certain special professions and elites, but their methods and actions have also led many places to reject their existence." "Let's go, we'll have a look around before we have to return to the city gate." Slither didn't intend to lead the two upstairs, but instead began browsing the stalls. Wu Heng followed from behind, casually checking out the stalls as well. Continuing past several stalls, they stopped in front of one particular stall. Decay Ray. Description: performs a ranged attack on targets within range, afflicting them with a weakening effect. Corpse Preservation. Description: casts necromancy to slow the decaying of corpses or remains. After the spell is cast, the affected unit cannot be transformed into undead creatures. There were actually 2 necromancer skill books. "How much for this book?" Wu Heng inquired, referring to the decay ray. 35 silver coins. "What about this one?" 55 silver coins. Both skill books were pricey, with the corpse preservation even more expensive than the decay ray. Wu Heng didn't immediately decide to buy, but continued to casually look around the stall. Organ jar. Description: a container suitable for preserving organs. Darn, something for preserving organs. Who the heck would buy this stuff? Infected burial shroud, special item. Effect: shrouds the body, obscuring the physical form. Living creatures that use it will become infected with corpse plague sores. Description: burial shroud discarded by an immortal predecessor after his resurrection. Another special item. Its effect is to make the wearer invisible. The downside is that it cannot be used by living creatures. It's somewhat of a mixed blessing, so to speak. Upon examining the rest of the items, a short sword full of rust, broken shards of pottery. Nothing for sale seemed to be intended for the living. It all looked like stuff just unearthed. How much for this rag? Asked Wu Heng, referring to the burial shroud. This is a special item. The effect is to make the user invisible. Ignorant people shouldn't randomly rename it. 1,500 silver coins, the shopkeeper replied. Wu Heng gave him a bemused look but said nothing. The price was exorbitant, and the shopkeeper only mentioned the invisibility effect but completely neglected to mention the side effect it has on living creatures who use it. He didn't say anything, but didn't intend to buy it either. I'll take these 2 skill books. Wu Heng brought out his coin bag and counted out the necessary silver coins. Carrying a large amount of the metal coin currency of this world can be inconvenient. Too much of it is quite heavy. The shopkeeper extended his cadaverous hand and took it, nodded after confirming the correct amount and said, "Take them yourself." Wu Heng picked up the 2 skill books and stowed them away immediately. As they continued on their way, Slither mentioned, "Special items differ from magical items. Next time you see one, make sure you ask about any potential costs of using it." "Right, got it." They resumed their leisurely stroll. Slither bought Yuli a necklace magic item as a gift from their visit to Blackstone Town. The effect is to heal wounds, similar to the bracelet from the items brought by Atruk the day before. Clearly delighted with her gift, the little girl boasted about it to Wu Heng, which was a nice change from her usual attitude of him being in her debt. They got back on the carriage and returned to Blackstone Town. The carriage of Slither had been parked at the entrance all along. Upon seeing them return, the coachman respectfully opened the door to let them in. It is what it is. Money demands respect in all worlds. Upon returning to their lodging, Wu Heng opened the boundary door and went to the zombie world. He glanced out the window, and a large number of zombies had already gathered downstairs. He didn't see the giant mutated zombie, so he could not confirm whether it was within the complex. Communicating with the Sea of Consciousness, the tiny phantom Xiao Xiao materialized in front of him. He glanced around. "Xiao Xiao, look around to see if that giant monster and the grey giant cat are still here." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao nodded, her body passed through the wall and disappeared. Wu Heng then reopened the drawer of the study and began to dig in. Finally, he found the note he received from the wanted criminal amidst the pages of his frequently used notebook. On the side of the voucher, a grim snake head was drawn. It's exactly the same. The snake head on the voucher was identical to the one he saw on the black market. Which meant, those wanted criminals didn't come to take revenge for their comrades but more to get this voucher. They had something stored in the Snake Badge Consortium. Only those carrying this voucher can retrieve what's inside. These gains just keep coming one after the other. In the midst of his thoughts, the tiny phantom Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall. Her face looked somewhat ugly as she said, "That monster is in that building, and the grey kitty is dead. It's terrifying." Wu Heng followed her gaze. Xiao Xiao was pointing at the building diagonally opposite. Nothing could be discerned from outside, but since Xiao Xiao said so, then the mutant zombie must be inside. This mutated zombie was a tough fighter, and considering the vast number of zombies outside, it was hard to tell who would win if a fight broke out. Even if he could win, it would likely come at a high cost. "Isn't this going to delay my leveling up?" But there was nothing he could do about it now. He could only hope that with the grey cat dead, the zombie would leave with its horde. He took Xiao Xiao back inside him and returned to Blackstone Town. The next morning at dawn, Wu Heng had just finished breakfast nearby. There was an association worker standing at the door. On seeing him return, the worker smiled and said, Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Atruk has invited you over. Oh, okay. He arrived at the association's team lounge. In the room, Atruk was the only one present. Seeing Wu Heng enter, he continued, regarding the matter of the Church of Divine Punishment's level 12 corpse, we have a conclusion. Wu Heng's expression turned serious. What is it? Atruk looked up at his expression and said directly, the Town Hall of Blackstone Town has refused your request to convert the level 12 corpse on the grounds of the incident involving the Necromancer in Mining Village. At the same time, the attendant also believes that it is not time to have a second undead attendant. Huh? Wu Heng's eyebrows furrowed deeply. So, not only did the town hall disagree with his conversion of the level 12 corpse, even the association disagreed. The attendant disagreed too. Attendant Yust's attitude towards him was always good, and he was also the one who had personally recruited him. Their relationship should be better. But even the attendant rejected this application. Is the level 12 skeleton so terrifying? Or is there something else going on? What will happen to that corpse? Tonight, it will be cremated by a professional team and the guards of Blackstone Town. Chapter 50, Swordsmanship and Winged Swordle. Not a burial? Direct cremation? Isn't that a bit personal? Together with the remaining bodies of the Church of Divine Punishment, they will be cremated, Atruk continued as he saw Wu Heng's serious expression, not converting them will save you a lot of trouble. Once you've earned enough merit to become a captain in a few years, there will be plenty of opportunities. Everyone could see Blackstone Town's attitude towards necromancers. If he were really allowed to convert a level 12 body, it would just make people suspect if something special was going on. Moreover, Wu Heng had only been a professional for a short time, and he already had a level 3 merit. Once he was assigned to a less strict place as a captain in the future, he'd have plenty of opportunities to own skeletons. There was no point in being pedantic about this. There are some things that one person can't change much, it's more about adapting and accepting. Well, if they don't allow it, it's fine. Wu Heng sat down beside him and continued to ask, where will the bodies be cremated? That's our task tonight. While Kavina continues to heal, Yuli, and I will need to cooperate with the guards to cremate one of the bodies. Just one body? Are they going to be cremated separately? The first and second squads are responsible for the elder's body. We will be looking after the body of the Crow Controller and the bodies of 2 ordinary members. Aha, I see. Wu Heng nodded. The cremation is at dusk. I will have someone notify you at your residence. Do not forget. Atruk reminded. All right, Captain. I got it. Leaving the association, Wu Heng headed directly to his home. He thought about the matters regarding the bodies as he walked. Blackstone Town and the association didn't agree to let him convert the bodies. Now he had 2 options, one was to do as the captain said, as there would be plenty of opportunities later. Besides, obtaining high-level skeletons wouldn't be difficult in the end. The mutated giant zombie had shown combat strength equivalent to that of a level 12 elder. The second option was to figure out a way before the cremation. As long as he could transport the bodies to the zombie world, they wouldn't find any evidence. But he had to be careful not to let anyone discover anything. Pondering over his strategies, he returned to his residence. After organizing his things, he once again left the house with Basin. They arrived outside the city and entered a carriage with an empty plate, heading into the distance. The carriage entered the manor from the day before. After paying the entrance fee at the door, they went straight into the hall. At this time, there weren't many people in the black market, and there were only a few stalls. Wu Heng casually browsed the stalls. He didn't see anything that he needed, but he saw the stall owner from last night who was selling the corpse wrap. He still looked as rigid as he did yesterday. After a quick glance, he directly went up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was somewhat similar to the Professionals Association. There was a bar counter in the front, with a middle-aged man standing behind it. There was a resting area and a bulletin board on the side. It was covered with some bounty missions. Besides the forbidden goods, there were also information bounties. Good lord, this place was exactly like the Professionals Association of the underground world, their formats even looked alike. And compared to the association, there were fewer restrictions here, providing a more open platform. After a quick skim, Wu Heng walked right up to the front desk. The middle-aged man straightened his collar, standing up respectfully. How can I help you, sir? Wu Heng nodded slightly. He pulled out the ticket from his bosom, placed it on the counter, and pushed it forward. Take out everything. Oh, all right. Please wait in the lounge area. The middle-aged man led him to a room and asked him to wait. Soon, the door to the room opened, and two tall women walked in, each of them carrying a wooden box. One was thin and flat, about the size of a makeup gift box, and the other was long and slim. It could possibly contain a scroll, or a magic wand and long sword. Sir, these are the items you stored here. The woman placed the wooden boxes on the table, and after a bow, exited the room. After the two had left, Wu Heng first opened the slim, flat wooden box. On top was a book. Greyhawk Swordsmanship. Description: a book that records the legacy of swordsmanship. A book on swordsmanship? Does this world have that kind of thing? He thought that the swordsmen and warriors of this world fought with battle experience. Unexpectedly, they were teaching swordsmanship and related stuff. He wondered if swordsmanship was considered a skill. Underneath the book were neatly stacked silver coins. By a rough estimate, there must be 300 to 400 pieces. Speaking of which, it's quite a significant amount of money. Then, he opened another slender wooden box to reveal a slender metallic longsword. The blade had patterns like ripples of water, and the hilt resembled the shape of a feather, looking extremely magnificent. Silver wing water pattern sword. Description: endows the user with the swiftness effect, granting agility and keen perception. No wonder those criminals were so desperate to reclaim this item. Magic items themselves are costly, let alone a longsword with such wide appeal. It could probably fetch a fortune. He put away the two items. Wu Heng pulled a cord nearby, triggering the sound of a bell at the door. A female staff member once again came in, bowed, and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you? I'd like to exchange for some silver coins." "Sir, are you exchanging goods or for equivalent currency value?" "Gold." The woman clearly paused, looking surprised. She quickly glanced and then lowered her head. "All right, sir, please wait a moment." The door closed and quickly opened again. The middle-aged man from earlier walked in with some tools. "Sir, are you wishing to exchange for silver coins? Our exchange rate is 1 gold coin for 1,000 silver coins. The currency ratio in this world is 2 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. In normal life, silver coins can cover the vast majority of expenses. For an average person, they might never even see a gold coin in their lifetime. Yet gold coins still exist. Shops and financial groups are willing to provide convenient exchange services. That works." Wu Heng took out a 30-gram gold bar, placed it on the table, and slid it over. He only learned what a gold bar looked like in a gold shop. A 30-gram gold bar was much smaller than one would imagine. Usually, a gold coin issued by the kingdom weighs 33 grams. "Please wait a moment, sir." The middle-aged man began to examine and measure the gold bar. After confirming its authenticity, he continued, "The gold is valid, we will compensate for the remaining weight with 1,000 silver coins." His meaning seemed to be that the gold was slightly light, but they would still exchange it for 33 grams. It appears financial groups prefer gold. Shortly after, the silver coins were ready. A small box filled with coins, and the middle-aged man handed over an insignia, whispering, "Sir, these are the silver coins you exchanged, and with this insignia, you can enjoy certain special treatments." "What kinds of benefits?" "For instance, if you have some inconvenient affairs, you can entrust us to handle them for you, or if you need any tools or materials, we can source them from outside for you." Wu Heng thought it was quite good. It wasn't as rigid as the association. He put away the insignia, and Basin took the wooden box from the person's hand. Under the respectful attitude of the staff, they descended from the second floor. Upon reaching the person selling the unearthed items, he asked, "What is this?" "Corpse wrap, it conceals one's form." "What's the cost?" Wu Heng asked knowingly. "Living beings will feel some discomfort when using it, but it's not serious." "How much?" 1,500 silver coins. "All right, I'll take it." He had Basin put down the money and hand it over. The man in the black robe counted the number of silver coins, nodded, "Take it away." "Take it." Basin bent down and picked up the corpse wrap. After strolling through the black market again, they turned around and left. Dusk, Adventurer Association. Underground Morgue. The teams identified the corpses and tightened the wrapping linen. They then roughly hoisted the bodies and walked away. Wu Heng glanced in the direction of the first team's departure. The ghost Xiao Xiao detached from his body and followed in the same direction.